What the shit was that? Good morning, everybody. Welcome. What a great start to the week. Weird, huh? Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's He'll be here in a little bit. Johnny had a flat tire this morning. What a gay thing, right? Flat tire. Not bad on him. Just like a weird, dumb... Like who gets a flat tire? I mean, they happen. I'm not saying they don't. I'm not a flat tire denier. But at the same time, like, when does that ever happen? That you wake up, you go to work, you have a flat tire. That's one of those, like, black raven omens of a shitty day. Not that I'm saying that Johnny is cursed to have a terrible day today, but that's one of those things that, like, the day starts down and stays down. I don't think there's a lot of, I don't think there are a lot of people who start with a bad tire, they get in a shitty mood, and then by the end of the day, they're like, wow, that was a top 5 I had today. That was a really good day. Flat tires are like the black crow outside your window. That's just a good sign of bad luck. Not an indicator, but a good sign. Thank you to The Mood for starting us off today with $6. Says, ROTC did it. Sorry, ahead in the chat. Thanks, buddy. By the way, 255, we were almost 100 ahead on Friday. So thank you guys very much. Not only did we crush our goal again last week, but we beat it by almost $100, and we're able to start today at a very advanced stage. You know, I've been there's people who, like 2 months ago, there was this concerted effort by like 6 different people. They're like, we're going to get rid of this steel toe guy. And everything stayed the same for us. All the numbers stayed the same. Everything stayed the same. And then they started doing this thing where they're like, oh, they've missed the goal for like this long. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure every week we've been nailing it, just like we have for the last 2.5 years. And then I realized, I was like, oh shit, these people have become so incensed and so sad that we won't give them daddy's attention that they've now just decided to create a world and live in it regardless of what the facts are. That's kind of the tip of the psychosis blade, if you will. That's kind of how you know that you've run your course. So I'm very happy. I'm always happy to hit our goals every week because it means the business is in good shape, the show's in good shape. But now there's like an added thing of, I love a good I told you so, and we're going to talk about a different I told you so later in the day today. I love a good I told you so, but I also love a good spite win. And now hitting the goal every day and every week it's great for us, but it's also a spite win, and I really like that. The fact that people have started lying to themselves is beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. Dave starts us off today by saying Opie was just shitting on you guys on his live stream. Wait, what? Opie was doing what? Opie was shitting on us? Why? What have we done to that loser? I haven't said anything bad about the has-been, no-talent backpack that Cumia and Norton carried Opie in a long time. Why would that no-talent, lucky bastard, shitty broadcaster have anything? Why would that overnight rock jock say anything bad about me? I haven't said anything bad about Opie or the fact that he's never been funny and was able to ride far more talented people into a life that most of us would only dream of, and that every day he must wake up thanking his lucky stars that he was able to be carried by much funnier people while himself possessing absolutely no discernible talent whatsoever. I mean, look, he can't even go head-to-head with a guy like me without getting, a sixth of the viewership. So forgive me. I'm sorry. I said I didn't say anything bad. I haven't said anything bad about the guy. And now he wants to shit on me? That, you know what? I'm going to tell you something, guys. That hurts my feelings. It does. I don't feel good about that. That makes me, you know what it does? And I hope this gets back to Opie, and I hope this makes Opie feel something. That makes me feel bad. I hope you're happy. Now, you need to get to work. You need to get off that live stream of yours. You need to find somebody funny who you can piggyback off of, and make sure they don't die this time. I'm finding out that every time that Opie, like the older he gets, the more he becomes the angel of death. He finds a funny person, a more talented person, a more likable person. He sucks so much of their talent out of them that he kills them. Vic Henley, Carl Ruiz. Now you have all these people who have worked with Opie. Steve C, of course. And the more talent Opie is devoid of, the more he needs to suck from someone else. He's like the Sanderson sisters in Hocus Pocus. He sucks all the youth out of these people to keep himself in the game, which he's barely in. I'm more in the game than Opie is. He sucks all this out of these people, and then he leaves them a withered husk to die, and then Opie gets what, 100 viewers and $20 in Super Chats? It's unfair. Let these people's soul go, Shang Tsung. Carl Ruiz, Vic Henley, Steve C., all of the bodies you've left in your wake. Let my people go. So anyway, I hope he didn't say anything too mean. Why don't you hand me that bag? I'm trying to get that bag, yo. Check it out, guys. Our coffee got here. Take a look at that. Did they even put their name on there? Well, no, we've got Temecula Coffee Roasters. Yeah. But what about the company that's doing it? What about Crescent Valley Coffee Company? Why didn't they put their name on there? Well, at any rate, here's our first, but they got to give themselves a little credit here. But anyway, that makes it look like it's all ours, like we made it. There it is, the Steel Toe Morning Show ground coffee, medium and dark roast, a single origin from Indonesia, tasting notes of dark chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar. Now, I actually tried this stuff. I hate coffee. I despise coffee. I don't even like what it represents. I don't like coffee. I actually took a sip of this, and I didn't hate it. That should be your endorsement. I even enjoyed the sweet aftertaste that this has. April's a coffee person. She tried it. She absolutely loved it. This is the new coffee. So we talked to Crescent Valley over the weekend. We're going to get this thing up on the shop. We're going to get this thing for sale. And you guys are going to have some Crescent Valley coffee, Steel Toe Morning Show, ground coffee, medium and dark roast. And then if you guys order enough of that, if that's considered good enough, they're going to do the April's Magic Bean, do the full logo, the full bag, the full mock-up, the whole thing. They just want to make sure that it's going to sell, and then we're going to lean all the way in on April's Magic Bean. So we're going to get you the details on that. The coffee is here. The coffee is great. Johnny will have some when he comes in. We did tell you about the flat tire, right? I got going on the Opie thing. I totally forgot what I was doing. But yeah, Johnny will be here in a little bit. All right, let's go into the chat. Let's talk to you guys, and then we'll go into a shitload of stories, including Aaron was right again for overtime. I'm excited for overtime today, man. I get to lean in and, I get to peek my head in. I like being out and above all the drama channels. I like that a lot, but I do like to lord over them a little bit and kind of check in every once in a while when something real riveting's going on, especially when I was right about it and I predicted it. Whenever I feel like Nostradamus or a Swami, I got to check in on it. All right, let's talk to the audience here. We got a couple of thank yous to throw out there. Let's start here. I'm using Socialist Media, gifting 5 Steel Toe memberships. Zio Gold, Chris Cresswell, Alex Nerio, Vander Van Zander, and Frog Tosser, all getting in on the game as far as memberships go. Thank you very much. That's going to bring us down already to 245 this morning. Pip says, I hope you're okay. Opie said something. Yeah, look, I think I'm going to be okay. I appreciate you checking on me. I appreciate you making sure that I'm all right, but I do appreciate it. Delco Lou says, Opster hasn't made the best choices as of late. He picked Chad to hitch his wagons to. Well, he'll be protected because Chad's going to get a gun. Well, guys, we got a lot to talk about at the end of the show today. I'm saving it for the grand finale. Last statue said Opie is sadder than Chad. One guy's opinion. Oh, man. Johnny is on Opie right now. Delco Lou says Sherrod must be sweating bullets. I think Sherrod got off the Opie train because he didn't want to die. He saw Carl and Vic die, and he went, I don't want this Opie sucking away all my essence and killing me. In fact, at that point, I think it would be a hate crime. Buy Opie a juicer, someone says. Crescent Mountain Coffee Roasters. There you go. Thank you, Zen. Whoopsie daisy. You can't fuck up your coffee people's name. That's going to fuck him up. Sorry, but I'm going to get used to it. You know, I would have been able to read it, Zen, if you would have put it on the bag. For God's sake. All right. Ted gifted memberships from The Mood. The Beast of Busco, Ace of Spades, Ryan Bardwell, Mike McShane, Kate Rio, Toastmaster, Trey Waller, Mitchell Ainali, Infernal Machine, and Poop is Lube, all getting a gifted membership. Very cool. That's going to put us at 215 for today. Good Lord, you guys. I can't even get to this goal part, and we're already knocking the damn thing down. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, membership, Super Chats, all of it works. Thank you very much for supporting our program. If we hit that goal, we do 30 minutes of overtime. People asking, when is it available, all of that. As soon as I hear from them, as soon as they give me the thumbs up and it's a go, we'll put the store up there and you guys can start buying it. How's that? Light roast is for pussies, says Mizzle T. Shizzle. Johnny is currently changing a flat tire. That could be a while. Johnny got lost looking for a burger chef. Yosemite Sambo, who the fuck are these people? Never heard of any of these people. Citizen M says, I can do a logo if you need for April's Magic Beans. That's sick. I think they've got it. I think they've got their people. Daily diff counter, one diff with a cock. Oh, Cock Diff is here. Good morning, Cock Diff. Zen Rhino says, what are you talking about? Light roast has more caffeine in it than medium or dark roast. April says, I can't believe they left their name off the bag. I gave credit to Temecula Coffee Roasters in California. Yeah, got to get your name on the bag, man. Got to get your name on the bag. All right, let's get into today's show. Thank you guys very much for all of your support. We do appreciate that. We're off to an amazing start this morning, 2:15 away. That's usually where we want to be, around 8 o'clock. So keep her going, stay ahead of things, knock it out early. Who knows what the possibilities are? Ready? Off we go. Now, the last time we left you on Friday, Mersh from Revenge of the Sis and Nightwave was very, very drunk. And he was in our chat, and he was contributing. He was doing the super chat thing. He was just being an absolute gentleman. Couldn't have been nicer. But he was remarkably drunk and was on an anti-Anthony Cumia tirade. And he was throwing money at us, so we heard him out. And we read all of his stuff. And then all of a sudden, before he crashes out and his head hits his pillow or his desk, I don't know where it was, but before he lost consciousness, he accused us of banning the term self-cutting girl in the chat. To which I'm like, no, I did not do that. I don't, honestly, I know how to go into like the YouTube settings and ban a word. I've never done that before, but I know how to do that. I would not know how to get rid of a term during the show. Just sitting here doing the show. I don't know if there's like a Control F button or something like that. No idea. But Mersh decided to throw it out there, and then I go, dude, what the fuck? Like, I did not do that. I didn't ban a word in the chat because he seemed like pissed off about it. I have to wait till he sleeps it off. He wakes up, sends me a DM, and he goes, hey, man, don't worry about it. I was totally just busting your balls. We're fine. I'm like, but you told it, and then you tweeted it out, and you told everybody that I'm sitting here shilling and banning words, and I didn't. He's like, yeah, I know, it was funny. I'm like, motherfucker. Well, then we find out that not only is everything okay with Mersh, but we even got a really nice shout out from old Mersh on Nightwave. If you consider being called an old school radio hack a compliment. You know, the clip I'm about to play for you, and thank you, Zen Rhino, for sending this to me. But the clip I'm about to play for you, I want to point out, is about the nicest compliment you're ever going to get from a guy like Mersh from ROTC and Nightwave. This is about as nice as it gets with old Mike Sheely. So here we go. This is a clip from Nightwave that Zen sent me. Mersh talking about, he was on an anti-Cumia thing, and he was talking about a lot of people who, you know, advocate for one thing, but then gravitate towards people who contradict that, and you're just on this whole rant. And then, you know, people ask him, they're like, well, Steel Toe works for Compound. Steel Toe has a show on Compound Media. What about them? Mersh decided to explain to his audience why April and Johnny and myself have a pass in his book. And he's absolutely right. It he's absolutely right. It just didn't sound the way. You know how like people give you a compliment and you're excited to hear the compliment, but the egotistical part of you goes, I wish they would have worded it differently. Like if I was going to write them a statement to tell people how great I was, I would use these words and not these words. But their intention was pure. This is Mersh on Nightwave. Let's fire this up. I think we're right about there.
And murderers and crazy people because it's, they're trying to be pirates on the radio. I get it.
Did we go
My problem is with Brittany Venti, Leanne Starr.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I went too far.
It's how me and Royce were able to merge comedy and what we were doing with, oh, wait, we could broadcast. We know what broadcasting, we know what a fucking show is. Let's just merge our shit and let's make this into a thing.
Big cough.
So they're off the hook in my.
I went way too far. My timestamps are off. Who produces this pile of shit program?
Hey, did Alex Stein wear a bathing suit around kids?
Here we go.
I've had a significant amount of moral fags come to me.
And there we go with a gay F word right away.
And be like, why don't you go in on Steel Toe if you're going to do the Kumia thing? Because I don't think Steel Toe really gives a fuck.
Bingo! There we go. Could have stopped there. Could have stopped right there. I don't think Steel Toe gives a fuck. Precisely. I came up in this business listening to Anthony. He's a massive influence on me. I'd be phony to say otherwise. I'm excited to be working on his network. I'm excited to have had him on our show. Excited about all of it. And then if someone like Mersh wants to go, yeah, well, he's got a checkered past and a lot of shit. Yes, he does. Absolutely. Legal charges, tweets, and this, that, and the other thing. All kinds of stuff. But aren't we all scummy radio shitbags, I ask you? We're all crummy radio shitbags. There but for the grace of God go I. I live in a glass house. We're all radio pieces of shit.
Frankly, about Anthony, Steel Toe, like Aaron is a and I mean this.
Get ready.
Because it's going to get taken out of context. Aaron's an old school radio hack.
Thank you. Now, I wrote to him and said, I prefer you don't use the word hack, like maybe bag of shit, homosexual, guy who sits exclusively on large gentlemen's cocks, like anything but the word hack. But I understand. It's fine.
And I say that with affection because I am an old school radio hack.
Bravo.
What I don't really see a lot of on Steel Toe is moral fagging about, hey, did Alex Stein wear a bathing suit around kids? Hey, did I pretended to be suspended from Twitter for months and then quietly came back and nobody ever addressed it.
He's talking about Brittany Venti. See? Why Steel Toe gets a pass. I think this is why a lot of people get a pass with me. Is because they don't sit there and go, I am fighting for this, that. Anyone who tells me that they're fighting for shit, to me, that's just countdown to your downfall. Hey, I have an agenda. Hey, I have a mission. I have a this. I'm going to keep my distance. People who have a mission, people who have, a thing that they're driving at, and this is what we're going to do. I want to do a good show, and I want to make just enough money to keep it on the air, and I want to do this for a living, and I want to attract a bigger and bigger audience every day. That's what I want to do. And then when my show's over, I have a wonderful life, and I want to go live it. I cannot imagine how depressing it must be to live your life stream to stream. I can't imagine how sad it must be that the internet part is the most exciting part of your life. That's got to be terrible. I love my life. I love my show. I want to do my show, and then I want to live my life. I don't want to go crusading. I don't want to go rescuing the country from this, band of vagabonds that I've determined are evil, and I'm the good guy. No, I am not the good guy. I am not your hero. I am a guy doing a show trying to be silly. That's it. Who has a lot of obsessed people who their buttholes pucker every day that we do well. I love that part too. I'm addicted to that part as well.
I have more of a problem with the big-titted whores selling sex on OnlyFans and then also out of the other side of their mouth talking about protecting kids, but also front lashing for Steven Crowder for some reason, but then also not like pretending like Anthony Cumia didn't choke Danny Brand and didn't fucking, get convicted of that, and then didn't also fucking follow Self-Cutting Girl and a bunch of other weird underage girls on TikTok. And remember Vine?
This was a, by the way, this was a Mersh rant in between the Steel Toe rant. This is like, the Steel Toe is the bread of this sandwich. There's more of this coming in a little bit. This is why my timestamp was off. He started with Steel Toe, then he tailed back into his anti-Venti and Cumia thing, then back to Steel Toe. He took a walk around the block.
Remember Emma, the girl with the braces that Cumia was following on Vine? We'll get into that. Well, what I want people to know is that I don't I don't project my personal brand of justice onto Aaron and April from Steel Toe.
Hey.
Because they're fucking radio hacks.
Thank you, Mersh. It's very nice of
you. It's not an insult. I'm a radio hack.
No, wait a minute, Mersh. Now, wait. You can both be that thing, and it's also an insult. You can insult yourself. Yes, we are both old school radio hack carnies. That's true. We don't wear it as a term of endearment. We wear it as a term of, that's our septic tank that we drain out every day. It's part of the job.
Oh, I'm here. It's how me and Royce were able to merge comedy and what we were doing with, oh, wait, we could broadcast. We know what broadcasting, we know what a fucking show is. Let's just merge our shit and let's make this into a thing.
What, are you going to have topics? That's gay.
So they're off the hook in my opinion, only because the only time I'd ever go after them is if they started virtue signaling about shit.
Me?
They have no problem being on a pirate ship around a bunch of rapists and murderers and crazy people because it's trying to be pirates on the radio. I get it.
Right. See? So everything is fine. I'm hanging around rapists apparently. That again, it was a wonderful compliment. It was nice to hear. Thank you very much. However, I will say, the whole he likes to hang out with murderers and rapists and pirates. I mean, every analogy he used, I would have asked that he use something better, but the general spirit of what he was trying to say was good. There. All right, guys, let's go on here. Let's get into the chat, see what you guys thought, and then off we go. I think Johnny's here, too. I think he's on his way down. Citizen M says, I hate people fighting for a mission and people who lie to own the haters like Crowder. Yeah, like, you usually have more than enough to own your haters without lying. Like, all we have to do is go, here, this is what we did this week. And then it just kind of, all of it just kind of happens to naturally be a lie. That's the best way to do it. Effortlessly. Just by existing, basically. J-Dead says, Anthony didn't choke anybody. There was a magic hand that still hasn't been accounted for. Yeah, I mean, he says biting. More so than choke, or as he said, choking too. He said biting. He said he bit was his thing. Let's continue on. Hulkamash Baby says, your Kevin Brennan makes me want to commit a jihad. He's inspirational. Diesel Cat says, never heard of him other than here and Gino. Who cares? Do a show, Aaron. How about this? Check this out. You see how we were done? You see how we were done with it, and then you complained? See, like, your complaint makes me want to do more of it. When you go, that's like 5 minutes of a 4-hour show. Pacing, my friend. Pacing. Got a little bit of everything to get your 4 hours. That one thing you did for 5 minutes today, I didn't like it. You'll be fine. It's okay. I promise. Now, I kind of want to, now I just want to play a random Mersh clip. Now, just to be a dick, I just want to keep playing more of it without having any idea of how it goes. That would be fun. All right, let's continue on. I just want to threaten that. I just want to be like to that person and go, you know what I think we're going to do? I think we're just going to go to the chat less because of you. And they'll be like, all right, I'll shut up. J-Dad says, Aaron, you need to watch Keemstar's short documentary on the Wings versus Boogie match. It's hilarious. I will watch it later today. How's that? I will watch that a little bit later. I'm not going to watch it cold on the show, that's for sure. Pip says, more Mersh, more Mersh, more Mersh. Punish the Spurgs. Mizzle T Shizzle. Yeah, that's what they sound like. When they're like, that 5 minutes you did, I'm going to make it 15 minutes by complaining. Yeah, they sound like Ron Burgundy. The bad man punted Baxter. I hate the ones where they go, Aaron, your show is better than this. You don't need to do these things. Fuck you, I need to do all of it. I don't need to do that. I need to do all of it. I do a 4.5 hour show, and I want to entertain my audience the entire time. I need everything I can get my hands on. I'm a mad scientist throwing everything I can into the kettle to see what kind of soup we can come up with. Don't tell me I don't need something. Don't ever say, Aaron, you're better than this, because chances are I'm not. Don't ever say, Aaron, your show's better than this. Nope, it is not. My show is our show is a second-to-second existence, meaning our show is whatever we're doing at the time, that's what it is. When we're doing that thing, that's what we are. We are as good as our worst day. Roachbait says it was 7 years ago today that Keemstar announced the fabbing. All right, Roachbait, that is like the 4th time you've written that. We're going to be good now. We're going to be done. I will say this, Roachbait. No offense to you, buddy. We're probably never going to talk about DSP again on this show. It's boring. It's the same thing over and over. We did a couple weeks, months of it. It's done. It's over. Don't worry about it, buddy. Calm down. All right? You've written to me 4 times today that it's the anniversary of a guy jerking off on stream. All right, that was very funny. We've all moved on. Let's talk about a trans monster in Minnesota who wants to make pedophilia more acceptable. Yay, the state I live in. People have been sending me this for like a week or two, and it's finally kind of made its way into the show rotation, if you will. But there's a bill out there. And I think it's like the trans rights bill or trans refuge. It's the trans refuge bill. And the trans woman, I don't know. Like, honestly, if you told me it was someone transitioning into either gender, I'd believe it. But this person got elected as a representative in Minnesota, which shows that we're fucked. We just hired an openly mentally ill person to represent Minnesota. Well, there is a bill, and in that bill, it identifies pedophilia. The bill barred pedophilia from being protected under the legal classification of a sexual orientation. This Representative Lee Finke, who is a trans representative, took action against the bill set before the Minnesota legislature this week, because they want pedophilia protected as a sexual orientation. This, I mean, if you were trying to convince me, if you were trying to put on the conspiracy hat and go, oh my God, well, this person was like sent from the binary community, from the cisgender community to destroy the reputation of trans people and make sure they'll never become representatives again, I would believe that more than I believe this is an actual person. In fact, it would make me feel better about our society, about our country, about our whole system if this was some kind of weird inside job by like Christian conservatives. If they like planted this trans person in there and go, all right, now when you get in there, you got to say that you identify as a woman. And then also what you have to do is you have to advocate for pedophilia in legislation and then have people not lose their minds and get up in arms and want to run you out on a rail by using your trans identity to protect yourself. Because that's exactly the playbook they're following. It's like that Canadian shop teacher. That Canadian shop teacher was fucking on the whole transgender thing, trying to get either a lawsuit or trying to make some kind of broader social point. Because as soon as they got home from school, they took off the absurd tits and the wig. They just walked around looking like Tim Dillon. I hope that's what's going on with this person. Otherwise, you've brought a mentally ill person into our government, allowed them to run amok, and people aren't really saying anything because they're afraid of being called transphobic. This is like where I thought we'd be 3, 4, 5 years down the line. We can't get there now. It's way too early. It's too much progress in too short of a time. A trans-identified male politician who drafted a bill declaring Minnesota a refuge state for the medical transitioning of minors has proposed an amendment to the legislation removing a stipulation that prohibits sexual attachment to children from being classified as protected sexual orientation. Now, how about the fact that you have to put that in a bill? Like that should just be, this is how you know that we're Sodom and Gomorrah at this point. The fact that we have to put that in a bill to clarify it, that should be something 100% of the population understands is fucked up and wrong. But they had to put it in the bill, a stipulation that prohibits sexual attachment to children from being classified as a protected sexual orientation. And this trans lawmaker wants to remove that. They want to remove the part about pedophilia not being a sexual orientation. The most common sense thing you could possibly say in the world. You know, sometimes you say these things that you just kind of say them and move on from them because you just assume everyone in the room is in agreement. Like you're like, oh, the sky is blue. And then you're ready to move on. And in our second order of business, and then someone goes, wait, excuse me. Sometimes there's a reddish hue in the sky when the sun's going down. You're like, I didn't think we were going to fucking argue this. I thought this was going to just be something we all kind of believed and knew to be true. Same thing with this deal. Like, all right, we got a bill here. It's about trans kids. And, of course, obviously, we're not including pedophiles in this because that's not a sexual orientation. That's a disease and a crime. So moving on to the next. Excuse me. Yes. I'm Miss Finky, and I think pedophilia should be protected as a sexual orientation. Cool. Surrender your passport and tell me where you are at all times and hold out your legs so we can put this ankle bracelet on. Wow, those are some hairy legs you've got. This is like, this shouldn't have even been an issue and wouldn't have been an issue if this person had lost their election. Here's the full modified text of Representative Lee Finke's proposal. By the way, laws are, like, any kind of bill is impossible to read. Because it's like Section 5, Statute 22, Section 363A.03, Subdivision 44, and then you read it. This is part of the bill. Sexual orientation means having or perceived as having an emotional, physical, or sexual attachment to another person without regard to sex of that person, or having or being perceived as having an orientation for such attachment. Now, that's where it ends in her legislation. This is what she's cutting out. Or having or being perceived as having a self-image or identity not traditionally associated with one's biological maleness or femaleness. Sexual orientation does not include a physical or sexual attachment to children by an adult. Boom. That's the part that she wants stricken from the record. What the fuck? Finke, meanwhile, told Fox News that he had proposed the removal of the language because it should have never been included in the statutory definition in the first place, saying, nothing in the bill changes or weakens any crimes against children or the state's ability to prosecute those who break the law. Of course, pedophilia is not a sexual orientation. Crimes against children are located in Minnesota's criminal statutes, and again, they remain unchanged. Right. So why did you have to go and try to cut this out of the bill? If it doesn't change anything, if it doesn't, move the needle at all, if it's still illegal and everything, why can't you just leave it in there? Like, some people decide, you have these people in school too. Like, these people in school, you would state a fact and they would go, yeah, but there's exceptions to, like, when this is that and that is this. It's like, God, you autist, you fucking know what we're talking about. You know what we're trying to say. Can we please just move on? Well, actually, moving on is a physical act, and what you're trying to do is make a rhetorical change in that. Shut up. Do you always have to? Are you that afraid of being wrong that you have to constantly twist things to that degree? Matt Joe with $7.99 says, what the fuck are we talking about on this show? I have to ask you. Like, what the fuck were we just talking about on this program? Matt Joe with $7.99. I just don't like Alex because of his love of money and desperation for clout. I don't trust people like that and wouldn't trust them. He's a personality on the internet. What do you want him to do? Not chase clout? That's what we're all doing. Matt Joe with $2.99 says, I understand Alex had Royce and Mersh on his show. He's had a lot of people on his show. Stick to the topic. What do you say? Where? Oh, my God. Do you have anything to say about the thing we were just talking about, by chance? Thank you very much for the money. I appreciate it. 210. Guys, you're
trans person
guys,
trying to pass a law.
Your obsession with getting your own shit into a show rather than just listening to and enjoying the show is going to kill you guys in real life someday.
Just do your own show.
Just do your own show. If that's, like...
It's incredibly easy. Even I can do it.
If we're talking about something... And you guys are like, I have something about Alex Stein. And did I talk about Alex Stein today?
I didn't hear it.
I don't think I did. So when it comes to stuff like that, or like Citizen M arguing right now in the chat, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It just makes the people who are into the show and talking about the show, it just makes us go to the chat less because we do a really good show here. The show is not in the chat like it is with other shows that have no content. We are the show. And the chat is very funny when they're talking about the show and throwing in lines and stuff like that. So I'm going to ask you, for everyone else's sake, for everybody who's trying to be a fan of this show, try to stick to the topic as much as you can. And then that way when we go into the chat, we go, oh, look, a lot of added stuff to keep the ball rolling and make the show funnier. And then when we go in and it's a guy going, but Alex Stein... And then Citizen M, yeah, but Zen, when Anthony... We've moved on. It's time to move on. All we do is we go, instead of going story chat, we just go story next time. So please, for everybody else in the chat who wants to be a part of the show, try to hold your autism to a minimum, please. Lip Ripper, renewing his membership for 11 months, says, Johnny, I'm super jealous of your shirt.
Awesome.
I just wore that shirt on Friday.
I love my shirt.
Here we go. All right. Dave Phillips says, yeah, stop arguing about how awesome Kumia is. Exactly. Johnny Hahn says, I prefer chocolate over vanilla ice cream. Yeah, Carlos, and I've seen a bunch of people in the chat go, thank you for finally saying that. Jesus Christ, thank you so much. This Chugs 145 purple on Rumble says, hey, what? Late? Go home. No pay.
Wait, I'm getting paid?
You were over 5 minutes late. You're out of here.
Oh, fuck. I couldn't get the tire to come off of the car. I got all 5 lug nuts off. I'm like, all right, progress. And tire wouldn't come off.
It's only 6:40.
Yeah, I know.
I'm take that long. I mean,
well,
especially...
I had to have someone bring me in, so...
You have no legs.
Well, I have legs. They're just pathetic. They don't do anything.
No. I mean, but you don't have any legs, and you were changing a tire. I mean, that's admirable.
And like I said, I got all the way there, but the tire wouldn't come off, and now I'm like, well, fuck. So I guess I need a ride.
What you gonna do? All right, guys. Continuing on, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm giving. I think I've given the whole chat a timeout here for a little bit.
I'll say this. You were mentioning it as I was coming down here. What the fuck are they making that law for anyway?
The
apparently
gender...
it's super bad. We still don't approve of people who want to do stuff with kids, but we want to make sure that it's not in law. Like it seems like this weird side door you want to leave open. I don't get it.
It's like people go, hey, there's this weird stereotype about the LGBTQ community, especially the trans part of the LGBTQ community, that it seems to, at a higher rate than other members of the population, have a blurry line when it comes to age of consent and sexualizing children. You guys seem to have a real issue with that. Well, that's not true. That's just a prejudiced stereotype. All right, prove me wrong. I want to strike this critical legislation about pedophilia from the record. I want to say that it's a sexual orientation. Like, okay, you see the thing that you were just yelling at me about? That's what we're talking about.
We're not saying it's wrong. We're just saying it's a sexual orientation. Yeah, but why do we need to call it the other? It's just wrong. Why can't we leave it at that?
well, if you guys, if you let me strike this from the record, it's still illegal and we can still catch them and arrest them. Right. And if you let us keep it in there, it doesn't change anything either. It's just what you're doing is striking pedophilia is bad from a bill.
We don't want to hurt their feelings. They're already, busy finding children. We don't need to add to their plate.
Yes. So I don't know. It's like it's this weird mind fuck where you go, you guys kind of seem to be into this a little too much, and it makes, it's like a smoke there's fire thing. That's not true. You can't say that about us. Okay, cool. What'd you do at the legislature today? I tried to get pedophilia recognized as a sexual orientation.
You're gaslighting.
You're gaslit. I'm feeling gaslit. I now feel like a woman in a bad relationship. I feel like Hillary Crowder now.
I came into that story reading it, and I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And then I get to the end of it, I'm like, well, then why are we doing this? And just, I don't know whether to be pissed or annoyed.
Yes. It's like, now, am I mad at you? Are you bothering me?
No.
Which one is it?
Are you putting children in a dangerous position, or are you just kind of like, well, I don't want to hurt someone's feelings? We wouldn't want those poor child molesters to be,
right,
demonized or victimized.
I just wanted to remove the language because I really felt you were kind of leaning in on pedos. And, think about it. Haven't they really had it bad enough?
I mean, they might have some interesting sexual proclivities, but they have feelings, too.
Yes. What? I don't think they do. Hey, pedophile, does this hurt? And you do the hammer from Casino. Like, oh, well, it does hurt him. Wow, I was wrong. Oh, it did hurt. You do have feelings. I've never been so wrong in all my life. Negan wouldn't be a bad punisher of pedophilia. You know why that you like to fuck kids? Because you got no guts. Oh, my God. There they are. You did have guts. They were inside you this whole time. I've never been so wrong about something in all my life. As the man sits there with his intestines in his hands,
just hanging out,
bleeding to death, Negan is sitting there going, oopsie daisy.
My bad.
That one's on me. I'll order your family a pizza. Oh, man. I think I think the whole Negan punishment thing, that might not be a bad idea.
Could work.
Might not be a bad idea.
Could work.
Oh, people are saying, now he picks now to take a break from the chat. Oh, what? Why? What? April, of course, now he picks now for a chat break. Whoa.
What did we miss?
Oh, does Johnny want his coffee black or doctored?
Oh, I already talked to April about that. We got that squared away.
Then why the...
They don't know that.
Fair enough. Citizen M says, probably my favorite Negan moment. Yeah, that one's pretty good. When he threatened to fuck the fat girl, that was a good one, too. Do you remember that clip?
No, I don't. I didn't watch much of the Negan era.
Oh, man. Negan, Negan, I can't remember her name. Negan fat girl. Olivia, where he made a joke about her weight, and then he offered to fuck her as an apology. Or like when he tells Rick, he goes, I brought your kid back safe and sound, and I fed him spaghetti. I like that one, too. Yeah, but we're Negan, here, hold on.
It's fine. Great.
Negan comes to steal a bunch of food.
He went out pretty far. They might not be back today. We're running really low on everything. We're practically starving here.
Uh-oh.
Starving? You. By practically, you mean not really.
Jesus, what an asshole. Now she's crying. So many of their people, and now basically has conquered them. And he doesn't understand why people don't have a sense of humor about this shit. I love him. I gotta say, they brought him in at the worst time because the show was like peaking and they fucked up the introduction of him so bad. Mm-hmm. Like the scene was great, but the way they like teased the deaths instead of showing them and leaving it on a cliffhanger was so fucking terrible. And what they did with him was slow and boring and bad, and it wrecked the show. but his performance shouldn't be punished because of that. Jeffrey Dean Morgan did a really awesome job with this.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan's an amazing actor.
Yes. A piece of shit.
God damn it, that's awesome.
Oh, that might be one of my favorite moments too. That might be one of my favorites. But yeah, Zen Rhino says, I like everything Jeffrey Dean Morgan is in. He is very good. Citizen M says, also when Negan murdered that savior for saving Sasha, I'm sorry, sir. I do not accept your apology. Oh, that's right. No, not for, SAing Sasha, not for saving her. That's right. Yeah, Negan, would kill everyone at the drop of a hat, but he was not into the R word. Like, if you did anything like that, you were dead. He hated that shit. So, he just had these weird moral lines that he would draw. Like, hey, I made fun of your weight, and that made you upset. I'm really sorry. I'll dick you down if you'd like.
You know what'll make this all better? How about I just treat you like a piece of meat?
Yeah. But, she's an ugly fat girl. This is the dystopian apocalypse. Is she really in any position to say no?
I counter that with how many offers is she getting? It's a dystopian apocalypse. I hate to say this, but there is not exactly a lot of availability.
Right. And in her case, whatever availability there isn't already, she is also fat and ugly, so she is going to get less of an offer than she would in a normal world.
No,
because there's less people.
No, I'm saying because there's less people, she get more offers. I'm saying there's some desperation hitting people where they're like, you know what?
Yeah. You know what? It depends on what the man-to-woman ratio is. If there's more women than men, she's not getting a lot of offers. If there's more men than women, she'll get offers.
I'm thinking she's getting a lot of offers just because the Folds offer, she's multi-service. You could pull up to different,
Yeah, I suppose. Or
any
maybe
port in a storm, she can hold several battleships.
You just spit roast the hot chick with the big tits and then leave her.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. In a dystopian apocalypse, the hot chick is fucking gold. Everyone's going to be fighting over that one.
She's going to be dead.
Oh.
She'll die. Shouting at Cloud says maybe she is a pedophile and he is too old for her. No. Negan fucks anything that moves. Negan's got a sexual code somehow. All right. This woman
is the only code he has.
Yes. This woman is not doing an ad for fisting.
Okay.
That is not what this means. This woman wants to tell you, she's from Australia, Johnny.
Would not have guessed that.
And she wants to tell you how awesome microchipping is. Why are you looking like that?
Because I'm not my cat.
No, she's got a microchip in her arm.
Yeah, I'm not my cat,
yeah,
all right?
But she wants to tell you, okay, now you're saying that you're meeting this with a level of hostility. She's here to tell you in 30 seconds why this is so fucking awesome to have a microchip in your arm.
You said she was Australian. Why does she look Chinese? Is this a psyop? What's going on?
Asia is right next to Australia.
So what?
The Australians would look all Asian-y if it weren't for the English just going, let's drop our garbage here.
Right.
Or they'd be black. I'm sorry. The Aborigines are black. So they would look more like Afro-Asian.
So no matter what hemisphere, we just got to hold them down.
Right. But all the British criminals said, well, we have to kill these people and force them off their land because we want to build some buildings and shit.
Right. And then she moved in.
And then, she came over. Well, anyway, they're going to tell you why. Why don't you try a little steel toe coffee first?
Yeah.
You could tell us how the steel toe... Johnny's trying the steel toe coffee for the first time.
It's a nice dark roast. I have no idea about coffee.
Oh, you don't?
No.
I was waiting for your...
It tastes very good.
Savant opinion. There's a sweet aftertaste that I enjoyed, and I hate coffee.
Yeah,
hate it.
This is a lot less a lot less cream, and because April doesn't put a lot of cream and sugar in hers apparently, and so yeah, no, I gotta say it's very good without a lot add. You don't need to add to it. I wouldn't need to put a bunch of my creamer shit in this.
I drank it black.
Yeah, but you like drinking it.
I sure do. Right from the hose. All right, let's go to a microchipped Australian lady, and we can all find out why we're a bunch of paranoid.
That's why they call me Milk Cricket.
It's why we'll find out why we're all a bunch of conspiracy nut jobs who need to just calm down a little bit, because it turns out, you guys, microchipping is awesome. Let's hear her out.
I put a microchip in my arm, and it's the best thing ever.
Okay, she is not Australian. She is a freaking plant.
This chip is a powerhouse. It's got everything I need. A credit card, my ID, my medical info, and even my keys. And
Great. So if you ever say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, the people in charge of the microchips can just shut off all your shit.
And nobody can steal my wallet or my life unless they took my arm. Who would do that?
Oh, God. Could you imagine the increase in arm theft?
People are getting mutilated just like they hold you down and they cut out your chip. I mean,
Yeah.
oh.
You know that you need to call the cops when you tell a guy, all right, your total is $945.65, and then he just scans a wrist. He just takes a wrist out of his pocket and he just goes, beep. I think that should suffice.
Holy shit, is that the Batmobile? Is that a severed arm? What? You saw nothing?
It's I think we could see in-store theft go down. This could save Walgreens. You know, you won't have people just coming in stealing shit, but you will have people hacking off other people's arms and paying for items with it. Like, for example, the sale, anyone who sells hatchets
Right.
will do very, very well. Anyone who puts chips in their arms will have to learn how to throw lefty. That's all.
What was your first clue that something was awry? Well, when he went to pay, he had to pull out somebody else's hand. That was my first.
We knew that there might be a crime afoot. No, it was an arm.
I called him on it, and he slapped me with the dead hand.
Here, let's, I'm sorry. So she has all her info on there. Credit cards, ID, medical info, house keys. She's got everything on this little chip in her arm. Forget that we've been talking about things like social credit scores for the last couple of years, and that if you tweet the wrong thing, all of a sudden hey, why can't I get into my... Your house has been repossessed by Carl's Jr. Carl's Jr., fuck you, I'm eating.
info, and even my keys. And when it's time for groceries, you just tap your wrist and bam, transaction done.
Wow, that's so much more convenient than grabbing a piece of plastic out of my pocket and literally holding it against the same screen.
And with this chip in my arm, the government will know where I am all the time.
So if I'm ever lost or having a secret gay relationship on the side that they can blackmail me with, they'll know what they need to do and where I am at all times.
When I've run afoul of Xi Jinping.
When I've announced that I'm deleting TikTok from my phone, I can be locked out of my home and have all my credit cards frozen until I come to my senses.
We're so screwed.
It's like magic. In a medical emergency, it can save my life. Experts can easily identify me and my medical history. I feel like a sci-fi character, and I'm...
You are. Just not one you think you are.
And when the government is upset with anything that I might be saying against it, it releases a very small amount of neurotoxin, so I just fall asleep.
She is perfect for something like this. And by the way, the stunning thing about this
Is I still would.
is that whatever city this is in Australia has a similar skyline to Minnesota or Minneapolis. That's fun. But the craziest part about this, she wouldn't be alone. There's people who would agree with her and look at people like you and I and go, why are you guys so, why are you resisting this so much? There are people, like Americans especially, where they're like, boy, my need for convenience really outweighs my need to not worry or about, people just shutting off my finances at any given moment for any reason.
I love my independence, but I'm lazy. So like, if we could just, I'll give up the independence and the freedom if it means I don't have to get up.
Right. I don't want to have a medical episode and then have to say the words diabetes. I'd rather they just scan my arm.
I don't want to have to be like, wait a minute, am I having a heart attack? I better call someone. I would like to finish my game of Call of Duty while I'm having my heart attack, knowing the EMTs are on the way.
loving it. This amazing chip is totally free. That's right, no more digging into your pockets.
That's right. The government will install this for you free of charge.
It's almost like they want all of you to do it for some unknown reason.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like that Alex Jones frog song. Won't you fight for your life? You're just going to give it up like that, huh? Just that easy. Convenience is all it took. See, we all thought that in all of our movies about a dystopian future, that they'd have to come and like round us up and put guns to our head. And all they had to say was, hey, it'll be way more convenient and you won't have to reach in your pockets as much. And then people would go, yeah, sure, let's usher in the dystopian Big Brother. Sounds good to me.
I remember all those sci-fi films where you see the guy that somehow magically transports into the future, and he's like, what the heck is going on in this weird, messed up world? And one of the first things they do is they hold him down and they tag him with a microchip like a wild animal. I remember going, oh, thank God, I was so sick of my wallet.
I just thought that, selling out to the New World Order, our price would be a little higher. Our price now is, hey, you don't have to dig into your pesky pockets to find your wallet. Really? That's what we sold it all out for? Like, just go to from the beginning of this country's history and really all of Western civilization to now and be like, what would it cost you to sell out the Renaissance to now? What do you think it would take? And they're like, could you make it so I don't have to have so many plastic cards in this contraption? Like, yeah, that's what you're going to sell out all of Western civilization for? Yeah, I'm not using it.
What would you trade for this day?
Would you trade every day from then until now for just one chance to be free? Do I have to reach into our pockets? Well, yes, obviously, you're going to be free. Then I'm going home. Well, we cut down about 3 hours out of that movie.
And the best part, the surgery is quick. They'll give you a cookie afterwards.
Oh, yay! They're giving us a cookie. And by the way, it's weird how she speaks very, very, accurate and correct English all the time. And they give you cookie afterwards.
And they give you cookie.
She shrinks back into it for just a minute. You're like, hold on.
It's remarkable to me.
I'll give her a cookie.
It's remarkable to me that you just sit there and watch this, and she's so excited. And then you look at the app she's using, like the app she's putting it on. It's
Makes
TikTok.
sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Chinese are watching and going, she is doing very good job, but I wanted to say, give you cookie at the end. And then all the kids watching are like, oh my God, I'm serious. This is how it works. Oh my God, I want a microchip. That sounds like so much fun.
Yeah. I remember when I was like, I love my cat, and I think this is wrong, but I'm going to put this little pill thing in him in case, he gets out of control. Someone could keep an eye on him, whatever, lock him down, whatever. Yeah, I think we should do that to people, too. That sounds great. Great.
Jesus. Ladies, man, why did we time out Ross Dogg's Broken Spirit? He did not. The week is starting out. We just have these days sometimes. The week is starting out. I'm not happy with... I'm liking going story to story. The show's a lot funnier when we just keep it to us today because there's some spurgery going on in the chat that's kind of wrecking the whole thing. First, it was the arguing about Alex Stein, which I had...
We get it. He's gay. We're moving on.
Yeah, we got it. And then it was timeouts and shit for no fucking reason. So let's...
and then we're missing the gold. Like, NNN was fun. I can has cookie... I want to see Arnold Schwarzenegger fighting the rise of the machines, and she's like, and they'll give you a cookie afterwards, and just kindergarten cop, put that cookie down, just fucking.
Ugly Fuckling says, "Is your camera 480p?" No, we're fine. It's good here. I don't know what to tell you. If there's problems with the video, it's got to be on either your end or YouTube's end because we are solid here. I mean, guys,
give me a bag of that bean.
If you could, the show, I know you guys try doing your own show and then doing it like you do in the chat. I promise it's not going to work. I promise we're doing a better job for you. Try to focus. You know what it is? People are getting antsy. Winter is over.
Mm-hmm.
It's springtime. They're all getting fucking way too excited to get outside. I feel like doing this show is not the audience, just the chat, because 90% of your audience is not in the chat.
Right.
I just feel like our chat is like we're running a room of kindergartners and they're really excited for recess. And you're like, well, I'm going to talk to the students because that's what a good teacher does. And then you see the students and you're like, no, fuck it. I'm going to go back to grading papers.
Someone opened a window. They caught a whiff of fresh air. There's no saving them now.
Yeah. Fun with you says, just relax, buddy. Thank you. That is a good message for our chat. Just relax and have a good time and, pay attention with us. Somebody says, do this show outside. Oh, Fun with you says, and beg for money. Okay, there you go. Guys, we are 210 away from today's goal. Thank you, Fun with you. Thank you for your help. I forgot that we have to remember to beg for money.
Yeah, that's right.
That's really important. I appreciate that, buddy. So thank you for doing that. Guys, 210 away from today's goal. Fun with You really hates it when we ask for money and probably really hates it when we knock our goals out. So everyone right now hit Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo and just knock the shit out of the goal completely. And I'm sure it'll make him feel a lot better. And then everyone just fucking take it easy today. All right, 210 away.
There we go.
How many likes are we at? You know what? We haven't done any.
Pushed the likes.
We haven't pushed the likes at all. Let's be good YouTubers. Like, subscribe, share the program. Oh, we're over 100 likes without even mentioning it. All right.
Beautiful.
We're 1 hour in. Let's get it to 150. Alexandria says, in all seriousness, I noticed the video quality last night was lower, shouting at clouds. Says, Aaron, your show is not 1080p with me in Dallas. It's a YouTube problem. In the past 24 hours, it started. Oh, well, then, yeah, there's nothing.
Nothing we can do.
Nothing we can do. I'm sorry. What's going on, Aaron? I got here late, but you seem in a horrible mood. No, Andy,
we're having a great time.
No, we're having a great time. We're doing a great show. It's just when we come to the chat, we've got a lot of
touch of spurgery
going on, and we're just trying to. What we're doing now is we're taking a break from our next story, and we're roping some cattle, basically. I guess in this case, cats. Dub with $2. Thank you, buddy. Coltrane with $2 says definitely not hitting the goal today. Pores. Oh, there you go. The gauntlet has been thrown down. 210 away. And there you go. Streamlabs, PayPal, all the good stuff. Super chats, memberships, and Rumble rants as well. Thank you very much, Rumble. All right. On we go. Guys, finally. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at Rumble right now. Video quality seems fine over on Rumble, so yeah, it must be a YouTube issue.
Yeah, no idea.
Must be a YouTube thing. What do you do? All right. Let's go to Hank Azaria and the Apu character. Now, he hasn't been doing Apu for a couple years now, right?
Because he kind of started feeling it was a little insensitive.
Well, what happened was some douchebag made a video for his college film class or whatever. And then that went viral. And it was, the documentary's name was The Problem with Apu. And it was about how it's racist and it's not good and blah, 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 blah. I mean, just bitching about a character that had been around at that point for 30 years. And just now he decided that was bad.
I mean, at this point, it would almost be more offensive to get rid of him. I mean, because the guy's just a staple. That's who the character is.
And then in a very non-South Park, like I can't imagine South Park making the same move. The Simpsons then ditched Hank Azaria as Apu. And then, like, I haven't watched The Simpsons since I was a kid. Did they replace him with somebody else or just get rid of the character?
I was done with The Simpsons before the Apu thing happened.
So did they get a different Apu or did they just go, no, we're just nixing the whole character? Because what's funny to me is that you'll bitch about like Indian representation on television. I mean, you get this Indian character who's a hardworking convenience store owner, and you'll do the character for 30 years, and then one guy complains, and he's also one of the most well-behaved, good, best people in Springfield, and then one guy bitches about it, and you go, all right, we're getting rid of the character. Wait a minute. So you're going to complain about Indian representation, and then you're going to bitch about this character, and then you're going to get rid of the only Indian character on the show, thus limiting Indian visibility on a cartoon show. Where all the people are yellow, by the way.
Yeah. Which I can't believe we haven't called that cultural appropriation.
I mean, so Hank Azaria didn't leave the show because he voices like 5,000 other people.
Yeah, but the character was taken out.
But the character Apu is gone. Now Hank Azaria is apologizing for Apu. It's a fucking cartoon.
You know?
He's apologizing for the cartoon.
I just never thought I'd see the day where I'd say, fork you, Blue Raja.
I'm just really excited to hear our next one. Billy West apologizing for playing Stimpy as he felt that it was a bad portrayal of overweight animals. And he just feels bad.
Every time I watch the log commercial, I realize what I've done to society.
A former actor for the long-running television show The Simpsons recently expressed regret for voicing the controversial character. Stop it.
He
Stop
was not
right there.
controversial.
He was not a controversial character. Some dickbag bitched about it for a YouTube video that he got millions of likes and views for, and then you guys went along with it. He offended literally 0 people until then.
Other than his color and his accent, he was literally one of the most vanilla pieces of that show.
Right. Apu, and helping to create a marginalizing, dehumanizing stereotype. Right, because no Indian immigrants own convenience stores.
Right. Yeah, well, it's so dehumanizing. Be like, yeah, they come to this country to damn successful business owners.
Yeah. You know, I'm just really sad that I pushed forward the stereotype that Indians are very hardworking and come here with lint in their pockets and then procure themselves ownership of a convenience store, work long hours, and make something of themselves. I'm really sorry that I contributed to that stereotype of Indian people in any way, shape, or form.
And you know, this horrible stereotypes out there. We can't take this character and, I don't know, spend some time on him to develop him more as a person and show that he's more than this one side of it. Nah, just trash the whole thing. So
Yeah.
that's all they remember is the stereotype part.
Just fuck it. Somebody got offended. You know, we're a really dangerous, edgy cartoon. You understand that if South Park got this same treatment, they would make a whole season with Apu at the center of it.
And it would just get more and more derogatory.
He would end as Rambo. Like, he would just be wiping people out and all kinds of shit.
And then while he's taking people out, he'd be saying horrible stuff like, thank you, come again. Like,
Yeah.
just really, really bad shit.
So, by the way, this is a great example of what sets, like, just because something came first doesn't mean it was better. This is what shows you that South Park is 5 million times the show that The Simpsons is. Like, you watch The Simpsons before South Park came along, and you're like, wow, this is an edgy, grown-up cartoon. And then you watch the shit South Park did, and I remember this as a kid. Like, my Gen X cousins would be like, The Simpsons are awesome. And I would watch it, and I would go, dude, The Simpsons are fucking pussies.
South Park's got the Simpsons
Like,
beat.
South Park is probing people's assholes in season 1 with aliens. In fact, I think in episode 1.
No, it wasn't in episode 1. Technically, episode 1 is Santa Claus or Jesus wanting to beat the...
Not the South Park short. I'm talking about the first episode of the
Oh, God.
the actual show. I think that was the aliens abducting Ike.
All right,
that was
maybe I thought you were talking about the part where Eric Cartman is farting a radar beam that communicates with the aliens. That was like season 4.
Was it? Okay, because the aliens were in the first
The aliens might have been in the first one.
episode.
There's like
of
23 seasons of South Park. Even our autistic
season
member
1,
can-
episode 1. Cartman gets an anal probe.
Fuck,
I knew
I
it.
was wrong. Jesus Christ, how do you remember this shit?
So, like, The Simpsons will make, like, a wacky joke, but South Park comes in right out of the chute and goes, we're going to have one of our 8-year-old characters get anally probed by an alien and fart satellite dishes out of his asshole. Would you care to watch The Simpsons again? Apu's offensive. Sorry.
Apu's offensive. We literally have a piece of poo
Yes.
on our show.
Yeah.
That sings and dances.
Fire Ginger with $5 says Simpsons and Family Guy seemed edgy until I watched South Park. Now those shows are just PC. Well, they're just softer, that's all. I mean, South Park is just, it has more of an edge to it.
Family Guy is edgier than South Park, but it's still like PC.
What?
Dude, they did a whole episode about like doing drugs and stuff. They've done some edgier stuff.
South Park called
Not
it
South Park. Not South. I meant Simpsons.
Oh, Simpsons.
I
Okay.
I misspoke because I'm tarded.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say, what?
Family Guy is an edgier version of The Simpsons, but it's still safe for late night TV kind of thing. Like it's like South Park is always a like paywall cable kind of like, oh, there's no rules here. We're gonna go for it,
and we're gonna take advantage of that for certain. Thank you very much to the Fire Ginger. By the way, that puts us at 205 for today. Guys, we are only 205 away. Under 200 by 8 o'clock, but fuck it. Why don't we just knock the whole thing out if we're going to be this close?
Indeed.
Streamlabs, PayPal, those are the best ways to do it. Venmo's the best way to do it. But also, Super Chats, gifted memberships, and memberships count as well. Thank you guys very, very much. And keep hitting the like button and subscribing. Oh, we crossed over 9,600 subs this weekend.
400 to go.
After crossing 9,500 this past week. So we are at a pace right now where if we keep this sub pace up, by the end of May, we will hit 10K. Woo! 10,000. And our reach is about to go up. You know, YouTube's been choking off our reach lately. Our reach is about to go up because guess what happens tomorrow?
That pesky little thing falls off.
Our strike goes away.
There we go.
We lose our strike tomorrow. Balls Deep gifting a membership to Upset Duck. Upset Duck should have a membership. Thank you very much, Balls Deep.
He's not happy
Appreciate
about
that.
it. But.
All right, so Hank Azaria is apologizing for playing a poo. Now, and you know what else I found really honorable about this and really great about this is that to apologize for a poo, Hank Azaria has declared that he is going to give back every single dollar he ever earned from voicing that character.
Right. Really?
No.
Oh.
He's going to keep every dime, all of his houses, all of his cars, all of the investment portfolio, everything that this to me is why these celebrity apologies for stuff they did just makes me so insulted when I hear them, because I'm like, yeah, any asshole can make all of the money and then turn around at the end and go,
I'm sorry.
I'm really sorry I did that. I apologize. I feel terrible that I did that. Okay, you can tell me that you're really sorry for playing this character, but the Apu statue in your entryway and the millions of dollars in your bank account from doing that tells me that the sorry might have been a little exaggerated. That's all. During an appearance on NPR's podcast Code Switch, voice actor Hank Azaria, who described his ancestry as Sephardic Jews from Greece, that would explain the guilt, recently condemned his role as Apu on the famous cartoon sitcom. Now, comedian Hari Kondabolu, who is of Indian descent, slammed Azaria in 2017 for voicing the character and condemned Hollywood's depiction of South Asians in a documentary called The Problem with Apu.
The problem with Apu is that he was more famous than you.
And that you weren't voicing it. You know what's funny is if you offered this guy $2 million a year to voice Apu,
All of a sudden, Apu's got no problems.
he'd read every word of it. Azaria, and by the way, that's what most of these like cancel culture, I'm offended things are, is they're a shakedown. You usually want something.
As soon as I get some money, the problem goes away.
Yeah. Azaria spoke, oh my goodness, this pillow full of $20 bills has really done a lot to ease my offendedness about this whole Apu business. Azaria spoke with Kondabolu on the podcast during their first public conversation since the initial controversy erupted, and the two discussed the voice actor's role. Kondabolu referred to Azaria's voice acting of Apu as a white guy doing an impression of a white guy making fun of my father. Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. If I saw Hank Azaria do that voice at a party, I would kick the shit out of him, the comedian said.
Now that's funny.
Again, tell me that there is equal access to that comment across racial lines. Like, could you go to Kondabolu and go, if I heard you going, well, today in the stock market, we're going to have a bit of a turmoil today. Could you go, oh, if I saw you doing that at a party, I'd kick the fucking shit out of you.
Yeah, I mean, every minority comic almost always has a bit about like doing white guy or white girl voice. And at no point are we like, hey, that's so offensive. I'm going to,
Right.
How dare you appropriate?
And we're not saying that Hank Azaria should be allowed to kick the shit out of you for making fun of white people. What we're saying is, you should be like us whites. No, that's, you know what? I said that wrong. Hold on. Can you give me just a second? What I'm trying to say is us whites understand humor better than... That's not what I'm...
What we're saying is it's not your fault that your culture isn't up.
Right.
I can't.
No, see,
no.
that's not it either.
It's got to be your bolt.
I appreciate your help, but that wasn't what I was going for. When the white people tell you how to do humor, just listen and trust the white... No, see, that doesn't sound good either. Let's make fun of everything.
We know better than you.
Stop being so uppity and just do what we tell you. No, see, no, that's not
That's not helping.
That's not the spirit of what I was going for either. Shit. Here we go. Everybody can make fun of everybody. It's not malicious. We're all just doing a fun show. Let's stop. Let's put our knives away for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a compliment.
I mean, I didn't go that far, but yeah, I mean, yeah, sort of, sure, yeah. The actor admitted to being skeptical of Kondabolu's criticism in 2017 and afraid to address the issue. However, Azaria said watching the comedian's documentary made him realize he had made the path harder for performers he admires. The only really Indian accent that I had context for, apart from guys who worked at the 7-Eleven, where I was near in L.A., was Peter Sellers in The Party, Azaria stated. It was an homage to that, you know, one of my heroes. Wait a minute. Did he just kind of shoehorn on I was still right about that Apu voice thing into his apology?
And he also did kind of work out like, oh, but I took it from like the guys who ran the 7-Eleven.
Right.
Like, this is a horribly racist and insensitive character. I based it off of actual people that I met.
This is such a Hollywood, and I'll say it, Jewish apology, where you're like,
Where you don't mean it?
where it's duplicitous and double-natured. So he goes in there and he's like, I'm really sorry about this character. I'm not giving back the money. And also, yeah, I mean, other than Peter Sellers, I mean, I was totally basing it on Indians that I had met almost everywhere I went in Hollywood. I'm really sorry for that. You don't even have the balls to like lean into your apology. You've got to qualify it. Then you know what? Don't apologize.
Because you're not sorry.
Right. I was really freaked out, as Azaria said, referring to the comments Kondabolu made against him in 2017. You know, you're a comedian and some of your stuff is gotcha, you know, and has bite to it, as well as it should. It's hilarious and it makes good points. Being on the other end of that really, really scared me, you know. Hey, you know what you do then, Hank? Roll up a couple $100 bills, stuff them in your ears, and you don't have to hear it anymore. It's perfect. Azaria called the casting as Apu embarrassing and said he believes it pushed the broader dehumanization of Desi people in the United States. Hey, that's not true. It didn't dehumanize Desi people. I didn't even know what they were. Helped to create a pretty marginalizing, dehumanizing stereotype.
Yes, because without you, it didn't exist.
Right, exactly. If it weren't for that damn Hank Azaria and The Simpsons, nobody ever would have went, oh, would you like a Slurpee? Thank you, come again. Which, by the way, Cal Penn did a great job of humanizing in the Harold and Kumar movies when he did the same fucking stereotype.
By the way, as Hank pointed out in this very article, it was based off of people's experiences, so pretty sure people would have still kind of had this caricature in a way, maybe not from The Simpsons, but really nice of you now that you have a career and all this money. Go, I really regret it. I'm so sorry that I did that thing, and I kept cashing the checks. Oh, look, another check. Royalties. Oh.
From now on, I'm going to be donating my residuals to my pool. Exactly. See, that's why all these apologies always ring hollow to me, because it's so, like, there's no effort. There's no sacrifice in apologizing for something that's made you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams without any sacrifice. Now you get to have you literally get to have your cake and eat it too. You get to be the good guy who's apologizing and saying you're sorry and all of that stuff. And you also get to keep all the money from the offensive shit you did.
And because you did all of this stuff, you got other jobs and you've developed a whole career. So now it's really easy to demonize that one part because it's not like anyone's going to fire you now.
Yeah, Mad Joe says, so should Seinfeld apologize for Babu? I'd like to see them try to get Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld to apologize for that character.
I'd like to see them get to apologize for anything.
Do you remember the last time somebody tried to get Jerry Seinfeld to apologize for something?
No.
Yeah, let's show everyone. Jerry Seinfeld. Oh God, it wasn't Daily Beast. I think it was a BuzzFeed interview. Yeah, this is the last time, 9 years ago, the last time somebody tried to get Jerry Seinfeld to apologize for something.
Yeah, that's the wrong time to try, too.
That most of the guests are mostly white males of 22 episodes.
Yeah,
that you've
let's
had.
get into that.
No, but you
take a look over here, Peter. What do you see? A lot of whiteys. What's going on here? Oh, this really pisses me off. But go ahead.
Oh, I love
this. Pisses me off.
Well, that's okay.
Go ahead.
But you made a comment on the Tina Fey episode that I thought was interesting that I'd like to get your thoughts on a little bit more. You said, you were talking to her and you said something about the female comedians. It's a struggle for them to balance their feminine projections with their comedic goals.
Yes.
And in the context of comedy, not gender diverse, I just want to know what you meant by that.
Well, I'm kind of curious what it's like to be a woman in comedy as opposed to a man. There is a little bit of a difference, and I thought that might be an interesting thing to discuss from her perspective. She's so successful at it, and I was just wondering how she looked at it, if she even thought about it. And she kind of gave me the answer, which is, yeah, you do have to think about that, but, you know, it's just another thing to think about.
Okay. It's amazing to, like, have this third-party guy stick his nose into this interview between two people, and then Jerry Seinfeld goes, yeah, we already covered that when we talk to each other.
That's
like, this is an A and B conversation, you fat fuck.
Like, this is someone doing, like, internet reactionary stuff, only the thing you're reacting to is right in front of you live. It's like, no, don't go, hey, so you know that interview you did? I have a question about, who gives a fuck what you thought? Yeah, and then the best part, too, is like, oh, so, I had her on because I thought it was an interesting topic. And I want to just, expand on that a little more. Oh, because, on my show, when I thought up this thing, I didn't possibly get into it enough.
Right. Like, you've got Jerry Seinfeld on. You're like, I'm going to do a show about his show on my show. And then he goes to Jerry. He's like, I noticed that a lot of the people on your show are white. And he's like, oh, yeah, let's fucking do it. And the minute Jerry Seinfeld went, this pisses me off, let's get into it, the guy was like, oh, shit, I made Jerry Seinfeld mad.
You could see his metaphorical tail tucked between his legs. He's like, this fucking pisses me off.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do it, Daddy.
And then he does that thing where he's like, oh, yeah, the internet wanted me to ask it, so I did. Stand by your shitty question. You tried to play gotcha with Jerry Seinfeld, and he cut your cock off and played with it in front of you. Stop it. Behave yourself. Be a man, Hogan.
And I love how he owned him right there. Like, yeah, because what do we have here? Yeah, there's no white people. Horrible diversity.
Right. Like, is BuzzFeed going to talk to me about diversity? It's the most lame white website on earth, and you're going to talk to us about black people? Shut up.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Now but there were a lot of things about comedians and cars in the beginning. The first 10 I did, I think, were all white males, and people were writing all about that.
Right, but you did that. But now, in defense of Jerry, he only did that because they're funnier than everyone else.
Well, it's not that they're funnier. It's just that he wanted to make sure the people in the first 10 episodes were all very successful people, and it just so happens.
Right.
That's part of the reason why I asked. People had tweeted at me when I said I'm interviewing with Jerry Seinfeld. Okay, ask him about their gender diversity on this.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I love that you have the courage of your convictions to do your show the way you want to and not be pressured by the internet mob. You chubby, nutless cunt.
When I was going to interview one of the most well-known, greatest comedic talents of our time, I thought, you know what I should do? Resort to Twitter for my show prep.
Yes. I'm going to talk to one of the most influential and successful comics of the 20th and 21st century. You know what I should do? Ask him about race. That's a good idea.
I mean, people think it's the census or something. I mean, this has got to represent the actual pie chart of America. Who cares? It's just funny, Funny is the world that I live in. You're funny, I'm interested. You're not funny, I'm not interested. Okay. And I have no interest in gender or race or anything like that. But everyone else is kind of with their little calculating. Is this the exact right mix? I think that's, to me, it's anti-comedy. It's anti-comedy. It's more about, PC nonsense than are you making us laugh or not?
Right.
That's how Hank Azaria should have handled the Apu thing.
And that's kind of a thing for PC culture in general, like, because so many times we're like, oh, does it check this box? Does it check that? Does it do the job it's supposed to do? Who cares?
Well, Schulte says, whites are fun and funny. There you go. Well, Salty says Jerry is Jewish and they want to hang him for not having blacks on. Oh. It's just, when you go to someone like Hank Azaria and you go, hey, this guy's upset that you're doing a poo. Like, Hank Azaria going on that show and talking to that dude, validating him like that, when his response should have been, oh, you don't like that I do a poo. All right, take a number, fuckface. Get away from me. Like, you shouldn't have that kind of access to Hank Azaria, in my opinion. He did. Look, man, do you dig a poo? Nothing him. I'm not a big Simpsons guy.
Right.
It's fine. Do you like him? Okay, great. Do you not like him? Then that show's probably not for you. You probably shouldn't check it out. How about that?
And then also, now that we've gotten rid of Apu, what other Indian representation do we have on The Simpsons now?
None.
Oh,
None. There's none
great.
now. That's all gone.
So we really made a step forward. You know, like we don't want to portray these people inappropriately. Let's pretend they don't exist.
27 years, neck deep in shit.
And then he said, I'm sorry at the end of it. I thought this was a fun little clip that we could do here. CNN commentator took teachers union boss Randy Weingarten behind the woodshed for her lies about school closures. Now, Scott Jennings is a CNN commentator, and he was on one of those roundtable discussions about schools. So this Randy Weingarten, who's the president of the teachers union, it was found out last week that she and Fauci colluded with one another to keep the schools closed. And now she's going back and retconning her whole COVID thing to say that, I fought like hell to keep those schools open.
No, you didn't.
She's going on CNN, and she is with a straight face going, and we tried to open the schools, and, it's just, if she was being honest, she would go, but, our teachers were writing to us and telling us they really like doing this from home in their pajama pants. Getting 3 months off for an entire year wasn't enough for them. So they were really kind of enjoying this whole full pay, no gas, full insurance, the whole deal. They were really liking the benefits and the pay of just staying at home, staying in sweatpants, recording their classes and uploading them to the internet. They just really thought that was great. Excuse me, Ms. Weingarten. What about the fact that all the kids are retarded now because of that? And none of them are reading at their right grade level, and they're all 2 years behind. Oh, yeah, that's too bad. They must be really stupid kids. Yeah, or it's impossible to learn that way. Like maybe if you're 30, 35, you can upload a thing every day and watch it. But even then, most 30, 35-year-olds I know aren't that disciplined. They'll skip around. They'll listen for a little bit and go, okay, I think I got the gist of it. So now imagine a kid with no attention span having to do the same thing.
Yeah, my daughter is a little developmentally stunted or whatever because of all this shit. Like she's in school, a special school because of her own stuff, but literally her speech recognition, all that stuff is behind where it should be. And the only reason is because of this kind of shit.
Right.
Like this stuff pisses me off.
So now you have Randy Weingarten on CNN saying, hey, God darn it, we tried to open those schools back up. Even though that very week there were emails showing conversations between her and Fauci being like, you should really close this fucker down.
This is literally like, not to draw it to this line, but this is literally like, Hitler being like, hey, we tried to keep them out of the camps. Like, no, you didn't.
No, we have clear, you were writing that you should kill them as a matter of fact, and that don't use bullets because you need them for the war effort. I mean, Christ, man. So here's this guy from CNN. What's his name? Scott Jennings. Talking to Randy Weingarten.
We don't know each other, but speaking on behalf of millions of American parents, I have 4 at home.
Go fuck your mother, and I hope you rot in hell and die of cancer.
Oh, yeah.
There. Speaking for millions of American parents, he just pulls down his pants. Would you please suck my dick on live television?
And then I'm going to slap you with it afterwards.
I know you're only used to seeing my asshole before you shove your giant cock in it, but I'd like you to suck my front this time. Thank you very much.
I had to teach them at home. My wife had to teach them at home.
And we're fucking stupid.
Well.
You understand where you left our children? We graduated from public schools. We don't know anything.
I'm a CNN correspondent. I shouldn't be directing people.
I am stunned at what you have said this week about your claiming to have wanted to reopen schools. I think you'll find that most parents believe you were the tip of the spear of school closures. There are numerous statements you made over the summer of 20 scaring people to death about the possibility of opening schools. And I hear
right, because all those teachers were in sweatpants really loving that, and they told their union reps that, oh, God, this is fucking cool, keep this going. And, the rest of us were like, yeah, but, it's not really helping the kids. And they're like, well, who gives a shit about the kids, man? This is awesome for me. They'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And then Randy Weingarten went and took the concerns of the teachers and turned that into, they're all just, we don't want our heroes getting COVID. We don't want our teachers well, here's the deal. The ones that are close to retirement, let them stay home. The ones that are in their 20s and 30s, they're going to be fine. Send their ass to school and teach the kids. During COVID, school teachers wanted to simultaneously be seen as total heroes, but also wanted to be kept safe from COVID. It's one or the other. Either you're a firefighter and you run into burning buildings. Like teachers not wanting schools to open is like a firefighter going, ooh, that building looks really hot. I don't think we can save that family up there.
Look, that's good. I really want to rescue those puppies, but my lips might chap.
Yeah. Or like a soldier. You know, soldier's a hero. And, hey, we got to storm over that berm and we got to take the enemy position. And like, ooh, I don't know, Sarge. I might get shot if I do that. But we're heroes.
Look, if the education system wants to be regarded as heroes, can we start with you guys being at least, I don't know, at acceptable levels of reading, writing, arithmetic? You know, that's that thing you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah. Now, look, teachers, if you're going to be seen as heroes, could you guys do us a favor and not be total chicken shits? That's the bare minimum of being a hero.
I will give you the caveat. Your job has gotten a little bit more dangerous lately because some of those kids are throwing some pretty mean swings. But
you guys keep taking their handheld gaming systems. So whose fault is this really? By the way, Steve Rogers once told Randy Weingarten that she's not the one to lay on the barbed wire and let other people walk over her. She's not the one to make the sacrifice play. That's what Steve Rogers said to her. I have that audio somewhere.
I'm
I'll
sure we
find
do.
it later.
No remorse whatsoever about the generational damage that's been done to these kids. I have 2 kids with learning differences. Do you know how hard it is for them to learn?
And apparently their dad does too. It's learning disabilities, not learning differences.
Or
but
difficulties, but yeah.
You're trying to be on our side. Talk right.
Kids with learning differences. Do you know how hard it is for them to learn at home and not in a classroom that was designed for them? And for you to sit in front of Congress and the American people and say, oh, I wanted to open them the whole time. I am shocked. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. And there are millions of parents.
Can I tell you something as I'm looking at her right now? Does not fucking care.
Not only does she not care, she's trying to figure out how does she weasel out of this so it's not her responsibility. Again, this is the thing I have a problem. You guys were in charge. You made calls. And now that we're here going, we said those were the wrong calls when you made them.
Yeah.
And they were the wrong calls. We want to hold you account for making the wrong call. What? I had nothing to do with it. No. That's not how that works.
What do you mean me? It's like, well, we have this video of you. Here's the frustrating part. And I've told you guys that the sooner you accept this, the happier you'll be. Nothing's going to happen to any of these people. They fucked everything up. They screwed over the entire country. They accelerated our demise by decades during COVID. Nothing's going to happen to them. They're not going to face any consequences because for a lot of powerful people, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. That means Fauci. That means Weingarten. That means Trump in many ways. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. So
and a lot of them got wealthier for it.
Yeah, I don't want to hear any of you going, oh, man, she's going to jail or she's doing this. Nothing's going to happen to this person. They're going to be fine. There will be no consequences because I'm pretty sure they did exactly what they were told to do.
Man, she's over. She's canceled. She's going down just like Crowder.
She's destroyed. We'll talk about Crowder later, but don't worry, guys. All of these people will be here in a year. They will.
Who feel the exact same way.
Okay. Go ahead, Randy.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Randy. I don't know. He seems pretty mad. I don't really know if that's yeah. Cheap Kitchen Jello Mold says, is she even here right now? Yeah, she's kind of staring at him. Oh, and by the way, did you notice the pin that the teachers union president was wearing?
Thing?
Did you notice the flags that were on there?
One of them looked like a little rainbow thing.
No, it was the Ukrainian flag.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, because if you're the president of the Teachers Association, you really give a shit about Ukraine.
Why?
For some reason. Maybe some of your portfolio is stored there and with Hunter Biden. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things.
Now it makes sense.
That Hunter Biden thing is interesting too. The communication. The communications between him and not Ash Carter. Who's the guy I'm thinking of? Blinken. Defense Secretary Blinken.
Wait a minute. Did you just call me Abe Lincoln?
Yes, Blinken. Defense Secretary Blinken was basically Hunter Biden's babysitter during the election and was one of the guys who had to make sure that laptop didn't come out, even though Hunter was like, there's a fucking laptop out there. And because they've gotten a hold of their communication now. And Blinken was like Mr. Babysitter. And then when the election was over, he got to be Secretary of Defense.
Oh, isn't that nice?
I can't imagine that those two things
It's almost like one hand was washing the other.
Brother Baines is a 2-bit hustler,
but
one hand washes the other.
All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom quick. That bean is working through me.
Uh-oh, Johnny's having beans work through him. Guys, we are 205 away from today's goal. Let's knock that under 200 by the end of the hour. You guys are on it. Also, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We would appreciate that. We do appreciate your generosity in keeping this show going. Quickly, we have a story. We'll get to the Crowder stuff in just a second. Oh boy, was there a Crowder update over the weekend. I will say this about Steven Crowder. When he says the term fight like hell, I guess, at least when it comes to his ex-wife, he means it. Steven Crowder is on the warpath and is threatening to basically go scorched earth. I obviously can't watch his show this morning, but it sounds like Crowder's going to release absolutely everything, or at least he's telling his lawyers to release absolutely everything, like mental health records, everything. We'll check it out in a little while. But first, I wanted to play this because it's starting to get warmer in the northern part of the country. And this week in Minnesota, people might be back out on the golf course. If April and I don't spend too much money this week, we're thinking we might go play a round of golf on Wednesday when it's going to be in the 60s here in Minnesota. But there's a crowd that has been getting louder in recent years, and it is the theme, grow the game and make golf cheaper. That's kind of been the rallying cry. They've been saying, hey, these golf courses got to drop their prices so we can get more people out on the golf course and get more people into the game so it can survive and thrive for generations to come. Some people, a lot of old-time golfers, don't like that idea because they like the idea of more expensive rounds of golf because it keeps the riffraff away, you know? They go play disc golf like they should be. Well, this might be an argument against the make golf cheaper. At Cleveland Heights Golf Course, which in Lakeland, Florida, which, I mean, look, you can't hold Florida people, or you can't hold golfers responsible for what people in Florida do. It's not necessarily the most fair representation. But it appears a brawl went down at the Cleveland Heights Golf Course in Lakeland, Florida earlier this week. And it can be confirmed that people got in a fist fight during the game over slow play. Now, here's how it works on a golf course. If you've got a group of two and you're a group of four, and, you know, you guys are having kind of a casual, have a couple of beers, play around a golf thing, then when that group of two is halfway through the hole before you and you're on the tee box, you just sit back and wait. You're going to let those two play through, and then you'll start your hole. Well, it's kind of like people who camp out in the left lane on the highway. Some people don't know the rules and don't play by them. And so sometimes you'll have this really slow foursome ahead of you, and it's really just fucking with your rhythm. It's screwing up your game, the whole deal. And, you know, you'd like them to just do the right thing. And when they don't do the right thing, and you've decided to make golf cheaper, then perhaps you'll get some more impatient people than professionals out there.
And the bass is too loud. And the fucking hydraulics on their carts is stupid.
Their carts have spinners on them. It's terrible. Well, actually, you're going to find out that this was a bunch of whiteys just when they start fighting.
Well, yeah, you said golf.
This is the fight that happened on a Lakeland, Florida golf course over slow play. Now, I see 6 people here. Mm-hmm. So I'm guessing we had a group of 2. They came up against a slow foursome, and the foursome wouldn't get out of the fucking way.
Why? You guys are going to fucking talk anyway. Just let them play through.
Right. So here we go. This is what happened.
I didn't drive it! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Dude, we can go viral. No.
Okay, first of all, I hate these guys. I want them banned from the golf course.
Yeah. Dude, we can go viral.
Dude, we could go viral. Shut your fucking mouth.
You are your
not,
girlfriend said.
Yeah, you are not. You are not the star of this video. Shut your mouth.
Oh my God! Oh shit! Oh shit! Dude, we can go viral. No. Bring it, bitch!
Bring it, bitch! That is not something you're supposed to hear uttered on a golf course.
All right, so now you wanna keep your shoulders square with your hips. Now bring it, bitch!
Bring it, bitch! Is he gonna smash this guy's head against the tree? bouncing. This fat fuck in the golf clothes is bouncing like he's ready for a fight. By the way, anytime you see someone like ready to fight and they're hopping up and down like that, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're doing a Muhammad Ali impersonation. People think that, oh man, the guy's bouncing up and down. He really knows how to fight. He doesn't know shit.
I watch a lot of Bruce Lee movies, and he does this thing where he hops back and forth.
If you see a guy hopping back and forth, don't be intimidated. Punch that fucking guy right in the face. He has no idea what the hell he's doing.
No, we're not. Keep moving in front of us.
They had to stop throwing punches at each other because they're 55 and winded already.
I love the part that the worst thing is when he connected, he's like, oh, God, I put way too much into this, and now I have to stop.
Now he's going to be like slicing everything off to the left because he's going to be turning too hard because he's been throwing too many punches. This is a good argument against making golf cheaper and more accessible for more people.
And plus, why are you bouncing up and down, homie? You got a huge spare tire in the front there. That weight is not...
It's throwing off the direction of your right hand because the stomach's hitting it, right? Pushing it off to the side.
That fat's just holding all that momentum.
Yeah. Oh, leg kick. Oh, there's nothing worse than going for a kick and then ending up on your ass. That's humiliating.
You hit him square behind the leg, and it didn't even crumple him. You fell down.
Yeah.
We can't help it. I'm happy. If you guys been hitting this was all goddamn day long. Where the fuck you been, Ranger? He said, where the fuck you been, Ranger? That's actually...
You guys have been hitting fucking golf balls into us all day long. Ugh. I mean, that's sad because that's just a bunch of fat old men fighting each other on a golf course. Guys.
You got some real balls. Titulus from the looks of it.
SC Motorsports says, Bouncing Tiger is ready to fight. Yeah. Yosemite Sambo says, this actually used to be part of the game of golf. Scots can't invent anything without some violence in it. Those ain't real dudes says, this is summer hockey, not golf. Bob's backhoe operator says this douche needs to get his cart on the path. Yeah, come on. A little bit of consideration for the course. Fuck. I mean, the whole idea of the old school, like golf people, like people who just, want to have a good day out on the links. They really like the idea that it's expensive to go golfing.
Well, it keeps all of the riffraff away.
Right, and they like to use the word riffraff. That's important. But yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, if you make it more expensive, you're probably going to get less fist fights on the course. If you go to most, like, old school people who have been golfing their whole life and you tell them, hey, I would go golfing more, but man, golfing is really expensive. They go, yeah, good. We don't want you on the course.
That's why I love frisbee golf. There's just it doesn't cost any money. You got to have your own shit. And I have never had an issue where it's like, hey man, can you guys let us play through? Because usually if there's a group of 4 people, they're gonna let the group of 2 play through while they pass a bowl around. So it's like, all right, so we're gonna handle us. You guys handle you. By the time they're ready to get back onto it, you didn't even let them play through. Those guys are 3 holes further down.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what it's supposed to be in golf too. In golf,
y'all stop and smoke a bowl. There you go. I'm going to start. Next time you guys go, bring me with. I'll bring the weed.
In golf, it's supposed to be, hey, these 2 are playing a lot faster than us. Why don't we sit back? We'll bullshit. These guys can tee off. It's that easy. Instead, we start throwing punches on the fucking golf
How about
course.
you guys all take turns washing your balls while those 2 move?
I don't blame you. You're a trimp. 2:05 away from today's goal. Let's see who wants to kick it off on Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo. Nothing there. Super chats, memberships. Let's get it under 2:05. We started today at 260. So let's knock her under 200 by the end of this hour. I think we can do it. Let's keep ourselves on a good path to knock this thing out today. Again, we thank you for your support. We do appreciate it. And by the way, when the coffee sales start, when we start selling that coffee, all of that is going towards goal. It's going to help. That's going to help knock it down. So thank you guys very much for your contributions. But let's keep that going and let's knock it out. Well, somebody decided there is one man's opinion that we've all kind of been waiting for on this Steven Crowder thing, and we finally got it over the weekend. Would anybody in the chat like to guess whose opinion we were waiting for on the Steven Crowder stuff?
Steven's gay lover.
Close. Would anybody like to guess who's ranting and raving we would love to hear regarding the Steven Crowder situation? Optic Nerve says Cumia. No. That's not. There you go, Bob. Owen Benjamin. Full disclosure.
Mm-hmm.
Owen Benjamin, to me, is one of the most entertaining people out there. Whether I'm agreeing with him, whether I'm disagreeing with him, whatever.
Okay.
Owen Benjamin is the very definition of a guy who says exactly what he's thinking, does not give a shit what the consequences are. Like, Owen Benjamin is kind of your free speech litmus test. If you're someone who goes, I am for free speech, I will play you 5 minutes of Owen Benjamin, and then I'll say to you, should that be allowed on every major platform? And if your answer is yes, I'll go, congratulations, you're pro-free speech. Because I know in that 5 minutes, he said 5 things you like, 5 things you hate, and something that you fucking detest and don't think human beings should be allowed to say. But yet you're saying he should have the right to say it. Beautiful, wonderful. Owen Benjamin is this country's free speech litmus test.
He just looks like a homeless person.
He lives on a farm. He's allowed to look like a homeless person. But he decided to have thoughts on Crowder. Now, if you don't know the backstory, Owen Benjamin worked for Steven Crowder.
Oh, did he?
Writing sketches.
And as we all know, everyone who's worked for Steven Crowder, nothing but nice things to say about him as a boss.
He has accused Crowder multiple times of being a homosexual.
Well, fucking get in line. That's all of us.
He has had nothing but negative things to say about Steven, the way Steven treats people. So you name it, Owen Benjamin has said it about Steven Crowder.
So I'm sure he won't take a victory lap right now.
This is going to be pretty interesting. I may have to fast forward a little bit because he also wants to talk about some farm shit in this video. But we want to get the best of Owen Benjamin.
Quick thoughts about what's going on with the Crowder thing and then also all the science stuff. I learned a long time ago that people don't change their nature and they almost never change their mind. So when I'm
Change my mind.
talking about the shape of the earth stuff or any of the science stuff, it's not because I'm trying to troll or change anyone's mind. It's that I'm showing that people that think it aren't alone. Because
by the way, Owen's into flat earth.
Yeah, I kind of
forgot
guessed
to-
that with the
yeah.
shape of the earth thing. Here's again, you're allowed to believe in flat earth, but all right, you're allowed.
Okay,
You're
may I say this? He's very charming when he does it.
Well,
It's always very funny, his belief in flat earth.
Look, I'd be more than willing to hear him out. The only problem I have is most people that I hear talk about flat are those people that start getting more wound up while they explain their point. So I start taking you less seriously. Well, but you understand, because the whole thing's a conspiracy. I'm like, all right, as you get more worked up, I'm like, no, but we're living on a ball.
Yeah, I don't mind the flat earth people, and the reason is this. Their position is so silly that I can enjoy it. So, like, I know the earth is round. So them saying it's flat doesn't make it flat.
Right.
So I can kind of enjoy.
But they put this kind of like impossible argument of like, no, I can explain it all away. And like, it always devolves down to, whoa, prove me wrong. Like the only way I can prove you wrong is to launch you in a fucking space shuttle and go, look, it's a ball, dumbass.
And that's expensive.
Yeah.
Do you know how you win that argument?
You just don't have it.
Right.
You just
Sometimes the way to win is to not play the game.
The way to win is like, we live on a flat disc. Like, right. And I'm going to continue shopping. See you later.
during COVID, I watched as there was no layer of depravity that a certain type of person wouldn't descend to. And then once the spell broke, once they stopped propagandizing it, once the emergency order was over and it wasn't funded, people go, they're like, oh, yeah.
Nice timing, Rooster.
By the way, that rooster knows who its owner is. That is a brilliant rooster.
Stupid now. It's the same thing with the Crowder thing. Like, I've been telling people for years exactly the type of guy he is. And it's really obvious when you look at him. Like, you don't need to see hidden recordings or anything like that.
Right.
It's just pretty obvious once you really are honest with yourself about what kind of a guy he is. But as soon as all the talking heads agree, you know, you got like Candace Owens and all these guys are all reporting on it, all the big conservatives, then everyone was like, wow, you were right. And it wasn't because they came to the conclusion themselves. it was because they're like in a swarm. You know, it's like
right. We've always said like something's fucked up with Crowder. Like this is a weird dude. There's something wrong with this guy. And a lot of other shows did too, but that we were all in the minority and it was like, oh, you're a hater, or oh, you're this or you're that. Like what Owen Benjamin's trying to say here is that a lot of these people are now saying Crowder's this, Crowder's that, because they got fucking permission from the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
They got permission from Candace Owens. They got like all these people on the internet who are going, oh, man, Crowder's crazy. Crowder's a psycho. You're only saying that because all of the people you like are saying that now.
Right. You were going to get something out. It was either going to be a shield or a knife based on what your boss wanted. And we're not defending Crowder, so get the knives out.
Not even your boss. Like the talking head you like said it. So now you can believe it.
Well, that's, yeah.
Versus the rest of us who believed it, got shit on for it. And we go, I don't care if you shit on me for this. I don't care if you don't give me permission to say this. I'm looking at the guy, and it's clearly visible.
Yes, he's gay.
Well, and Owen said that too. And, Owen has been saying this stuff about Crowder, and I'm sure he's a little pissed off that people are coming around now because he's like, the only reason you didn't believe me before is because I said it. Not because it wasn't true, not because you didn't believe it deep down. You were waiting for the right person to give you permission to feel that way. And that's really gross. And that's a big problem these conservatives have. They all think they're saving the world. They all think they're saving society. Well, you can't be a conservative or a liberal and save society. You guys are the ones who put it here. So the whole idea that you feel you need permission from another human being to feel a certain way about someone else tells me that your whole value system is fucked. Because you don't feel that you have the ability or the permission to look at something and make an educated guess. You have to wait until Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens tells you it's okay.
Plus, then it makes all of your outrage a lot more disingenuous if every time you're always going to be upset the minute someone's like, well, we're against this guy. I mean, just as much as we all are kind of like doing a aha, I told you moment with Crowder for a lot of us, all the people that are jumping on to hate him, if this was all a giant like work or setup or whatever, those people would still jump on board to hate him because, like you said, their echo chamber is this guy is bad and this is bad. It's like, so now we hate him.
Remember Candace Owens saying, oh, I knew this about him then, I knew this about him then. So you knew he was a piece of shit for a long time while you and your company told people he was one of the good guys fighting the fight with you. This is why I don't trust Candace Owens or Jeremy Boring or Ben Shapiro at all, is because you guys will sit there and go, oh yeah, all this stuff that you thought about him, yeah, we knew. But we're saying it now because he looks vulnerable.
Again, these
I can't let those guys off the hook either because they're opportunistic pieces of shit too.
That's like, a president being like, I always believe that we should, legalize marijuana and decriminalize it so we're not, persecuting our citizens. Great. Glad you weren't in a position to do anything about that. Great.
Oh, you mean Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and pretty much 75% of the presidents we've ever had?
Yeah.
Who believe that marijuana is totally fine and they actually did it themselves and some coke. Like, if those former presidents were to legalize everything that they've tried and thought wasn't so bad for you, coke would have been legal a long time ago.
Well, and the worst part is, too, now is, like, in the case of Minnesota, the Republicans have held on to the opposite point of that to the point where now we voted in Democratic people just to get one thing.
Yeah. And now we're getting pedophilia isn't so bad legislation.
Hey, but at least we could be high while that gets passed.
The group consensus shifted, so they shifted.
Right.
It's the same with the Earth stuff. Like, there's nothing I can say. Like, I can show you a.
Did he? Wait a minute. Did he just pivot from Crowder's a piece of shit to the Earth is flat? That's why I like this guy. I like Owen for this very reason. I don't have to agree with the things he says. I like that he has the temerity, the balls, the nerve to go, oh, yeah, so Crowder's a piece of shit, and I've been saying that for a long time. It's just like the Earth being flat. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Nice, effortless pivot, bro.
Weather balloon at 160,000 feet. I can interview a sniper. I can show you all kinds of stuff.
When he starts talking about flat Earth, his rooster always starts going, coo, 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 coo.
It's like the rooster's like, don't believe him, he's full of shit.
He R-words me.
I've explained to you the scientific method, that the burden of proof is on that who makes the claim. Obviously, it appears we're...
Oh, so we're not... Okay, so we're not on a round Earth. Or no, if I say we're on a round Earth, I need to prove it. Okay. This works. And moving on.
On a stationary flat plane. So if you say we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, you have to prove it using a scientific experiment, saying, look at the water, look at the moon. What's the moon? The cloud. No, show me an experiment.
No, wait. Before you do, you can't just go, don't go, my moon, or the clouds. All of that shit matters. Like I know you're bouncing. The flat earthers do this thing where they go, well, prove to me your shit, but don't use this proof or that proof. It's like, yeah, but that's my proof. Sorry.
In the 1970s and 60s and 70s, Russia launched, remember Sputnik, the thing that went, people, there's video
Satellite.
footage from back then of people being like, hey, look at that blinking thing moving across the sky.
Yeah.
And coming back across the sky again. It's like it was doing circles around because, it was going over the disc and then under the disc, but what?
That's a long distance to travel rather than just around.
Yeah, why would it? Mm-hmm.
Experiment is, the scientific method is observe, hypothesize, experiment.
Yeah, I don't have a rocket ship, asshole.
Hey, do you want to get a telescope? Because you know what you can watch the moon do? Rotate.
Now, I like Owen Benjamin, but when he gets on the Earth shit, I have to shit on him because he sounds like a retard.
Like, I'm all for free speech, but at the same point, I'm like, you're dumb, shut up.
Okay, then you come up with a theory and you rigorously test it. There is none for the globe or the heliocentric model.
Right.
And
do you know why they haven't tested it extensively? The same reason they don't test gravity extensively by having someone jump up and down. We've got it figured out.
Yeah,
we've got it narrowed down to about what it is.
So we've been sending up people in all the different countries of the world, and it's a giant conspiracy to keep all of us believing that this Earth is round. What is the end goal here?
Right. How do you benefit?
How does the world? Other than the fact that what is the benefit to all of the physics that is publicly known, like all of the knowledge we have? How is the government making my telescope let me watch the moon spin? How does that happen?
Nothing I will say will change anyone's mind unless the consensus shifts. And I don't care if the consensus shifts.
That's not true. Like, you look at this gender stuff, people are digging in their heels pretty hard. Like, the consensus, the culture has told us this is totally normal. This is a thing. And the vast majority of people are like, no. This is fucking nonsense.
I don't care if Steven Crowder's out there right now bleaching his asshole to own the left. He's been doing this shit forever.
He just wanted to bleach his asshole.
It's the same with all this stuff. So just understand that you're never going to change any mind. Someone say, well, Mr. Flat Tard, why don't you send up a weather balloon and show and then you can do that, and they'll go, well, that wasn't filmed by Walt Disney, so it's fake.
I am entertained by Owen.
All right, he is very much the Patrice O'Neill thing where, like, he's making a point, but he's shoving marbles up his ass. So it's like you're taking it. He has a point there. Like,
nobody's mind changes unless the consensus changes. That's true. The Earth is flat. You just shoved marbles up your ass.
And you just got to accept it, or else you're going to become a bitter person. Like, during COVID, I thought,
that's true.
Oh, they're going to put masks on kids, so people will wake up. Oh, they're giving away.
Remember that? Remember when we all went, oh, people are going to fight back. Remember when people were telling me during the show, they were like, Aaron, the cops will stand up against this. I'm like, guys, the cops are going to be enforcing the shit out of this. It's a paycheck. It's their life. They're not going to stand up for you. They're going to stand up for the orders. And guess what they did? To a man, they stood up for the orders.
These laws are bullshit. Walls and his attorney are fucked up. And in Minnesota, the cops won't stand. No, they shut down Shady's and everyone else just away.
They put people out of business.
Free donuts and lap dances for a vaccine. People will know that this isn't healthy.
Where was that one?
They never do. You know, you have goats. You have a herd animal.
Hold on.
And then you have the shepherds. And that's it. And the goats, the herd animals, will not think for themselves. They only do what the herd does. And when you accept that, it's a much happier life. Like, if you look at my comments, people are going nuts. They're like, yes, sir. Because they're like a swarm. They're like a herd protecting the herd. I can show them any evidence. Like, I can break apart every single thing that they...
I don't know why, and I don't know how the audience feels. I'm always captivated by Owen Benjamin.
I'm watching him, and I'm thinking... this seems like a weird mix of, like, weirdly, like, conspiracy theorists that I see all the time, and also the same time potheads that I've interacted with all the time. At the same, like, is he high?
I think we need to give Owen Benjamin more credit and more respect because This is the kind of guy who, if he had knuckled down, bailed on the flat earth shit, kept himself up and whatever, he probably could have formed a cult and hurt a lot of people. Like, he probably could have led to the damage and destruction of a lot of lives. But instead, he decided to take the power that he has and go, guys, satellites are bullshit. Crowder's a homosexual and the earth is flat.
Look at my goats.
Look at my goats. Like, I appreciate that. I respect that. Owen Benjamin didn't take the things he has and go, I'm going to shove this down everybody's throat until they're dead. He went, no, I'm going to purposely say crazy shit so that some people leave me the fuck alone.
Well,
like flat earth.
My theory would be on this, and I know it's not normal for the circles he comes from. He might be just talking about the shit he believes in. I mean, I know that's
true
weird.
too, yeah.
He might just be saying stuff
right.
he believes.
You're right. I'm sitting here going, wow, Owen really protects people from his bullshit. And Johnny's like, no, he could just be full of shit and just easy to not follow. Oh, well, I guess that's understandable too.
Think make Steven Crowder a heterosexual Christian conservative, or that they're on a spinning ball and they won't see it until
I love how he puts the two of them together.
He just put Steven Crowder likes pussy as the same level of ridiculousness as the earth is round.
And the problem I have with this is, one, I love how beautifully he put the two together.
Yeah.
But I also hate it because it's like, I completely believe that one is true and the other one is just like, no,
Right.
come on.
I don't believe I'm ridiculous for thinking the earth is round. And I don't believe I'm ridiculous for thinking Steven Crowder's a homosexual.
The earth is as round as Steven is straight. Fuck. Put me in one.
the group sees it, and then it's as if it never happened. And they will literally say, oh, science proved it. I'm like, you just were telling me about how bullshit the COVID thing was. Do you not see that it's the same thing? And they're like, you, I was with you, you piece of shit. Guys, the earth is not, it's not a spinning ball, okay?
Because it's not round right here.
I love how he's like, why don't you guys do scientific tests and prove it? And then he goes, look, guys, the earth isn't round. Shot of his farm, back to him.
See, there's a hill over there. There's a hill over there. A dip in the middle. It doesn't look really fucking round to me.
He holds everybody else to this burden of proof for the earth is round, and then his burden of proof that the earth is flat is, meh, meh. See?
Not. And if you're going to make a claim that it is, you have to prove that with a scientific experiment.
All right.
Or you're not doing science, you're doing science fiction.
All right.
It's weird.
Show me the underside of the earth.
He just showed you that it's flat, though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you're the one making the claim we're living on a flat thing. I want to see the underside. I'm a curious person. Show me the underside.
Would a crazy person let their hair do that?
Yes.
Wishing, hoping, and fantasy. Okay? And you can call me all the names in the world, guys.
Okay.
I'm around herd animals all the time.
Goat fucker.
That's all they do. They just ram each other with their heads. They eat, they shit.
And they
boost
insist
up,
the world is flat.
And they go to the moon. Okay? And I love these animals. I'm not against herd animals. I'm not against the sheep. But I'm a shepherd, and if anybody else feels the way I do, just know you're not alone. And, don't get bitter about it. There's nothing you can say to change their mind.
He's like, what's amazing is that like every setup Owen has, I agree with. Like he sets it up. He goes, guys, people are a bunch of pack animals who aren't going to believe anything until you give them permission. I'm like, fuck yeah. And that's why the earth is flat. And you're like, whoa.
God damn it.
Owen, look, guys, people are pack animals, and here's the problem. All of us are waiting. We will all wait until we're given permission to believe something, and then it's always too late, and then they use that power to manipulate us. Yeah, fucking right, Owen. And that's why anyone who believes the earth is round is gay. It's like, all of your setups, I'm in, buddy. I'm in.
We were all standing there. We all saw it. We all thought something was up, but only a few of us would call it out. And now that everyone else is calling out, the wagons are circling. We're like, I said he was fucked up from the beginning, and that's bullshit. Damn right, man. And if you look over here, that's a hill, and that's a valley. That ain't round. No. Hold on.
Go back to the other shit. KF with $5 says, Owen's best bits: drinking turpentine, Einstein was retarded, science is gay, and the moon landing never happened. Oh yeah, he doesn't think we landed on the moon.
Well, then he doesn't want to know about how Japan lost their rover when it went behind the dark side of the moon, because the moon is flat, so of course they
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
Curly Adam with $5 says this is why people shouldn't worship these political mouthpieces. Right. Worship Owen Benjamin.
And that's what Owen was saying. People shouldn't worship these mouthpieces because then they do what they worship says. And the earth is flat.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in and then I'm out.
Well, I think what Owen's trying to teach us is that nobody is ever as, nobody's ever 100% right on something. And he's using that for himself as well. He's holding himself to that same standard. Or here's the other part. He could be insane. One of the two.
We don't know what he does with those goats when the cameras
We're
are off.
going to figure it out. Thank you very much. You heard him, everyone. These donations are going towards April and his golfing fund for this weekend. Have fun out there, you two. No, the money that this show makes goes to the corporation, not into our pocket. How dare you, sir? But thank you very much. We appreciate that. 190 away from today's goal. So you guys made it under 200 by 8 o'clock. Let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock, and let's call this a successful start to the week and knock out that goal and do a half hour of overtime. Today's overtime, that MLC universe is completely falling the fuck apart.
So the stuff from yesterday? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And to quote Ricky from Trailer Park Boys, I hate to say I told her so, but I told her so. I told her so. Remembering how I was treated by these absolute retards for saying, look, guys, I know you think it's all funny and hilarious that he's talking about my children and other people who aren't famous. You guys think it's great. You guys think it's awesome. But I bet you when it happens to you, you're going to come out and block him and say that it's not okay and this is way too far and everything else. Oh, that steel toe guy, he's full of shit. He talks like a politician. Well, guess what, motherfucker? I was right. You were wrong. I win. You lose, fuckface. And I'm going to really enjoy this. Now, April hates this stuff, so
Right.
I'm glad you're here today.
Oh, that's why I made sure to come in. I was like, I'm not missing today.
I am going to fucking gloat so hard during overtime today because I said it. I called it exactly how it's happening, and it's perfect. Me and Gino both called this. Gino went on Chad's stream yesterday and completely knocked sense into him.
Yeah.
I mean, is it going to last? Is it going to take? No, it's not. But, oh my God, this is going to be my longest and biggest victory lap I've ever taken because I told all these senior citizens who thought that I was crazy or that I was, hey, why are you getting out of this? It's just getting fun. It's like, because when it's your family, it's not fun anymore, and I'm going to go do my show. And then they went, oh, come on. Now it's happening to them, and they're blocking, they're running away, they're not oh, wow. All the things that are happening to you are the shit I told you was going to happen to you. I said, guys, your pit bull's going to bite you. Shuli, Bob, Kevin, all of you. He's going to fuck up your shit. And guess what he did? He fucked up their shit. In a weird way, I am not anti-Chad in this situation.
Because he's just being Chad.
He's doing what I told you that he would do.
I'm not hating the mud shark for being a mud shark.
This is all your fault. All of your guys' fault for allowing it, for thinking it was funny. It was great, right? It's awesome. You guys put a scorpion on your back and then got mad that he stung you. I can't get mad at the scorpion. I told you he was going to sting you. Well, don't yell at us. Don't laugh at us. Yell at Chad. Why? It's never going to help. That's what he does. That's his thing. That's why I don't associate with the stupid fuck. And that's why Gino smacked sense into him yesterday. He knows it's not going to help or it's not going to work, but at least he got it out there. And now he can let this guy operate how he operates. You guys thought it was great fun. You guys thought it was awesome. All of you guys thought it couldn't possibly happen to you. Oh, I am enjoying it. And in overtime today, I am going to really, really enjoy this. Yeah, I'm telling you.
It was I had a little rant on it on Sunday because it's just all the shit that he's called out people for, he's either doing or the shit people have called him out for doing, where he's like either said, I don't do that, or has excused it one way or another. Now he's done it to other people. Now all those other people, this isn't cool. Like, yeah, rewind a few months ago. Have that same opinion.
Hey, retard. You guys let him off the leash. They're all Eric Roberts in The Dark Knight now. They're all Maroney. You're like, he goes, yeah, we let him off the leash. We fucked up. I don't know what to do now. Good. Because it ain't falling on my head. Let's see. Gino not on that show. Their enemy. No, Gino and I called all this shit. All of us called.
And Gino went on Chad's show yesterday.
Yeah. Chad is not a scorpion, more of a slug. He leaves behind a sticky, stinky film. You know what? Luck of the Bind is right.
Snail trail.
I mean the scorpion in the sense that he stung them. You know, the old fable.
The parable.
The parable of the frog and the scorpion. Dobel McPoyo says, I hope to God Chad is referred to as Florida Man just once. Well, here, Florida Man. How's that?
I will say this. The frog and the scorpion is my favorite level of Mortal Kombat.
Oh, yeah, and now he's calling out Mersh. Yeah, good luck with that one.
Who's calling out Mersh?
Chad. Ah! See, this is why I don't get mad at him. Like, you'll find out. Here's the thing with Chad. There's a story arc to Chad all the time. It's fuck around, think you're winning, and find out. Like, that's the cycle. And then he picks a new guy every time. He's the guy who played Stuart, Michael McDonald in Mad TV.
Okay.
The guy who picked all the fights. Like, you looking at my woman, and then he'd end up at their feet like, oh, man, you got me. That's Chad every time. Pick your fight, think you're doing great, look like an asshole, go find somebody else. That's the whole rhythm. KF says, I can't believe the pit bull ate my baby. Basically, MLC and company. Yeah. Yeah, April and I disagree with this, and she's saying on the chat, like, I hate this stuff. I like to remind you that I will entertain anything until they personally put me through. I get that. That's why I don't do this stuff with you. I understand that. I like being right. I like calling this stuff and being right. I love it. It's fucking great.
And I was watching all this too, and I'm kind of jumping at it the same way, so I'm just glad to be here.
I like looking at these people who talk to me on the phone, who would write me messages, who would be like, yeah, this is fucked up. It's not okay. And I'm like, you want to say that publicly? Oh, no, well, it'll blow over. It's just all for radio. It's all for radio. Now, when it happens to you, if you think it's all for radio and it's all in fun, then that's okay.
Then let it blow over.
But you guys are now blocking and saying, I can't work with Chad anymore. And
canceling
I can't
him from stuff. Like,
getting rid of him off of stuff, not letting him use your producers. But come on, guys. I thought it was all for fun. That's what you told me. It's all for fun. It's all for radio. Come on, you fucking pussies. Christopher Schweiger becoming a steel toe bro. Thank you, buddy. 170 away from today. You guys wanted to use him as a whack packer. He said, I don't want to be a whack packer. And he held you over and butt fucked you now. And now you guys are going, well, why is he butt fucking me? All right, we got to get to the last little Crowder thing.
And we got to get that overtime so we can finish this shit.
Oh, don't worry. We're only 170 away.
Oh, we are, but I'm just saying, let's make sure to make it happen.
So Crowder responded to the fight, the video that came out of he and his wife fighting.
Did not look good. By the way, last night you guys were talking about it. I watched it for a little bit. Yeah, it does look like he got like fucking riptid surgery.
Yeah, he got chest surgery. He made a thing where he went, he goes, oh yeah, my chest was caving in and putting pressure on my, my heart valves and shit like that. Total lie.
Yeah.
He didn't feel good about the way his chest looked. And like a girl, he had a chest enlargement surgery. As his wife called it, a completely voluntary cosmetic operation that, by the way, he missed the birth of his children for, if we're to believe her. So Crowder made a statement. Now, Crowder making a statement, it was what started this whole problem in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Crowder, there you go with your black woman co-host again.
Mm-hmm.
So Crowder, to get the heat off of the Dave Landau thing, decided that he would address his messy 2-year divorce, which is always a better thing to bring up than a guy who used to work for you thinking you're an asshole.
Oh, you know it, baby. I'm sorry.
Everybody who used to work for somebody thinks somebody's an asshole. That will blow over. This shit, now you've opened Pandora's box. So they had agreed not to talk about it publicly.
Right.
Crowder done went and talked about it publicly.
Mm-hmm. Now it's wearing off on you.
So now the wife and her family said, well, we've got a bunch of video of Stephen being very verbally abusive and controlling. We're going to put that out there. So Steven Crowder decided, well, I can go one of two ways here. All's fair in love and war, and, she got her punch in, I got mine. Oh, well, that's how she goes. Or he could go, oh, you want to go to war, bitch? Let's fucking go to war. And he could totally go insane. I'm going to play for you guys, uninterrupted, this 1 minute response from Crowder. You tell me which path he's decided to go down.
I commented on my ongoing divorce on Tuesday, requesting privacy in the best interest of the family, but also by court order agreed upon by all parties. Look, broken marriages are ugly, and in them people do ugly things. Myself, of course included, I would never claim otherwise. However, due to recent misleadingly edited leaks to the tabloid press without context and not subject to consequences of the court, well, if not privacy, the next best option is truth. So today, I have filed a motion to officially unseal all files as they relate to the matter of legal record. Finances, relevant medical records, including mental health history or evaluations, depositions, and any motions or sanctions from the courts of Texas. I will not be leaking private marital information to the press, but if the privacy agreements are not respected by all parties, I will address all that is a matter of irrefutable legal record in full context next week.
So he's deciding to go with the fight like hell angle.
Does he forget the part where you started this?
That is my favorite part of that video where he goes, and if the privacy agreement will not be respected, it's like, motherfucker, you broke the privacy agreement.
It was you're like I threw the first punch. How dare this motherfucker defend himself? And if they want a battle, I'll give them a battle. Like, no, they didn't want a battle. You came in and punched them in the face.
You came in because your ex-employee was shitting on you, and you had the great idea of, I know, I'll shit on my ex-wife. And now you brought that smoke down on yourself. And then she responded, and now you're saying, I can't believe she wouldn't respect my privacy. But that kind of jives with what we saw in the video. He's the victim.
Yeah.
He's the victim. In all of these situations, the common denominator is Steven Crowder, forever a victim. So I don't, Hobo Chili Recipe writes, watch it, fucking watch it. The Crowder quote. Zen Rhino says, is she still using that half-Asian lawyer, or did that guy cut him loose? Crowder hired a divorce lawyer before she filed for divorce.
Yeah, Crowder actually, I thought Crowder's the one who filed for divorce, too.
No, Crowder kind of lied to his audience or misled his audience.
Oh, wow.
When he said she filed for divorce. She filed for divorce after he wasn't there for the birth of her kids, or their kids, bought his own home,
cut her out of the finances, and hired a divorce attorney. Only after all of that did she file for divorce. That's called reading the room.
Yeah. So as far as Crowder goes, so now apparently this week, he says he's going to set the whole thing straight. He's got a motion filed to release all these records, which he's assuming that when he files this motion, it's just going to be accepted.
Mm-hmm.
And that, the court's going to say, oh, yeah, sure, mental health records, all of that shit. Yeah, sure, go ahead and talk about it. He's filing the motion with the stated goal of talking about it in public to millions of people.
Yeah. You're taking a private citizen and you pretty much want to flame them publicly, and you're asking for the court to give you permission to talk about their personal life.
We're talking about mental health records, which I don't know if you can just throw people's mental health records around.
By the way, you do realize that's a double-edged sword. That means they can put out anything they want to about all of your stuff.
Yeah.
Which means we can hear about that surgery that people keep saying was entirely elective that you say was necessary.
Yeah, William Ramsey says he can't release his wife's medical records. That's what kind of got me in that statement where he's like,
HIPAA is a thing.
All relevant medical and mental health records will be released. It's like, fuckface, no, they're not. Not unless she agrees to it. And not only that, this is clearly a man spiraling. This is a man clearly grasping at straws to try and get back control of the messaging here. And it's because he opened his big, fat fucking mouth in the first place.
This is a dude who stepped on shit and he keeps wiping his shoe off on his carpet. He's like, why does my living room smell like shit?
I mean, the fact that he is now going, I'm going to release her medical records and I'm going to release her mental health records, also he can get the stink of that video off of him. that he's like, I'm going to try and dig into her most personal private records and release those just so I can show them publicly with the stated goal of releasing them on his show so that he doesn't look as shitty
as he does right now.
So basically, you're going to take the ugliest parts of divorce and you're going to play it out publicly for millions of people. Why? Because Dave Landau said you were a shitty boss. Wow. Trust this guy's judgment.
Oh, and by the way, it doesn't look weird at all that the video you released a couple weeks ago, you're like, by the way, last 2 years, been going through a really rough divorce. Not for any abuse or infidelity on either side. And then we see that video, and I'm like, and I'm going to pull out all the medical records. Yeah, that doesn't sound like abuse at all, homie.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I will put this bitch in her fucking place for responding.
Fucking watch it.
For responding to the thing that I did. You started it, motherfucker. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, hi, I'm new here. A little about me. I'm light homosexual and an alcoholic army veteran. Please accept me. Yeah, you'll fit right in.
That's a Steven Crowder sock account.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You'll be fine here. 165 away from knocking it out, guys. Thank you for the PayPal, the Streamlabs, and the Venmo and all that shit. We appreciate it. So, Crowder, I know he's, like, putting this out there as though, like, it's just a thing that's going to happen. It's fait accompli. I don't know if a judge is going to release those records.
And I don't know if he realized this, but so far in this exchange, every punch he's thrown has made him look worse. At this point, I'd be like, regardless of what you think, regardless of what the world thinks, stop helping.
Nobody's going to watch that video that she released and then see something that Crowder releases and goes, oh, Crowder's a better guy. You know, they might think, oh, wow, well, he was married to a psycho. Like, she was maybe crazy, too, if there's other things that come out. But this is not going to end up with them going, oh, yeah, you know, Crowder's not as psychotic and shitty as I thought he was. Like, his reputation is already damaged. So all he's trying to do
is bring her to his level.
Bring her down. He's being a real mud shark.
The worst part about all this is, to put it in a different context, with the whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing. No one thought Johnny Depp was a completely innocent victim.
Right.
But they did think he was a victim. And that's the way they're going to kind of look at it with her from what I've gathered thus far with this. No matter what he does, unless you are a hardcore Crowder simp, you are going to look at him and you're going to go, oh, he might not be, or she might not be innocent in all of this,
right,
but she was the victim. And Crowder was very much he's the one taking the dump in the bed.
Right, because everyone who tried to defend, what's her name? Amber Heard. They would go, oh, well, he wasn't very good either. We're like, no. The argument isn't he's good and she's bad. The argument is they're both fucked, but she's way worse, and she actually did damaging things to this guy and cost him money.
She's the guilty party. Out of the two of them, he's the victim, she's the other one. But in this case, it'll be the other way around. And like I said, even if she looks bad, she's still going to be the victim who looks bad.
She's going to look better than him. William Ramsey says the judge definitely won't release any record for the reason of talking about them on his live stream. How many times a day do you think Crowder's lawyer calls him and goes, I know you're thinking about it, fucking don't. Or he calls him after his show and he goes, what's your goddamn problem, you stupid Canadian shithead? I'm trying to help you here. You don't go on and say that we're filing a motion to grab all of her private records so we can shit on her on the internet.
Look, man, all I'm saying is I saw you talk. I saw your stream recently, and I just want to say, I'm sorry, the light came on.
It's the lawyer don't talk light. NF Caps says Crowder didn't bring it up first. He didn't start it. I was hearing about it for 2 days before he addressed it all. I spent too much time on YouTube. People on Twitter were showing the public record, the file of the divorce. You can let that shit go. You don't have to bring that up on your show. You can just let that live in Twitter land. It's not real life. You would have been fine. You decided to address it, which made her address it, and now you're going to address her addressing you addressing it. This is going to get retarded real quick.
And your convenient timing of wait till Dave Landau starts going out, not even shitting on me, just going out and going, hey, I signed on, really wasn't what I signed on for, kind of a bill of goods. The guy's a little bit of a control freak and an egotist, and I moved out. And it's just like, oh, I'm going to deflect on this because my wife's a cunt.
Cerberus with $20 says, playing devil's advocate for a sec, Maybe he wants to unseal the documentation on medical records to try to prove his surgery was needed, but he could just do that himself, so this thing is just stupid. Yeah, I mean, if you're that vain that you're going to file a motion to unseal everybody's records to prove that you didn't get pec implants, you're kind of a douche. William says he was able to ignore Landau, so it can be done. Right. He's capable of ignoring something. Fat Samurai says Crowder doing the Picard facepalm plant. You know. Harry balls on you, nails it. He goes, if anyone knows retarded, it's Aaron. Right. So you can trust me on this one. Matt Field says it is already retarded. Well, that's true. That's pretty accurate. Thank you, Cerberus. That puts us just 150 away from a great start to the week and knocking out our first goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, the whole deal. Let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock. You got plenty of time there. Also, everybody hit the like button. Everybody subscribe to the channel. Everybody hit share. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's get those likes to 300 by the end of the show. Luck of the Bind says a loudmouth got him money and fame. The same mouth is now eating away at his nut. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Now, there is one thing I want to wrap this on. Everybody's like, this is the end of Steven Crowder. He's destroyed. He's over. He'll be fine. He'll have less fans. He'll have less money. He'll have less, whatever you want to call it. But there's enough diehards and enough people who actually believe that he's fighting this great left-right societal struggle that'll stick with him, buy the mugs, and he'll be able to keep the thing going and be a multimillionaire.
Believe whatever his reasoning is, and they're just, again, like Owen Benjamin said, they're not going to shift on you.
Right. Let's check out Steven Crowder's social blade. People have been telling me he's been bleeding subscribers pretty bad.
Ooh.
Let's take a look here.
A dip.
He's 40,000 though.
Yeah, I mean he's not barely going to notice, but
yeah, in the last 30 days he's lost 30,000 subs, which is actually up 100% from the previous 30 days. So
yeah, but he took all that time off, so now
that's true.
He's got himself set up that way.
He's still got 5.9 million subscribers.
Oh no, he's done, guys. He's not going to be able. How can you make that ship float on that?
And he's got 20.75 million views in the last 30 days. So he's the 715th biggest channel on YouTube. I mean, that's pretty goddamn good. So, he's going to stick around. He'll still be fine. But
he's the one that's right in front of me.
Yeah.
If I get rid of Crowder, it's nothing but up.
Yeah, fucking Crowder goes, people will see what a genius I am. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, I can't wait for the Tummy Sticks adult content video of Crowder and our favorite runaway slaves, the Hodge twins. Oof. I think I'm going to like Hobo Chili Recipe. That's for sure. Thank you, bud. Appreciate that. 145 away. Hey, you want to watch something stupid and retarded? Oh,
absolutely.
Here's a really dumb, retarded thing. So we didn't get into the whole Bud Light boycott bullshit because Bud Light was shitty beer to begin with. So if you were boycotting it, that means you were drinking it. And also, a shitty beer company made a shitty marketing decision and put a shitty person on their shitty beer. I'm all fine with let's make fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's point out what a fucking lunatic this person is and how they're probably a CIA psyop. But like, it's when you get into like, hey, Aaron, you want to do a thing where you crush a bunch of Bud Light cans? It's like, no, I still enjoy my wife's vagina. I don't need a man's asshole.
I got things to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to go gay just to, own the libs. So I found a Dusty on You channel on YouTube, and he made a short about regular beer drinkers versus Bud Light drinkers.
Johnny. I bet this is going to be intelligent.
Oh, this guy is fucking good. Let's go to his channel quick, and we'll do his...
sweet Jesus.
Let's do his Bud Light versus regular beer drinkers. Now, this short has 1 million views. So, you know what Owen Benjamin said about the goats?
Yeah?
Yeah, the goats. 1 million views of this short. By far, like normally, Dusty Lee, his shorts do between 1,000 and 75,000 views.
So this one must be a real winner.
So this one must be fucking awesome, right? Here we go. Dusty Lee, regular beer drinkers versus Bud Light drinkers.
Wait a minute!
Go, 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 go.
See, and then there's Bud Light drinkers.
Get it because he's pouring. Okay, so you're dumb.
See, that's so regular beer drinkers are retarded.
Right.
Okay, let me see if I can figure this out.
Go, go, go.
And Bud Light drinkers like to just fill their pants with Bud Light. Oh, I get it. The hose is up his butthole because he's gay.
Oh.
I don't know what has me feeling worse about this. The fact that someone thought it was funny and made it, or the fact that 1 million people agree.
Did 1 million people agree it was funny, or did 1 million people watch it? There's a difference.
I don't know what the like to dislike ratio is on this because YouTube doesn't show it anymore. But I want them to bring it back for 24 hours just for this video.
I just want them to bring it back in general. I'll take the hit. I'm sure I got way more dislikes than likes. My show sucks. Fuck it.
This is the thing that stops me from ever picking a side on anything, is because I just observe the people on those sides, and I go, I don't ever want somebody to confuse me with Bud Light butt chug guy.
I am not a fan of the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing, but that entire video I was like, and I'm not on the side of beer drinkers at all now. It doesn't matter what the brand is. Fuck that.
Stevie Lou says, what feels better, some Bud Light or your buddy in your ass? Right, because it's both gay. Am I right? You put Bud Light in your asshole or your buddy in your asshole, you're a homosexual. I don't give a shit enough about Bud Light to do anything to Bud Light. Because in order to shoot the Bud Light, or in order to smash the Bud Light, or in order to do my funny, wacky video where I shove a
hose up
my ass and pour Bud Light in it, you know what I have to do?
Put a hose up my ass.
Well, I mean, that's that part, pittance.
I mean, don't bend me over for that one.
I have to buy Bud Light.
Well, you got it in the fridge, though, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
It's already on hand.
April, could you please, if you're still there, April, could you bring me a big wave? By chance.
A Bud Light?
Yeah. No, a big wave. To prove that I don't drink Bud Light. I'm going to drink early
That's
in
not
the morning.
proof. You know, as our good friend Owen Benjamin said, the person who makes the claim, the burden of proof is on you. That doesn't prove that there isn't Bud Light in your fridge. That just proves that Big Wave is also in your fridge with the Bud Light.
Oh, Stevie Lou pointing out that there's a fake Stevie Lou in the chat. This is going to make Wednesday's episode really fun because for some reason, Stevie Lou garners this like gallery of hate that follows him for no reason. I know that people were mad that the MLC people, it drove them insane that he was a mod on Steel Toe. Thank you, April. And they now apparently have bigger fish to fry.
Mm-hmm.
They now have bigger problems.
Can't imagine.
Than who's a mod. Problems that I told them were going to be theirs.
Fucking a toe-to-so.
So that's all fun and games. But we're going to have Stevie Lou on as our guest co-host on Wednesday. And that's going to be really great.
So all the people that impersonate him in the chat can rip out.
Yeah. Everybody can have some fun.
It's going to be
Stevie
a fun
Lou.
show.
Yeah. No goal on Wednesday, by the way. We just give half of what we make to Stevie Lou.
So obviously don't contribute because fuck giving that guy money.
So you didn't like the Bud Light, the beer drinkers versus Bud Light drinkers?
No, I feel like that is a giant get off my side thing. That's again where I'm like, if you're a beer drinker, how do you not feel insulted?
Yeah.
Because even just the beer drink, like, oh, come on. But hey, at least it was super funny.
It was really good.
Damn near pissed myself laughing.
That's it. We're going to switch into some Daily Wire coverage here, and that it's kind of reminiscent of what the Daily Wire does. Like Hershey released a she, her bar or whatever it was, or they, them, or whatever it is, like respecting pronouns. And then Jeremy Boring goes, oh, yeah? Well, we created our own he, him bar, and for like $30, you can buy a bar of chocolate to fight the Look, we're owning the libs with a $25 chocolate bar. Isn't this great, you guys? Aren't you fighting on our side? It's like,
how does you owning a Bugatti own the libs?
Right. How does me helping you get a bigger house own the libtards? I'm trying to figure this out. Say what you want about progressives. At least they're dog shit with money. What makes these conservative grifters more dangerous is they get how shit works.
Yeah, and then they keep all the money. See, at least with the left...
Wait, hold on. Black Lives Matter being the exception. They did a great job of extorting their fans out of money.
I still argue that is the greatest form of white cultural appropriation in the United States ever.
I mean, if you count Jews as white. Wait, what?
What, huh? No.
I didn't say that. So Jeremy Boring got, the Daily Wire got caught with their dicks out over the weekend.
What did they do?
People were looking into their finances.
Okay.
And in their financial disclosure sheets, or however the fuck people got a hold of this, people found out that the Daily Wire was paid over $110,000 by Ron DeSantis and his team. $110,000. Here's the little
That's
picture.
not a small amount.
No, it's not a small amount of money. It's a nice chunk of change.
It's not a lot.
Now, if someone gave you $110,000 and they did something shitty, I'm not saying you would be so morally bankrupt that you would sit there and cheerlead them, but would you pull your punches a little bit on criticism or anything else?
Fuck yeah.
If they gave you $110,000 and there was the hope of more?
Oh, God, yes.
Right. It's normal. It's human. Whatever. So this got found out. Daily Wire took $110,000 from Ron DeSantis and a group called Friends of Ron DeSantis. Well, Jeremy Boring, instead of, again, you internet people, I've told you this before. It worked for us. We're killing everybody who hates us with kindness by just not talking about them, not saying their name, not giving them what they want.
So that's an official group, Friends Around DeSantis?
Yeah. The Daily Wire could have escaped all of this by the end of the weekend if they just would have went, shh, don't even talk about it. $110,000 from Ron DeSantis. Let people guess what that's for. Let people wonder. Let people's mind wander. And then if it's on Twitter, a few people will know, but it won't reach like your boomery audience that buys all your protest chocolate bars. You took $110,000 from DeSantis. Fine. Usually it's when trolls get you to address shit that they get you. It's not the initial thing. Like with Crowder is a great example. People put his divorce shit out there. It wasn't a big deal until he talked about it. Same thing with the Daily Wire. $110,000 from Ron DeSantis looks a little iffy, but I bet you if you guys try to explain it away, it's going to sound a lot shittier. So just shut the fuck up. Don't talk about it. And these distracted retards will move on to something else in a week. Well, Johnny, do you think that Jeremy Boring from the Daily Wire decided to let it go?
No.
No, he did not. And then he gave an explanation.
I'm sure that helped.
The explanation makes them look like the most morally wishy-washy, non-committal sacks of shit you've ever seen.
So someone told you that Ron D was gay.
But I can't say it because he gave me $100K. So Jeremy Boring says, I've talked about this ad nauseum. We rent our list to non-primary candidates, politicians, nonprofits, and companies. We have rented to Trump extensively, far more than to DeSantis. If and when DeSantis declares, he won't have access to it again unless and until he's the candidate in the general. Same for the rest of them. So, here's what it was before. A bunch of trolly, shitty internet people said you took $100,000 from Ron DeSantis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all they got. It's over. It's done. All you have to do is wait until they get distracted and move on to something else. What does Jeremy Boring do instead? He puts out an explanation saying, hey, guys, relax. We sell all of your information to any fucking hack who comes by with a check.
Look, we are not shills on Ron DeSantis' dime. We are shills on everybody's dime. We are equal opportunity whores.
Oh, Jeremy, Jesus, man. This, again, sometimes the only way to win is to not play the game. Hey, I know you guys think that we're in the tank for Ron DeSantis for $110,000, but I'll have you know we play both sides against each other, kind of like a bunch of... Oh, God damn it. Now I got to show myself going to Catholic Mass so people find it believable.
Hey, man, we're out here shilling the conservative message because it's what we believe in. Oh, $100. Biden's not too bad.
Guys, once they declare for the primary, we stop taking their money. But before they declare for the primary, when they're building up a war chest so that they can run for president, we take their money and sell them all your personal information to any asshole with a checkbook and $10,000.
Look, all I'm saying is before he announces as an official presidential candidate, I will gurgle his cock while juggling his balls because it's financially beneficial.
I just don't understand why you feel the need to talk about everything when there is no road to victory for you in addressing it. Especially if your answer is, oh, no, don't call us shameless whores for taking this $100K from Desantis. We bend over and get fucked in the ass by everybody for that amount of money. Oh, and by the way, what we're selling is your shit. This is not...
Remember, because we're fighting for you. Oh, is that a check? Yeah, they're over there.
Jeremy Boring would have been terrible at hiding Jews in the Holocaust.
If Jeremy Boring...
I stand up for my principles and I will defend each and every German regardless of religion. 110,000? Yeah, they're usually at the soccer field at 1:30. They're not wearing their star because they're trying to blend in as a goy named Richardson.
Look, I have principles, morals, and standards. 110,000. Her name's Anne. She's upstairs behind the bookcase.
You'll find her doodling.
She's got some fucking book. I don't know. She has ideas.
Stevie Lou with 199 says, I'll be donating my half to charity too. Can't wait. Oh, there you go. I don't know which Stevie. Oh, that's the wrench Stevie Lou. That's the real one. Oh, man. Yosemite Sambo says, I knew you would, Hobo Chili. I knew you. Yeah, Hobo Chili likes the show. That's great. Another ROTC person. Like in Steel Toe. And like them both, by the way. Kotod says, Kona Brewing is owned by Anheuser-Busch. Still gay. Oh, I can't wait to go work for the Daily Wire.
All right, Alex.
Do they already have Blair White? Is she Daily Wire?
I don't know.
So they've already got a trans, if that's the case. They've got black, they've got trans. Do they have gay? I mean, other than Ben. Do they have a gay person? I don't know. They need another token.
Oh, I thought he was their accountant.
I think he runs double duty. I think that's what it is.
That's just a man saving money by handling a lot of work.
Yeah. Thank you to the Mark for becoming a Steel Toe bro. Appreciate that. Becoming a member. That drops us down to 140 today. Only 140 away. Holy shit, guys. Thank you very much.
We are cruising.
For all of your support. Let's see if we can get this thing done. We have about 17 minutes until the top of the hour. Let's see if we can get under 100 by then. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, the whole deal. Lady Mega, they have the cross-dresser. Is she Daily Wire? I thought she was with that whole Posobiec, Charlie Kirk cult. I don't know. I just love that the Daily Wire got called out for taking money from Desantis, and their response is, no, guys, it's not what you think. We're whores for everybody with a checkbook, and we sell your private information.
Just hey, Daily Wire, we found one of your turds. Oh, I better eat it live on air.
Yeah, guys, don't. You can just not talk. Again, somebody's got to tell these internet people.
You can just let it go.
You can just not talk about it. It's totally fine.
They will move on.
NF Cap says Andrew Clavin's son, Spencer, is a gay. Oh. And he got a job with Daily Wire? Well, then they are diversifying. Thank God. Yeah, I think Lady Mega is Turning Point USA. That's what makes me call bullshit on all these conservative grifter people. Is you have this thing where they're like, oh man, trans is destroying our kids. And then the minute a cross-dressing trans person goes, I want to be part of your group, they're like, look, we got one. We've got a shiny, look at our new prize puppy.
And they agree with the stuff we say.
Yeah, but they're based. They're totally based trans person. So they can't possibly possess the same mental illness that the other ones possess that we talk about because they think taxes should be lower.
That's why I want to see the Dave Chappelle KKK leader character as on a conservative media thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just the blind KKK leader.
Yeah. Hey, he's based. It's totally fine. All right, guys, let's get out of this grifter verse for a minute. I like honest e-begging. That's what we do here. None of that grifter shit. It's just straight up. We do a show, 140 left. That's what we need. No bells, no whistles, no mugs, no we're saving America. You know what I'm doing for America to save it? Fucking nuttin'. Not a goddamn thing.
He's paying me. That's about it.
That's it. If you'd like to hit the like button, that would be great. Let's get that up to 300 by the end of the show. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, last statute said honest e-begging. That's me. Honest beggarman. Zen Rhino says e-begging greater than grifting. One thing I'm proud of. One thing. Better than grifting. I promise you nothing but the attempt at humor. I don't even promise you the funny part.
Yeah, we're just confident it'll show up.
He is. I'm just promising the attempt. I'll get my here. I'll be your number 4 hitter. I'm not promising you 50 home runs, but I'm promising you thousands of swings that try for home runs. I got to get lucky and hit a couple, right? An angry Uber Eats customer slashed at a delivery driver with a Rambo-style machete because he feared his food would go cold. A judge told 20-year-old Kavner Kelsall that he was lucky he had not killed his victim when he struck him over the head with a machete during a terrifying confrontation outside his apartment last December. Now, we've all ordered from food delivery services.
Uh-huh.
It's taken different degrees of time to get there. We may have even gotten an order where it wasn't hot to the point you like it to be for you to eat it right away. Johnny, what do you typically do with those orders?
I bathe it in the blood of the driver to keep it lukewarm.
Okay, what's another option?
I don't know, just dealing with it.
Or microwave it, throw it in the oven, whatever you want to do. There's plenty of options. Now, I don't know if this young 20-year-old has lived in the real world long enough. Maybe he doesn't know. But you can set your oven to like a solid 300, and you could throw that shit in there, and it won't get like all mush like the microwave does. Mm-hmm. You can throw it in there for like 5 minutes. Guess what? You're going to have a nice, toasted, tasty treat. You don't have to eat your shitty cold food. You certainly don't have to try and decapitate the person who brought it to you, who probably had little to do with the fact that it's cold.
Yeah, I mean, literally, so you kill the guy. Well, I know he didn't in this one. But say you win and you kill the guy. Now you've got 2 problems. You've got a cold meal and a cooling body. Now it's just 2 different things.
You think your food was cold before. Wait until you can't eat it until after you dispose of the body.
Yeah.
It's going to be icy. So as far as like killing the Uber Eats driver because your food is cold, we've now established a couple of things. 1, you've made it colder.
Mm-hmm.
2, you've put yourself in a legal predicament. And 3, you had 2 items. You had 2 appliances 7 feet away from you by the door that could solve the problem you had in front of you far better than the machete could have solved.
I mean, you could have microwaved it for 45 seconds while you cussed out the driver and not tipped him, and then you'd be good.
Easy enough. Well, in fairness, a lot of those services, you tip them before they even get there. That's kind of a racket, isn't it?
Well, I understand that too, though, because there's other people, because like you have to pay when you pick up the food and stuff. So there's people who've been I think that became about because people got burned a lot, where it's like, oh, I buy this food and I do all this, and I deliver it, and then the person's like, oh, well, here's $1. It's like, well, fuck you, motherfucker.
Silverwolf says, if my nuggies aren't steaming, someone's gonna die. It just seems like a little bit high-strung. You know, I feel like that machete strike was not for that Uber Eats driver. I feel like there might have been something else going on there.
That swing was going to happen.
Yeah.
Who procced it is really the thing.
The roofer's like, thank God I rescheduled our meeting for later in the week. It could have been my turn. Who knows?
Landscaper's like, man, really dodged a bullet. Well, I mean a machete, but I dodged it.
Yeah. Although he's a gardener, so he might have his own machete. We could have saw a machete fight. Would have been. And I'll trust the Mexican gardener to win that fight. Like, my odds are on him winning more so than the angry 20-year-old who's off his meds, allegedly. DJR Network Superfan says idea for new service, Uber Heats. All food is delivered scalding.
I feel like if you are going to be an Uber Eats driver, like you do have to have some sort of like heated seat or something. Got to do something.
Or maybe a hot plate sitting right on the dash.
Get one of those Domino's cars where they put the oven in the back of it now, I guess.
Is that real?
It's not like a cooking oven, but yeah, it's like a heated oven thing. It's stupid.
Because
they can't make a pizza that tastes good, so they at least keep it warm.
You know what? I'm ready to disgust everyone. I'm ready to share something about myself that I've been ashamed of for a long time.
No.
And that I'm ready to come out to the world. I'm ready to tell everyone I enjoy Domino's pizza. What?
What is wrong with
Their crust is seasoned beautifully. I like it.
There is no God, all right? My legs don't fucking work, and this asshole likes Domino's, not a thing? Really?
I enjoy it.
I do nice shit for people. I donate to charities. I spend a bunch of money on my friend this weekend, and I get a flat tire. This fucker likes Domino's, and he's got that beard over there. Like, it's not fair.
I like the cinnamon twists with the icing glaze. I think that's...
I would spit take your face if it wouldn't be something I couldn't afford to replace all the equipment.
Bradford Crown Court heard on Friday that the victim, who had been working alongside with his brother that night, had been left with a visible scar on his head. Well, I mean, you're not swinging a machete right if you can't give guys a scar. And had subsequently given up delivery work because he did not feel safe. Prosecutor Philip Abrams said the food order had been delayed, and Kelsall messaged the delivery man because he was frustrated and concerned that his takeaway food would be cold. When the delivery driver arrived, Kelsall began arguing about the delay, and during the exchange, the takeaway ended up on the ground. Oh, well, see, now that's the saddest part. So the food ended up on the ground anyway.
Oh, no.
And then the guy ended up with a machete blade right there on the old forehead. And then the guy didn't even get hot food on top of it. Really, it's a sad story if nobody wins.
And now that guy can't deliver food anymore. He's got, like, PTSD. I want to, you know what, though?
Guy goes to give him a 20, and he goes, oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
I mean, you know what, though? Good. Weed out the weak ones. I want an Uber Eats delivery driver that's, like, scarred from head to toe. You don't got to go back out there, man. You don't got to do it again. Listen, you know, when you're back home, no one's going to understand what happened out here.
He's giving him the Eric Bana speech from Black Hawk Down.
No one's going to get it, all right? But it's not about you. It's about the guy.
They're going to say, Hoot, why do you do it, man? Why do you go out there and deliver that food? And I don't tell them anything because they wouldn't understand. It ain't about the food you're delivering to the person. It's about the man sitting next to you. It's all it's ever about.
It's about dropping in and saying, ba-da-da-da-da. They're McNuggets.
Curly Adam with $5 says, not surprised you like Domino's as you like trash pizza from Casey's gas station. Look, man.
Hey. Whoa. Domino's, okay. Fucking back the fuck off the Casey's pizza. All right? That's too far.
See, that's too far. Casey's pizza is delicious. It's an honored item.
It's a gas station pizza that doesn't pretend it's anything more or anything less than a gas station pizza. It's fucking honest.
It's an enjoyable slice. It's the most honest slice there is out there. Same reason I like Domino's.
God fucking damn it.
Sorry.
This is that flat earth shit. It's like, look, obviously Crowder's a piece of shit. Yeah, like the earth is flat. Fuck.
We've reached an impasse, unfortunately.
Fucking watch it.
Fuck it. Watch it. Watch it. Fucking watch it.
Oh.
I am going to admit in a disgusting way. I do want to see if that motion goes through.
Oh yeah, I know.
And what he puts out there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this guy is absolutely losing his shit.
Oh, I'm a piece of shit. I want to see him air all of this dirty laundry.
Oh, man.
I mean, I feel bad for her and the kids, but I will watch this shit show if it's going to be on air.
Animal Kelly with $42 over on Rumble says, let's shave this down under 100. Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. We are right at a hundo after that. Thank you very much, Animal Kelly. So we're there before 9 o'clock. Right on schedule, boys and girls. Thank you very much. Let's put a wrap on that. What do you say? Thank you very much. Zen Rhino says, I eat Papa John's exclusively. Ever since John Schnatter started using the N-word publicly.
I don't think he owns much of that company now, does he?
No, I think I don't know if he's all the way out or if he's mostly out, but yeah, he did that thing where he was on it. He kind of got done dirty a little bit. So he was on a conference call or a group call with people from the company, and they were talking about like they got talking about race somehow. Like, okay, to me, that's the bigger problem. You're a pizza company. Why are we talking about race?
Look, the pepperoni prices have gone up. Yeah, and you know those love their pepperoni. Like, wait a minute.
Right, yeah, why is this coming up? So he got into like what would happen if someone used that word around him. Okay. Like at a dinner party or anything else. And he said on the tape, if someone said the word and he went for it and he said it, I would get up and leave. I would not be part of the dinner party. I would feel uncomfortable. I would go. And the board from Papa John's, the takeaway from that for them was,
he said the word.
He said the N-word. Instead of, oh, well, if he heard that word, he would be disgusted and offended and he would get up and leave. that should appease us in the oversensitive crowd. But instead, their takeaway from it was he said the N-word. I have no idea how you get to that conclusion out of that. Michael B says, I looked into buying a franchise after that. Well, actually, I think Shaq got in on the business after that.
Yeah.
Shaq bought a bunch of Papa John's. He figured he could buy them low. Isn't that amazing? Papa John throwing out the N-word.
Now owned by a black man.
It caused Shaq to buy a shitload of Papa John's. All right, hey, let's check in.
And now when you get car insurance with the General, you get a free pizza.
Yeah, it's really nice. That's called corporate synergy. I learned that from the movie not Cheaper by the... Oh, fuck. In Good Company.
God damn it.
Dennis Quaid, Topher Grace, Scarlett Johansson, and the guy who played Jigsaw. There. All right. And the guy who played Coulson in the Avengers. This is a star-studded cast.
Oh, God, he's in a new movie recently. I don't know anything about it, but the clip is he's at a gun show in Florida, and he's like, all right, so I want to buy one of these guns. And the guy's like, all right, yeah, you can buy the gun, but then I have to send it, the whole licensed distributor thing. He's like, come on, this is Florida. The fucking state is shaped like a gun. There's everybody here selling a, and God forbid you sell one to a cop. And then the whole room just stops and everybody starts tucking their stuff under it. And the guy's never, you have a good day now, officer. And it's just like, oh my God, it's just beautiful.
Thank you, Zen Rhino. Tobin Bell. Okay. That's the guy from the Saw movies. And Clark Gregg. That's the guy who plays Coulson.
I love Clark Gregg
in the Avengers.
In little bits.
Yeah, he's perfect for that. Let's check in on California, shall we? I mean, we check in on Portland all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We check in on San Francisco. We check in on Los Angeles.
It finally stopped burning.
Check in on Chicago. All of these cities that had this great idea.
It just started burning.
Yeah. They had this great idea of let's get rid of the police.
Mm-hmm.
They're the problem. I mean, clearly the reason all these people are committing crime and getting beat up by cops is because the cops are there.
Right.
If we get rid of them, we'll be fine. West Hollywood, California. They voted to disarm the deputies. And so the police department said, well, if you're not going to allow our deputies to be armed, we're not going to walk the beat in West Hollywood. So they got these people who were called crisis intervention people. They're basically like school crossing guards. And that's it.
And
like
they're armed?
No.
Oh.
No. They're wearing day-glow vests. So you know that they have authority. Would you like to see how this is going?
I would love to see how this is going. And before we get to it, I just want to say I am mentally handicapped, and this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of.
All right. Well, hey, maybe you'll be proven wrong.
It wouldn't be a first.
Let's get ready to watch some of West Hollywood's heroes.
Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood is busy and popular with restaurants and clubs, but just a few feet away, 3 people had a terrifying confrontation.
They were robbed by suspects, one with what appeared to be an assault rifle. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes joins us from West Hollywood with the alarm.
So let's run this back here real quick. So you got some guys coming after a guy, and they have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really see the crisis intervention people, A, getting involved, and B, coming out with a positive outcome?
Absolutely, because as soon as they walk up to that man with the gun and they go, hey, sir, you don't need to do this. And he'll think about his life.
This is Simon Phoenix attempting to be arrested at the phone booth, where they go, with a stern and powerful voice, tell him to get on the ground. It's like, he has responded with a snide remark.
Farming video. Rob?
Well, it's one thing to be held up by gunpoint, but when that gun appears to be an assault rifle, it could be even more traumatizing.
No, it couldn't. It's a fucking gun. Either way,
still
it
a
sucks.
gun.
Yes.
Oh, no, he's going to shoot me faster.
If you have a pistol in your face, that seems like a manageable situation. I got news for you. I don't care what caliber the bullet is. When it's that close, it ain't gonna make a fucking difference.
Hey, Rob, did you think for a second about how your completely bullshit argument actually kind of makes the case for the police? So what you're saying is it's better if it's a handgun as opposed to a rifle. Guess what the cops had before you took them away?
Perfect.
And now some North or West Hollywood residents are worried crimes like this are going to become more common.
From the front, West Hollywood.
Wait, time out. Wait a minute.
Hold the fucking phone.
This doesn't make any sense to me. You mean to tell me that you took away the police officers' guns. And in response to that, you put in unarmed hall monitors, and you think this is going to make criminals more brazen. Now, where do you possibly get that idea?
And on another point, it's not flat. Look.
Which La Boheme looks like a place to kick back and relax, but behind it, just the opposite. This surveillance video of the alley adjacent to the restaurant shows thugs armed with what looks like an assault rifle.
And totally holding it right. He's holding it like, what the hell is that? Go back. I got to see that form again.
That's like
just
at his
the opposite.
balls.
This surveillance video of the
does he have a hand on the top? And like, is he holding it like this? He's holding it like Mr. Freeze held the freeze gun in Shoemaker's Batman.
You realize that there's no rotating bear. You're not Arnold Schwarzenegger, so just let.
Actually, before he stuck these people up, he went, "What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Put your wallet down."
Alley adjacent to the restaurant shows thugs armed with what looks like an assault rifle robbing passersby.
Nobody was hurt, thank goodness.
What? Yeah, how the fuck is he holding that thing? And by the way, are we allowed? I thought we weren't allowed to say thugs anymore, especially not in California.
Especially if they're people who might be of a particular group.
Yeah, thugs.
That's offensive.
Thug means black now. You're not supposed to be able to say that.
And the sheriffs are actively investigating.
But some West Hollywood residents and business owners are pointing to this case as another result of the city's move to defund its law enforcement.
Oh, yeah. I hate the people, too. Like, I hate the politicians who do this shit. But as usual, I hate the people, too.
Because they voted for these fuckers that ran on this shit.
And you asked for it.
And you wanted this. You agreed with it. The thing is they asked for it, but they never imagined that it would touch them. Right. Like, oh, this will just affect the inner city, the places I don't go.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that if I vote to defund the police and I ask you guys to take away the cops' guns, that potentially crime could spread, become more numerous, and actually leak out from the city, that maybe the cops were containing this shit into one area, and that without them it could proliferate into my neighborhood? Well, I would have never offered to support such a thing if I knew it was going to affect me personally. I thought it was just going to hurt black power. Oh, shit.
It's the same thing with like the homelessness thing too. It's like they should be able to camp out on the streets downtown in front of these businesses. It's so wrong, these people experiencing homelessness. Why the fuck is there an RV in my yard?
Why are there Coleman tents all over the driveway?
Last summer, the West Hollywood City Council voted to cut 4 LA County Sheriff's deputies from its force. In return, the city has boosted the number of what it calls security ambassadors.
The gayest looking thing you could possibly come up with.
I want to see that motherfucker around that restaurant, and literally they're going to boost his bike and take all his shit.
Right. I want to see this guy go and confront someone holding a rifle. I mean, yes, he may be holding it like a dipshit and probably would never hit anything if he fired. But I want to see this guy have the balls with nothing but, let's see, we got a walkie-talkie and then...
No, he's got a bike helmet.
Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. He does have a bike helmet. And what is that, a mace? Pepper spray?
It's either mace, pepper spray, or Narcan. Or worst case scenario, it's one of those douche canoe multi-tools. You get it like fucking Home Depot where it's got like the multiple... in case I have to help somebody.
That's true. You do have to help. Protect and serve, security ambassador.
How you doing?
85 of the unarmed ambassadors now walking the streets.
There's more eyes who are noticing what's happening, lots more calls, but less arms and legs to respond to the calls.
Yeah, you're seeing everything happen, but you got rid of the people that can do something.
There, you know what? You used to have people with guns who would come in and stop this shit. Or just the idea that there were people with guns in the area kept some people honest. Now you've got the gay F word with the bicycle, and you think that that's going... If you don't see that as a giant green light for criminals, I can't help you.
Hey, man, at least now we got more people on the beat. Hey, it's Pat. Pat is definitely going to call in on this one.
West Hollywood business owner Larry Block says the city council needs to return funding it cut from the sheriff's department to get more deputies on the beat.
Armed people can do something. They're intimidating. The security ambassadors walk around aimlessly, not really knowing what to do.
Hello, how's it? You know what? This is the guy I feel bad for, because I'm sure he never voted for the people who are okay with this.
I doubt that.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like this guy's one of those lone people, like in the next couple of years, he'll move to Florida.
No, I feel like this is one of the people that voted for this stuff and believe the message. I mean, yeah, he's willing to open his eyes when it like smacks him in the face. But I personally, if you're in that state, you've got to literally jump out and be like, I'm not in favor of this shit. I don't agree with the people that voted in that did this shit. Like, you gotta be pissed.
Yeah.
Everything going today?
Priority for us is safety, and we are safer than we have been in the past.
Right. Eyewitness News took a look at West Hollywood robberies going all the way back to 2010, and it's not that simple. Robberies here increased last year compared to 2020 and 2021, and while lower than many previous years, 2022 was still higher than the 13-year average of 117.
Yeah, take a look at that. We got rid of all the armed police officers, and our crime went up. What should we do about that? And then they're going to debate this for months before they do something. And I'm guessing it'll be put more security cooperative people on the streets.
Yeah, and C-bags like this are going to look at those facts and go, we're safer now than we... No, you're not safe. At best, you're as unsafe now as you were before.
Right.
At best. But the trend is kind of not going that way.
Crime is going to happen. It's a sad state of our country right now, especially with...
Crime is going to happen. Yeah, that doesn't mean you have to help. Look, crime is going to happen. So if we can facilitate it in any way, shape, or form, at least we're not swimming upstream and making an effort.
Look, people are going to die. So if you call 911 because your grandpa's experiencing a heart attack, we're going to smother him with a pillow.
Crime. That's what I want from one of my city council people or law enforcement representatives. Look, crime is going to happen. So if somebody just sticks a rifle in your face, just give them what they're asking you for. I don't really see what the big deal is. Just give them your wallet, strip butt naked, and walk home.
I want to see her say, look, crime is going to happen. Give me your purse, bitch. And then like literally rob her right then and there.
Yes.
And then after that, so we need more cops. This is unacceptable.
The lack of gun control and guns rampant everywhere. But we prioritize safety, so our city is safe, and I want people to know that.
No, this
looks like it. We have more bad guys with guns here. Yeah, so your argument is when you took away the good guys who had guns, your crime rate went up. Weird.
But the problem is the guns.
Yeah,
it's
totally
all the guns. Because I'm sure those three people wouldn't have held up everyone walking by if they didn't have the gun. I'm sure they wouldn't have been intimidating with anything else.
You technically have fewer guns on the street now than you did 2 years ago, and your crime is going way, way up. I'll let you guys sit and think about that for a second. I'm sure you'll come to the right conclusion.
Now, if you have any information that could help lead to the arrest of these armed robbers, you're urged to call LA Crime Stoppers. The number's on your screen. It's 1-800-222-TIPS. 1-800-222-8477.
Holy shit, Phil, get on that lawyer thing. They're taking your catchphrase.
I want to call them. I want to call that tip line. I go, yes, I know who's responsible for this. And they go, oh.
Hot damn.
Oh, fuck. All right, there we go. I want to call that tip line, and I just want to go, yes, yeah, no, I know who's responsible. Who? The retards you elected. Bye.
You just start listing off all their government officials.
Yeah. Spy Pigeon with a little Friday After Next. We're top flight security of the world, Craig. Good luck. Somebody says, look at Chicago. They ban guns, and no one ever gets shot. Never mind. Yeah, it's working great for them, right? Thank you very much to everyone on Rumble. A couple hundred people over there. Always nice to see the couple hundred over on Rumble. 100 away from knocking it out today. We are very, very close. Thank you guys very much. If you feel like chipping in, there is the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Super chats, memberships, and gifted memberships, as well as Rumble rants, all count towards that goal. So enjoy. If you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks, we appreciate it.
The worst part is they took our money and the doggy bags. We don't even have our leftovers.
All right, our next story here is California. Yeah, Riverside. So Riverside, California school. A trans woman,
oh Jesus,
biological male, wanted to use the female bathroom. The girls in this school said, it's kind of fucked up. No, thank you. And the following ensued. Let me show you this one. I want to show you how ladies act when they have a bathroom disagreement, because in all of my history of observing people by different genders, this is totally how women react and not how crazy, psychotic, violent men would react.
And so now the trans person, just for my own clarification, a student or a teacher? What?
Student.
Student.
Other female students said, we don't feel comfortable with you in here. And this is what ended up.
All right.
That's okay. That's the student.
That's the student wishing to be a woman or claiming or identifies as?
This is the girl.
Okay.
This 6'2" shooting guard is the girl that wanted to use the bathroom.
I can't see how that person's intimidating at all.
Look, the guy with the walkie-talkie has got it all under control. He's going to
listen to your safety ambassador.
So now this lovely young lady has been told she cannot use the women's bathroom and has decided to respond in kind.
Oh, man.
Oh, shit.
And that is going to be roughing on Joanna Mann for the third period.
Oh. By the way, exactly how I've always seen women fight.
Right.
Ground and pound, just hammering away, throwing punches, getting in there.
You know, as I watched that big, large lady on top of that other lady, I thought, I can't understand why these women are so offended, why they're worried about their safety. It doesn't look like this person is
harmful or violent in any way, shape, or form.
They certainly can defend themselves against them if they wish.
Gals, you didn't want this person in your bathroom because you thought you might be attacked or you might be unsafe. Well, don't you feel stupid now?
They'll attack you in the open.
Yeah, exactly. They don't need to wait till you're in the bathroom. They'll beat the shit out of you now, just like dudes do.
Here's my question. You needed to use the bathroom so bad. I don't think so. You haven't shit your pants yet. You're fighting.
Wouldn't it be great if the principal is talking to all the parties involved and finally has everyone calm down and go, now, girls, you understand, boys will be boys. And then the principal just starts getting the shit beat out of them.
I think this is another message where we need to stand up and say no to toxic masculinity.
Right. This is toxic masculinity at its absolute worst. This is toxic masculinity claiming to be a woman.
I would like to point out,
I have seen one other person having to be restrained this way from attacking someone, and I believe that person was Mike Tyson.
I've seen this happen a lot, but every time I've seen it, the other person was a pit bull. Or what? By the way,
the last time we stopped one of these, we had to use a tranq dart.
The other, the guy, the security officer in this, can't hold him back. We now need 2 men to restrain this one.
Yes. Lady.
Woman.
The last time you needed this many men to hold back a woman, Awesome Kong was in Total Nonstop Action Wrestling.
The last time I saw this many men holding back a woman, one of them was named Max Weirs, and he was not going to fight them.
Oh, this is madness. That security guard is sitting there going, oh, man, never had to use this much energy to hold down a girl before.
Is that guy a security guard? I feel like that's just another person. That's the security guard standing up there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who this is. This is like fucking...
That's just a guy.
That's Mr. Rogers from PE class. Remember, you got to put your shoulder in to hold him down.
He's now guilty of a hate crime. Congratulations.
Although after this, that kid put in so much effort. He's like, hey, have you ever considered, the boys' football team?
Now that situation has been taken care of. Yeah, all because the girls in that school told this lovely young person, you can't come in here. You make us nervous and scared. Well, don't you look silly now?
Yeah.
I mean, you could not have gotten I've never been so wrong about something in all my life. You did have a dick. Oh, how embarrassing.
Look, I'm sorry that I offended you. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm going to fuck your brains out.
Yeah, I'll take him back and I'll screw your brains out. Oh, shit. Yeah, good luck. That's what I say to those areas and that whole thing. Good luck to you. Well, Aaron, don't you want to do something to help? Everything I want to do to help leads to me losing all of my jobs and everything I do because I'm a bigot. I could solve it for you. I could absolutely help you. I mean, yeah, we could get the shit to shoe level if you'd like, but you would have to call me a lot of terrible names. The worst part is they would call people all those terrible names for fixing this school, and then the thing they did would work, and they would all take credit for it.
Oh, yeah. And they'd somehow point out that the terrible person who said those terrible things, we can never approve of what this person has done, but we will take the results.
Exactly. Derek Chauvinist says, is this from Kumia's Twitter feed, a.k.a. stereotype reinforcement? You know, I've noticed the boss tweets about race once in a great while.
I think he might have some opinions.
He does. He definitely has some opinions about the black community. And you know what? I feel like the guy is just trying to help.
He's just the guy sharing his opinion, hoping we can all move forward.
Yes. Dub, no, we can't go with the offspring method of you got to keep them separated. The Supreme Court has already ruled that is unconstitutional. Kenneth Pogue says, tweets about race? No.
Dub, don't worry. The left is working on it.
Yeah, they're already doing that in colleges. For the good of minorities, they're segregating them from other people. It makes total sense if you're 110% mentally retarded. Guys, we are only $100 away from knocking out today's goal and doing overtime today. Today's overtime, we were right. It's going to be that for a solid 15 to 20 minutes.
All right, then.
We were right. A doctor, I've run out of sympathy for people like this. Like, there's all these doctors that go to war-torn countries, and then when they get to the war-torn countries, they go, guys, it's a total shithole here, and it's a very dangerous place. Yeah, that's why none of us are going. That's why you shouldn't be going. Like, if you're going to go, you've got to go with the attitude of, march into my death, but I'm going to help as many people as I can before I go.
This isn't about me. It's about helping.
Right. You've got these people who go to war-torn areas and volunteer their time, and then they go, man, just a really terrible spot I'm in right now. I just really need your guys' help, sympathy, and prayers. It's like, no. We told you not to go. A doctor determined to make an impact in war-torn Sudan is, quote, killed for nothing in front of his family. You don't say. It's almost like everybody tried to warn you not to go to a shithole where people are killing each other over beefs that stretch from tribal differences for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
They like us down there, goddammit.
They like us down there, boy. Nobody cuts off the other one's arm because their grandfather's grandfathers belong to a different tribe. You eliminated a whole village. One village! And it brought stability to the region. Again, there's so many characters in movies that as I get older and less idealistic.
You weren't really the villain.
I go, you weren't the bad guy. Ned Beatty in Shooter was not the bad guy.
It was actually Mark Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg was a dick in that movie.
Well, they did kill his dog.
That's true. Danny Glover and Mark Wahlberg are the bad guys. Ned Beatty's got the right idea. You killed an entire village to put a pipeline in. One village! And it brought stability to the region. And I'm like, well, the guy's got a point. Or you watch John Doe in 7, and you watch his rant in the car, and you're like, is this guy still around? Can we elect him? Do you think Kevin Spacey could tap into that and just play him for 6 years as a senator?
I kind of thought he did in House of Cards. As I was like, oh, this is just John Doe if we didn't kill him at the end.
No, because Frank Underwood really didn't care about right and wrong. He just cared about himself and getting more power.
I mean, yeah, true.
He had a power addiction. I would say that John Doe running things in House of Cards would have made it a better show, and he would have been the hero. Like, if you would have gotten John Doe, you would have had your protagonist in that show. It's like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to kill everyone guilty of a deadly sin. And we're like, yeah, fuck yeah, let's do it. But then we all go check on the 7th. I'm going to make sure I'm not one of these. Like,
Oh, shit.
I can clean up the vanity before the killing starts. I think I can be okay there.
I got to, like, wash off, like, 4 of them. I'm fucked.
Well, let's see. We've got sloth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to the gym 4 days a week.
Multiple sclerosis. I don't even got to try.
Multiple sclerosis doesn't count.
Hey, dude,
that's not sloth.
Tell that to my gut.
All right. You got sloth, envy.
Yep.
Greed.
Yep.
Wrath.
No.
I'm missing 3 of them.
Pride.
Gluttony, pride, and drinking cum. So
you're fucked.
I'm done. Forget it. Bound to Sudan by ailing parents and his devotion to treating the poor there, American doctor Bushra Ibnof Suleiman kept working as long as he could after fighting engulfed Sudan's capital. I think he should have listened to McKelty Williamson in Con Air and go, it's time to fight fucked or hit the fence. And I suggest you hit the fence. No, I swear I can stitch this one person up. He's going to get shot tomorrow. There's no reason to do this. Go home.
I just, my family came from here and its parents are dead looking over. Yes, and we fucking left for a reason, jackass.
I love how this guy gets out, which his family would be so proud of, probably brag about him to all kinds of people.
Became a doctor.
And then they see him get back, and he's like, hey, I'm back. And like, what the fuck are you doing here? Go away. Go back home. This is stupid.
Do you know how much dick I sucked in front of your mother to get you to America?
They didn't even ask. I just figured that's what they wanted. The 49-year-old Suleiman treated the city's wounded. He and other doctors ventured out as explosions shook the walls of homes where Khartoum's people cowered inside. Gunfire between the two factions, battling for control, resounded in the streets. Do you think at any point, hearing the gunshots echo between the buildings, he thought, shouldn't have done this. Probably should have stayed home.
Probably.
You know what? I misjudged. He's looking down and he's stitching up a kid's leg, trying to save it. And he looks at the kid. He goes, you know what? You ever wake up in the morning and think, I fucked up? Kid's like, what do you mean? I shouldn't have come here. He's like, yes, but I'm really grateful you're saving my leg. Hey, between you, me, and a fence post kid, both of our heads are going to be chopped off by the end of the day. Don't cry. You need to hold still. I need to finish what I'm doing here. The morning that Suleiman decided he had to risk the dangerous escape from Sudan's capital with his parents, American wife, and his 2 American children was the morning that the war found Suleiman. Now, see, now I'm going from this guy made a mistake to this guy's an absolute dickhead.
Yeah.
Because you brought your wife and your children with you to a war-torn area to treat people.
And by the way, no offense, but your American wife and children, I'm without a picture, I'm going to guess they might stand out in Sudan.
You think so?
Just a little.
They might know who's a visitor.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew says he should have went to Ukraine. Yeah, at least there's not real fighting in most of the country.
It's just a lot of embezzling.
Yes. Just a lot of money laundering going on. Now, in the wholesale looting that has accompanied... where did we leave off? With the war found him.
Right.
That morning. Where'd it go?
I think it was down up.
Whoop.
The morning Sudan decided he had to risk escape from capital. Right there. That's where you were.
Okay. All right. American wife has 2 American children. In the wholesale looting that has accompanied fighting in the capital Khartoum, a city of 5 million people, a roving band of strangers surrounded him in his yard Tuesday, stabbing him to death in front of his family. Now, did they know that he was a doctor there from America to help people?
Probably.
No.
I'm guessing they knew he was stooping an American person.
I mean, maybe, but they also were just a roving band of animals looting and just found a guy in his yard and thought, you know what, let's go purge on this. Yeah. Stabbing him to death in front of his family. Friends suspected robbery was the motive. He became one of 2 Americans confirmed killed in Sudan in the fighting, both dual nationals. Authorities say the other, with ties to Denver, was caught in a crossfire. They have not released that American's name yet. You know, say what you want about the Somalis here in St. Cloud, but they're nothing if not honest.
How so?
If you ask them, hey, you're a refugee, that means eventually you're going back, right? They'd be like, oh, fuck no.
There are some of them that are.
Are they really?
There are some that literally come here and work for a few years to amass a giant pile of money, and then they go home and live like
most of them that I've talked to.
Most of them, no.
Yeah.
No. Most of them are like, are you kidding me? I'm fucking staying here.
Yeah, they're like, no, I'm never going back. Have you seen that place? It's a shithole. There's a reason I left. So these people in Sudan, or these people who live in America, are like, I should go help my home country of Sudan. I'm like, look, man, I don't need a crystal ball to tell you you're not going to like the way this thing shakes out. Certainly don't bring your wife and kids, for God's sake. Now, he always told me, Mohammed Aissa, a Sudanese doctor who practices in Pittsburgh, was a close colleague of Suleiman. Over the years, sometimes I asked him, Bushra, what are you doing here? What are you doing in Sudan? He always said to me, Mohammed, listen, yes, I love living in the United States, but the United States healthcare system is very strong, and one doctor or less won't make a difference. Okay, but Sudan's system is so fucked that one doctor or one less doctor is also not going to make a difference. Aissa said Suleiman would tell him, in Sudan, everything I do has so much impact on so many lives, so many students, and so many medical professionals.
Oh, so it's about you.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't do much for them now, can you?
Yep. All those families you're not going to help.
Yeah, it's just... You go in, people go, oh, I'm going in there to help out. And then they die. And it's like, we're supposed to go, oh, what a hero. But at the same time, it's like, you should have stayed the fuck out of there to begin with.
Look, I'm jumping in that shark tank to help that one little fish down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're going to get eaten by the fucking sharks, asshole.
Yeah, but it'll mean something. No. Because after he's done with you, he's going to go eat that fish you just helped.
Yeah. So you've done nothing.
It's fucked. It's beyond you. Let go and let God. All right, Johnny, you tell them about your streams you got coming up. You tell them about your CBD stuff and all of that. I'm going to go pee really quick.
All righty.
And then we've got a bunch more show going. We're $100 away from knocking out the goal today. If everybody wants to chip in, we've got a half hour left before we rattle the cans and do our e-beggar best to hit overtime. Let's do that. There's Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. It's also pinned to the top of the page. Johnny, take it away. I'll be right back.
So I'll be going live on Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, pretty much those three platforms from 2 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. We do a show similar to this. We talk about different stuff. The chat's open. There's interactive ways for you to be part of the show a little bit more. And it's a good time. Also, I'd like to give a big shout out to my sponsor at hemponics.com. If you like CBD, CBG, things like that, hemponics.com is a great local Minnesota source for amazing products. Unlike the CBD stuff you're going to buy at a gas station or whatever, it's some random company made and put in it's an Anheuser-Busch situation. Hemponics makes all their stuff in-house. They have a legit medical trained accredited chemist making up their tinctures and all that other stuff. And all of their products, like I said, are made in-house, specifically formulated to do what they do. So if you want something in the CBD, CBN, HHC variety, hemponics.com has a lot of great stuff for you there. And I love all their products.
All of them?
All of them.
Every single one of them?
Yeah, I haven't met one I didn't like. I've been eating the gummies. I've been using the roll-on. Have you used the roll-on yet? Not, probably not.
April's used some of it.
That's some good shit.
I have not. I'm in such great fucking shape that it doesn't.
I want you to try.
Yeah, go ahead, spit it out.
I want her to get you to try like half of that, half a dropper of that caramel coffee CBD stuff.
All right. Balls and Wiener says, went to Hemponics this weekend. Pretty great.
I love their shit.
Zen, I think Zen just put it in the chat. There it is. The link to the anniversary show this summer. Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, the 9th anniversary party is going to feature Johnny, myself, Gino Bisconti, Keanu, April, and many others. I think Oz said he's going to be there as well. It's at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, where they have live music every single weekend, the best dive bar in the area. Go see Cheetos and the team at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Also, for our central Minnesota audience, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. If you go in the ditch, if you get stuck, if the car won't go, nobody better, nobody faster than All Care Towing. You could have used them this morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna
with your
use
tire
them.
if you had issues.
I'm gonna be calling them later to finish changing my tire.
And also Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. That's MidlandArmory.com. Of course, use the promo code SteelToe and get big savings at Midland Armory. I wanted Harry Balls on you. You are absolutely right. Our overtime is going to be about how right we were. It's going to be a lot of gloating, a lot of bragging. I feel really good about it. $100 away from knocking it out today. So we'll do overtime if we knock out that number. So if you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, there they are in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. Super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, all of it. 240 likes. All right, keep hitting the like button. Keep hitting subscribe. Crossed over 9,600 this weekend, which means that if we stay on the pace we're currently at, it means that we are going to hit 10,000, I believe. Yes, we would hit 10,000 by the end of this month.
Nice.
If we stay on the pace we're on. So thank you very much. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. One of the kids, I don't know if this was one of the molested kids or one of the unmolested kids from Drake and Josh, or were they both
No idea.
molested? No. One of them became a molester. Drake.
Okay.
From Drake and Josh. He became a molester, and then, which is a pretty good sign that he was
probably
diddled as well. One of the people that worked for Nickelodeon at the time and was kind of like a part of that whole, cover-up crew, Jeanette McCurdy, she apparently did a podcast with Josh Peck. Josh Peck from Drake and Josh hosts a show. Everybody's got a show. Shit, we've got a show. He did an episode with her, and apparently she said some things that maybe could have shed some light on the bad stuff Nickelodeon does to people, especially child actors.
When they hired me on, I had to let them slip a dig. Like, what's going?
We don't know, because she asked Josh Peck to take the podcast down.
Oh,
and he did. This is what always bothers me about these fucking Hollywood people, is that they're all ready to expose everyone. They're all ready to tell their stories. They're all ready. And then it ends up being a grift because they don't do it. They got shaken down, or someone threatened them, or something. So they're all champions of knocking out this pedophilia in the industry. Well, I'm sorry. If everybody who wanted to expose pedophilia in the industry would actually do it, we maybe could have had a chance of putting a dent in it by now. But all of these guys come up with excuses. I think the biggest one we've talked about is Corey Feldman.
Yep.
Corey Feldman always has this, every once in a while when he needs money, he goes, I was molested. Me and Corey Haim were
He loves
butt-fucked."
to parade his dead friend out as...
Yeah. Me and my dead friend were butt-fucked, and I'm going to tell you who did it. And then the minute he's about to tell us who did it, well, I've been threatened with a lot of lawsuits, and, they've been threatening my life and this and that. It's like, oh, okay, so you were going to expose all the pedophilia in Hollywood, but you didn't know that all the pedophiles in Hollywood would threaten you for it. So
look, I'm going to release this movie, but someone released it before we could, so we got to pull it. Like, well, where's the movie? Not important. Like, actually it kind of is.
Yeah, he made that whole movie, and then he said, well, people illegally downloaded it, so I pulled it down. It's like, well, shouldn't it be out there for free if you're saying the whole point of this movie is to expose the pedophilia in Hollywood?
More importantly, have you ever been able to find this video that people illegally downloaded? It's like the only thing on the internet that died and disappeared.
Right. It's the only thing you can never find. So Josh Peck is suggesting that Jeanette McCurdy blocked his number after asking him to scrap an unreleased episode of his podcast where they discussed her memoir, I'm Glad My Mom Died. Fun title.
Wow, bitch.
Peck reached out several times to get her back on the podcast, but got no response, saying, quote, she owes us. Well, here's the context. Josh and his right-hand man, Ben Sofer, are talking to Tana Mojo. Oh, she's fucking
Montague?
terrible. Who brings up Jeanette's memoir from last year, in which she addresses some childhood trauma she went through at the hands of her family and Nickelodeon executives back in the day. So, but again, all of these people write their books. They do their podcasts. They make all this money off of it. They never name names.
And apparently, if they don't like what they say about themselves, they ask that it gets retracted. It's like, no. If you're going to tell the story, tell the story. Don't Don't be clean in it. Just put it all out there.
Are we leaning in and fucking burying these parasites, or are we grifting? You have to decide so we know whether or not to take you seriously. Tana praises Jeanette for speaking her truth. God, women say dumb shit. Something Josh and Ben say they also tried to do by having her on as their first guest in August in an episode that was never released. Josh and Ben are giving themselves pats on the backs for being good guys and nixing the episode after Jeanette apparently asked them to get rid of it. However, after some time passed, Josh says he reached out to her again in the hopes of getting her back on for a redo. What made you think that they were going to have her, that she was going to go back on?
Yeah, if she asked you to pull the episode, the last thing she's, you know what, I'm going to come down and talk about it again.
Yeah. She comes on and she goes, oh yeah, I was fucked up by people in the industry, and then, I was molested and this and that. Won't name names, nothing like that. Then calls you and cancels the episode because she was probably threatened. And then you think she's going to come back on? Dude, that ship has sailed. This dummy actually thinks that she goes, oh, could you cancel the episode? We'll do a make good. No, there's no make good here.
You still have the episode, right, asshole? Because if she's not going to do a new one, then the old one airs.
Right, just release the thing.
You didn't make her say anything.
I don't know. The whole... I don't want to say that these people who have been victimized by these television executives are, like, full of shit grifters or anything else, but it's like, what do you want me to call you when all you have to do in front of this microphone is say a fucking name? Or 2 names, or 3 names, or 4 names.
You name names.
You just name the people publicly that did this to people, and then you go from there, and you're a hero. Yet every single one of them, to a man, the minute they say, I've got it, this happened to me, I know who did it, all of a sudden they shut the fuck up.
Unless they're Kanye.
He'll make
how
up,
that worked.
He'll make up a name, and it'll usually end in Stein or Berg.
Uh-oh.
So with this Nickelodeon stuff, it's hard for me to believe that somebody doesn't cut them a check to get them to shut up every time they do this.
Or at the very least threatens them to lose a bank account if they don't shut up. Something happened.
Like, these accusations are their ATM machine. The minute they name the name, the account goes dry. So I don't know. Close A says, just Google Dan Schneider feet. It'll give you hours of content. Yeah, a lot of people think that Dan Schneider executive guy is the person that they're thinking of naming because he's been accused of all kinds of shit over the years. But they all recant at the last minute. They all pull it back.
Hey, guys, I did some research, and did you know every war, the good guys won?
Thank you very much, Close. That puts us 95 away from today's goal and 15 minutes away from firing up the music.
Thank you.
And seeing if we can knock this thing out. So $95 away if you're feeling generous. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. It all counts, just $95 away from a successful start to the Steel Toe Week. Streamlabs and PayPal are the best way to do it. But, of course, the efficiency of Super Chats and whatnot is very clear also. So let's listen to this.
Okay.
This is Josh Peck from Drake and Josh, who does a podcast now, who had another child actor on, and she said, ooh, I've got the juice on the people who are the molesters.
Mm-hmm.
And then he took the episode down.
Curdy's book. I thought it was an amazing book.
So did we, despite what Jeanette says.
Does she think?
She was our first ever guest.
Really?
Like the day that she released her book. Like she was becoming it. She came on. It was an amazing get for us. We were truly good guys. Unbelievable interview. Spoke about everything that she wanted to, nothing that she didn't want to. It ended, and she told us not to run it.
How about this? This is why celebrities shouldn't be podcasters or broadcasters. Because if you're a broadcaster and you do that interview, and that person says, boy, I'd really appreciate you not running that, I'd be like, well, fuck you. You agreed to do it. We're playing the thing.
Right.
I mean, we're playing it.
Again, nobody made her say anything. So if you went there and you talk, that's on you.
Yeah. I mean, she asked us. See, like, because all these Hollywood people, they think about their next connection.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas us radio guys, we're like, like Mersh said, we're on a pirate ship. We're scoundrels. We're disgusting. We're like, no, we're putting the fucking interview up there. It's going to be really good. You gave us some really good stuff. But these Hollywood people do a podcast like Josh Peck, and no matter how alienated, no matter how nixed from the business they are, they think if they do the good deed that they're going to get right back in. Josh, you've been calling out pedophiles. It's Hollywood, and you do a show called Good Guys. You're fucked.
You're done.
They're not bringing you back in. They're not going to let you back into the club. All right? You had Jeanette McCurdy on, period. Whether you air it or not, they're done with you. But he thinks if Jeanette McCurdy says don't air it and then he doesn't air it, well, in Hollywood speak, that means she owes him a favor and maybe he can be in a project with her. And
oh, yippee.
You deserve this.
You realize, dude, you're calling them out, so they're going to have a problem with you already. If you don't air that shit, it makes you look so phony.
Yeah.
Why would all your stuff is curated?
Just release the show.
Just release the show.
Is a small update because you're right. We have talked about this endlessly. That happened yesterday.
Yeah.
So us being the good guys we are, said Jeanette, no problem. We'll kill it.
Yeah.
You want to come back on?
And how's that working out for you?
You guys friend zoned yourself on the internet. Jesus.
No response. So 4 or 5 months later, we got you. We got H Duff. I'm like, we're killing it. Let me check in. She owes us. All I wrote to Jeanette after 6 months was, hi. Hi.
Why are we laughing?
That's tough.
I got a green bubble. Am I blocked?
Oh, wow.
I think I might be blocked.
Oh, wow.
Or she was on a 12-hour flight. Here's hoping.
Aside from the fact that is remarkably unlistenable.
Yeah, good God, you guys.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
I love when a podcast does something like, not have a video element to it, and then they continually laugh at shit, like almost like you needed to see what happened because you have no idea why they're laughing.
Yeah. Well, and then you go, oh, I texted her and then she blocked me. Well, yeah, retard. That was like they gave her money to shut the fuck up under the table. And they said, you're not talking to this guy ever again. You're not going on podcasts ever again. You're not discussing this shit ever again. We're buying your silence. That's what happened. I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out, you naive, sweet summer child.
I mean, I get they can't call themselves Simpcast. That name's taken. But guys, just so you know, if you pull the episode for the person, they have nothing. You have nothing to threaten me with anymore. Right. Your only leverage is the episode. So if you still have it, you should air it.
Play the fucking episode. What do you have to lose? She doesn't like you. She took money. Play the episode. Done. Nobody can sue you for playing that episode. It's her words. They can sue her.
Dub kind of surmising the argument for most of the people who behave. She owes us. Right. It's okay if you finger pop her while she's asleep. She owes you. No.
Mad Joe with $2.99 says, yeah, they all care about money more than children. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, unless they're having sex with them. The children, not the money. I know that in Hollywood it's hard to tell.
I can't jerk off without a $100 bill in my hand.
Sen Rhino says, I thought Jeanette McCurdy bragged about how she didn't take the hush money from Nickelodeon. Yeah, I'm sure when she said that, it was true. And now the fact that she's not talking makes that not
awfully
true.
Interesting how she was going to name names, and now she's real quiet.
$95 away from knocking it out, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media, Venmo. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats and memberships. Mad Joe with another $7.99 says, don't worry about my safety. I speak out without getting paid, and if I could have been unalived, it would have happened. I bet Mad Joe has all the juice. He's got all the answers. Thank you, buddy. 90 away from getting her handled. Guys, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, pushing 10,000. Pushing 10,000 subscribers in just over a year. All right, so we continue on. This is kind of in the same vein. New Jeffrey Epstein documents reveal that the pedophile, you're not going to believe this. This is going to blow your mind. In fact, I'm going to put it up on the screen because if I just read it to people, they wouldn't believe me. Jeffrey Epstein documents reveal that the pedophile met with the CIA chief and the former White House counsel after his sex crime conviction.
Why would they do that? I mean, did they not know that he was a kid? I mean,
somebody should have told them.
I can't. Why would this horrible, again, pedophile, I guess? Jeffrey Epstein?
Convicted pedophile.
All right, so convicted pedophile. Why would this convicted pedophile be meeting with movers and shakers in the government?
Well, I don't think he should be meeting with the CIA. I mean, all Epstein did was fuck him. The CIA kills him. Yeah. So, I mean, who's the bad guy there?
He met with the CIA. It's documented. It's proven. They took me to the basement. And they showed me where he fucked the girl.
So he meets with the CIA chief. He meets with the White House's lawyer. But yeah, in no way was this guy the front man to a pedophile ring that involved the most rich, powerful, and famous people in the world.
And I'm sure it's just a complete coincidence that before he could name anybody, he decided to leave us.
And he met with the CIA chief and the White House's lawyer before he went to prison for pedophilia. The list of Jeffrey Epstein's possible connections now includes America's spy chief, a college president, and a former Obama White House counsel, according to a collection of previously unreported documents that included the convicted sex offender's schedule. Now, I'm sorry. Shit like this doesn't come out unless people want it to.
Right.
Why were we sitting on this for so long? And why did we choose now to let it out there?
And
is
why-
this just to fuck with people to go, hey, look, we can just do whatever the hell we want. There's nothing you can do about it.
Right, because the Biden administration isn't something you can see in real time. But with this whole thing, like, how many times do we have to be like, look, he's associating with movers and shakers in the government. So why are none of those people guilty of any of the stuff? Because remember, he trafficked, like green light trafficked sex.
Yes. Teenage girls. Just Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison right now for being the Heidi Fleiss to his pimp operation.
So he's meeting with these people, but he certainly never trafficked any of the girls that way, apparently. Thank God all of our leaders are not horrible pedos.
I'm convinced that the only reason they release shit like this is to let us know there's nothing we can fucking do to these people. Is they're like, hey, look, Jeffrey Epstein met with the head of the CIA, and we're like, yeah, we fucking told you he was a CIA operative and probably Mossad as well in Israel. And they're like, yeah, for sure. Yeah. They're like, yeah. Well, yeah, of course. But, yeah, so now what?
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, what the fuck are you going to do? Well, I'm mad. As you should be. This sounds pretty nasty. Well, but fuck him. All the way in, right? So you're going to arrest the... You're going to have the CIA chief, like, brought in for questioning? That's what we love about America. You guys are always so funny. Semper Reloaded with $5 says, wait, are you telling me that it was impossible for Obama to spend $400,000 on pizza for a single event? Amazing,
That is a lot
right?
of pizza.
Amazing.
You don't think they really charge $50,000 for a hammer, $100,000 for a toilet seat, do you?
You knew then. And you did. Don't give me unprepared. You had it back then. You had that pedophile. What was his name? Epstein. You knew then. And you did nothing. Sir, regardless of what you've heard, there is no secret government intelligence operated pedophile ring. Sir, that's not entirely accurate. And they take him down into the fucking basement.
How was I never told about this? It's called plausible deniability, sir.
And there's just kids being fucking trafficked. Oh, thank you to the Mood for 10 gifted Steel Toe memberships. That's going to bring our goal today down to $60 away. Thank you very much. Pragmatic Baxter, Darren Orson, Tiny 48, Sea Shanty Shenanigans, Pyramid 7, Tim Purrs, Tom Thompson, Mo Wolf, Richie Rich, and JK, all getting memberships. Thank you guys very much. And apparently we are at 255 likes. We're only $60 away from our goal. 6 minutes left until we rattle the cans, but if we get inside of 50, we're not rattling them. We're just going to do overtime, and we're going to knock out the rest of the goal. So if you guys all want to chip in, like there's Curly Adam.
Thank you.
With a $10 super chat, we take 7. That's going to be 55 down to today's goal. 55 away. If you guys all want to chip in a little bit, whether it be on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, wherever, gifted membership, super chats, knock it out. We've only got 55 left. you guys know what to do. So Epstein met with the CIA chief. He met with the Obama's White House counsel in 2014. These prominent people have not been accused of any wrongdoing. Right. They were just meeting with a billionaire financier pedophile.
As they do.
They weren't doing anything wrong. They were just meeting with a guy who got underage pussy for really powerful people.
Well, what were they meeting with him about? Who the fuck cares?
My theory on some of the Epstein stuff, though, is like when it comes to say Clinton, for example, or like presidents, I think they're just throwing girls at him to fuck them. And then they tell him later that they're like 14 or 15.
Oh, absolutely.
Like
it's called a honeypot.
I don't think that there's so many people who prefer to fuck teenagers out there that they just get elected president one day and you just go to them and go, hey, I bet you like to fuck kids. Here's a 14-year-old.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's more of a situation of like, oh, that's a nice hot-looking piece of trim. By the way, that piece of trim was 15, and we've got the whole video.
We got videos and pictures and everything else. So the fact that he met with the CIA chief makes me feel better because I'm like, oh, at least, we know that we're not crazy.
So wait, Bush Sr.?
No, this is later on.
But he met with him too, I'm sure.
Yeah. But at the same time, it bums me the fuck out because you're like, oh, they really can just tell us whatever they want and there's nothing
I'm so happy this is out because now we're going to hold people accountable.
That's what I want to do a sketch where like 30-somethings talk to Generation Z people and we just tell them the truth about like everything that's going on. Like, yeah, here's this, here's that. And they're like, well, that's good. So now next what we do is we hold them accountable and we press charges. That's hilarious. And you're like, what? What do you mean? We don't hold anybody accountable. Your entire society and country is run by demons who will just suck your blood whenever they need a fix.
Well, that's not cool. I won't stand for it. So sit the fuck down. I don't give a shit.
What are you doing? Like, why do you just sit there? Why are you okay with this? Because the quicker you just ignore it, the quicker it goes away in your mind because nothing else is going to get solved.
But it's against the rules.
Yeah.
But if the rule you had led you to me, what good was the rule?
What good was the rule? And then the sketch ends with all the Gen Zers just blowing their heads off. We're like, oh shit, maybe there's a reason we all came to grips with this in our 30s. You're not psychologically able to handle this until you're about 30 to 35 years old.
And in other news, 3 smart-ass comedians have black-pilled an entire generation into an early grave.
And then we all just kind of sit there and we go, Gen Z's gone. Yes. And they go, but guys, but then they can't breed and keep the species going. They were all identifying as non-binary anyway. None of these fucks were having kids. We'll just have them
They weren't going to breed. They cut their dicks off.
Yeah, they all cut their cocks off. We're going to be fine. Don't worry. $55 away from today's goal. We're going to rattle the cans in 2 minutes unless we get inside of 50 by then. And boy, we have a lot of Aaron was right coming up, a little bit of bragging, a little bit of rude awakening for some people. And you know what? A little bit of sympathy. I'm going to show a little bit of decency. I'm going to show a little bit of humility. Not very much at all, I want to point out, but a little bit. Johnny 1.0 says, yep, just another one of hundreds of Alex Jones conspiracies turned fact. I mean, yeah, Alex.
I don't know about hundreds, but he does have a hot streak that's a little sad to ignore.
Alex has had his hits. That's for sure. I mean, look, I'm sure if you...
But definitely not those kids. They were all crisis actors.
Right. Like, the Sandy Hook, to me, might have been one of his biggest swings and misses. Definitely his most expensive.
Oh, God, yeah.
Swing and miss. But, yeah, he's had some stuff that's hit. There's no doubt about that. All right, guys, let's fire it up. Let's knock out this last 55. What do you say? Fire it up. Where's my goddamn whistle? Let's blow the fun little whistle that we got to combat Royce Lopez and his patented $5 hype train that he runs, and our own e-begging extravaganza of our 5-minute can rattling to see if we can knock out the last of this goal and call it a successful start to the week. Here we go. And the dog is deaf.
I'm going to do this one the Chad way where I hump the table.
See, even other retards can do it. It's perfect. All right, 55 away. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Let's jump in there. Let's get it started. And let's knock this thing out. As you know, if we get inside of $50, we just do the 30 minutes and assume you're going to knock out the rest as we go. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Frozen, is that you humping the table? Michael B says, Dane cooked the table, you retard. KF says, Twitter DM that I think will tie in nicely to overtime.
Thank you.
Fun. All right, $50 away from knocking it out. So there's KF getting us started. Thank you very much. Over 90% of what you throw in on PayPal and Streamlabs and Venmo goes towards the program. 70% of what you throw in on YouTube goes towards the program. And 80% of what you throw in goes towards the program on Rumble. So now, MSO and Schaff have both predicted no goal today. They say we're not hitting it. We got 4 minutes to do it. Let's see if we can knock it out. 50 away, and even 50 from handling this thing today. And about 3.5 to 4 minutes. 3.5 on the nuts. 3.5 minutes away from knocking it out. The Fired Ginger with 5 gifted memberships. That's going to put us at $35 away. RP says, bring us home, Chandler. You know what, guys? I think we can do this one without Chandler. No Chandler today. Give him the day off. $35, guys. You've got it.
Let the man go sell some spuds.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, if we win, Royce gets deported back to Pakistan. That's right. They send Royce back to that desert camel shithole that he came from. Keep saying he's Cuban.
Authorities saying he's not from there.
Yeah. Quit trying to sex up your background, you dirty Twin Towers knocker-downer. There you go. All right, guys, 35 away. Let's show Chandler that he can have the day off. There's Marble Arms with $5. That's going to put us at 30. So only 30 away. Thick Cheney with $5. That's going to put us at 25. We got a Venmo coming in here. Let's check that one out. Holy fuck, do I have a
bunch of alerts?
Anal amount of notifications. 15 coming in from Delco Lou.
Thank you.
That's going to put us at 15. It's going to put us at 10 with Fired Ginger with $5. Oh, man, David Chandler with $19.99.
Thank you, David. We're done.
That's going to put us $5 ahead for tonight. Thank you, David, but we were giving you the day off, buddy.
Well, I mean, I wasn't going to give him the day off. I was going to give him the show off. I mean, I'll be begging later.
Oh, okay. Well, see, he could have saved it for
I'm
you.
a whore.
This is like someone winning a marathon by themselves. And they're like, I don't need my trainer. And Chandler's the trainer. He grabs your hand and pulls you across. You're like, hey, I had that.
I was going to take... They was handpicked.
They was handpicked. They wasn't killers like this guy.
He'll knock you into next month, Rock.
He'll knock you into tomorrow, Rock. This guy, he'll kill you to death inside of 3 rounds. All right, guys. Well, we are $5 ahead for this evening. Anything you throw in after that goes towards this evening's show. Thank you for helping us knock that out. All right. Let me just get my clip set here.
Oh, so we have multiple
for this whole thing. Zen Rhino, Sage sent me a clip. He said, check your Twitter DMs.
Yeah, I did something super stupid. I was recording a bunch of this because I was gonna like clips and things, and then I was prepping my Sunday show while I was doing all that. Completely forgot to turn on the Roadcaster, so there's no sound in all of my clips. I'm like, wow, I'm tarded. Woo!
So you basically did a show of no show.
Oh, no, I did a show based off of all the stuff I had prepped, and the thing that led me down the rabbit hole that I had messaged you about is who are these podcasts that put out a very beautiful, like, 35, 40-minute, like, thing.
A Chad thing.
Yeah, and so I had taken a couple snippets of Chad's stuff out of there to talk about that, so I still had that, but I was like, ooh, and then we can follow it up with that. Oh, I'm a stupid piece of shit. Oh, that hurts.
So, as you know, we got out of that whole Dabbleverse drama whack pack shit a long time ago because we kind of realized, like, look, no offense, but we're kind of better at all of you.
Started
than
getting
all
a
you.
little too real.
Yeah, we're better than all of you at doing a show. Like, we realized, we kind of saw the game. Like, once it got to families and kids and shit like that, we were like, oh, these people are desperate and they don't have anything but this. Right. Whereas we do a whole show that when we talk about these people, we have to take an entire break from our show to go and do this. So, and I have to knock over my beer can.
One beer, man.
One beer and I'm fucking
Falling
up.
apart.
So, Carl did I guess a Chad thing.
Yeah.
And you watched it and you said it was fantastic. I think I watched the same one. Was it the drunk and passing out and falling asleep?
And I used pretty much clips of Chad in that to talk about the stuff because I couldn't find the clips anywhere else. So I kind of borrowed Kevin's thing, but I repeatedly pointed out that was Kevin's. I didn't air a lot of their stuff. Just
that was pretty brutal. That was a rough one. Even Carl at the end said, like, we got to take a break from this guy.
This
like,
is just getting sad.
It's getting sad. Well, then yesterday I'm sorry, we're jumping ahead now. Late last week, he decided to start talking about Gina Levy, Bob Levy's wife.
That'll go well.
Gina Levy's daughter, who apparently has an OnlyFans, and I guess is pretty popular. And he started putting pictures out there and calling her a whore and telling Gina she's failed as a mother and all this. And I will say this. Everyone on Bob's timeline, everyone on Gina's timeline was clutching their pearls, and they were so upset, and they were so mad. And I'm like, guys, isn't this the shit that when it happened to my children, who are minors, by the way, when this happened, you guys went, it's all part of the shtick. It's all part. It's fine.
It's a radio bit. He's doing it for ratings.
Oh, he's doing a wacky bit. Bob, Kevin, Shuley. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave Kevin out of this because Kevin didn't do that. Kevin just thinks I'm gay and shitty and stupid.
Yeah.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with thinking Steel Toe sucks and he's gay and he likes Gino. That's totally fair.
That's half true. We hate Gino.
I'm fair game. So I said, well, I object to the family shit, so I'm going to tap out of this. Mm-hmm. If you think that's a win for you, then I tell you what, baby boy, you take your win. You be happy. You need it more than I do. You win. Everyone got mad at me for it. They're like, how can you do that? I'm like, you hate my guts. You think I'm the worst guy ever. You think my show's terrible. I'm handing you your victory. Take it. Take your W. They couldn't. They continued to melt down when it came to us. We continued to just move on and do our thing. Numbers went up. They even started making up this thing. They go, well, he's not hitting his goal. Haven't missed one the entire 2.5 years we've been on. Every week, we knock it out.
And if we don't hit the goal, we just cut my pay.
Right. We just kill Johnny. So they started.
What are you, the flu?
Instead of just taking their win, they couldn't, and they turned their W into an L while we just sat and tap danced and did our show. It was a lot of fun to watch. Well, we were also saying, while all of those people were, shitting on us and saying, oh, come on, all's fair in radio wars. And I'm like, no, I'm more of a radio guy than you guys are. In radio wars, that's not how it works. That's absolutely not. You guys are wrong. You don't know how to do this. This is all going to come back to bite you. Right now, this Chad guy is your pit bull. He's your dog. He's a mud shark, as he calls, which is a white person who exclusively has sex with black men. But hey, whatever, like everybody needs a gimmick, right? So the guy who exclusively has sex with black men recently started dragging Gina Levy and Bob Levy through the mud, using the OnlyFans daughter to do it, calling her a whore.
He actually put a picture of her up, too.
Put a picture of her up.
Gina's, yeah.
Put a picture of her up, called her a whore, so on and so forth. Gina even left Twitter for a while. Gina sent me a message saying, hey, you were right. So and I actually appreciated that. And I told her, I go, look, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry this is happening to you, but I told you this was going to happen. I don't even blame Chad. I'll tell you why.
He can't help himself.
It's his name. He can't help himself. Guys, to sit there, you can't treat Chad like you treat everybody else, because Chad's not like everybody else. He's a different kind of person. He cannot help himself. You look at how he's easily led by his chat. He's got hundreds of people at a time watching him just to watch him melt down and fall apart.
Or get drunk.
Look like an ass, get drunk, all these things. And this guy, no matter how many times, like Gino went on his show to explain it to him or tell him what he's wrong about or what he's lied about, it's met with a blank stare, and he just goes on doing his thing. So I told these guys, because Bob Levy would tell me, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. I've got it handled. Don't worry. I said, Bob, no offense. You don't have all this handled. You're not going to be able to control this guy. He does what he wants. And I said to Bob, I don't want this to blow back on you. And remember how much shit I got for telling Bob, I don't want this to blow back on you.
What a cunt you were.
What a piece of shit I was trying to help a pal.
They're not your friends.
These people aren't your friends, as Mersh would say. So he goes after Gina, and he goes after Gina's daughter, and he goes after Bob, saying he's going to find him and do all this shit to him. None of it surprises me. I almost don't even hold the guy responsible. I blame the Brennans and the Levys of the world who were holding the fucking leash, telling me that I was wrong while I saw the shit coming from a mile away. And if Chad's watching this, which I'm sure he is, Chad, I don't blame you. I really don't. Not only is this who you are, but you told the stepdad story, you told the sauna story, you told all these other stories. They laughed at you. They ridiculed you. They mocked you endlessly. They put you into a corner. And the minute you saw that you discovered that Bob and Kevin were using you as a whack packer and that Shuli was using you as a whack packer, you saw it and you went, you know what? I don't like these guys anymore. I'm fucking out of here. I'm going to make the money on my own. And you did. And by the way, now all these people who are mad at Chad, like Shuli's blocked him. He was going to let Chad use his producer, Joe, who producer Joe's kind of a douchey little guy anyway. And you're better off without him. But he'll turn on you too. In fact, he did. He said, I can't work with you anymore because I don't like what you did to Bob. Now, wait a minute. I don't think anybody should be allowed to stop working with Chad because of what he did to Bob. Because Chad did it to me.
He did it to other people.
Chad did it to April. Chad did it to other people. And you guys didn't object then. So I'm sorry. Your moral posturing to me falls a little short. And I'm willing to talk to you about it. But again, all you had to do was listen to me. All you had to do is hear what I told you. And you would have been safe from all of it. But you wanted your whack pack. You thought, no, Chad's our whack packer. Chad's going to be good. Chad will take the money. Chad will take the attention. He's a whack packer. Chad is not a whack packer, and you cannot treat him that way. Is Jake Hudson a whack packer? Absolutely.
But he pushed a couple lines too, though.
He did, but he's almost too stupid to know he did.
Okay.
So Chad, on the other hand, is a pit bull.
He only eats other people's kids, not mine.
Chad doesn't have the ability to put on a show. Chad doesn't have the ability to prep and do a show. He was a third mic stunt boy on an afternoon talk show. He's not a host. So all he can do is stream snipe, watch other people, and act like an asshole. Now it's your guys' turn to have him stream snipe you and act like an asshole. I told you. Again, with the I told so's, but I told so. I told you it would happen. It's happening. What do you want from me?
Well, thank God there isn't any evidence of you telling them that it happened, like a online relationship feud thing that kind of like fell apart and happened when you literally went, hey, just watch your ass.
Right. I said, guys, he's going to turn on you. And he did. And then Chad went on yesterday and he put pictures of Gina's daughter up there. Now, I will say this. I don't condone that. I think it's wrong. I don't think you should be calling her a whore. I don't think you should be bringing Bob's family in it.
I do think she looks pretty nice.
She's a beautiful girl. She really is. She's a beautiful girl.
I'm going to marry into that family.
Yeah. But to say that Gina failed as a mother and, she's Bob's fourth wife. So, I mean, he's basically just repeating the shit that he said to April and I, just with a different delivery and different side characters, if you will.
It's really sad, too, is because Chad doesn't realize she makes more money than he does. Especially since part of the money she makes is probably coming from Chad.
So, to me, I don't think that the Kevins and the Bobs of the world can look at Chad and go, well, this is all his fault. Just like, you know what? I'm even going to say, like, we made fun of Chad endlessly and how he's not talented, and we played his content, and he's not funny. He's not good at this. Chad's only recourse, because he doesn't have the ability to be funny and make fun of people, his only recourse is to get remarkably personal, go over the line, step on the line, crush the line, be wildly inappropriate, not even to the point of being funny, just a disaster. And he destroys himself while he does it. But there are a group of people on the internet who like watching a guy fall apart, and they will egg him on and root him on.
It's called Schadenfreude, isn't it?
It's Schadenfreude. Chad's entire chat is Schadenfreude. So Chad gets egged on to do all this shit. And this time the pit bull attacked his owners. And I'm sorry, but I told you he would attack his owners. And everything he's doing is beat for beat what happened with us. The only way that you can take care of this guy is understand you have better numbers, you have an actual show, you have actual fans, you have things that he will never have. Ignore him. Let him die. Let him fester. Let him yell. Let him scream. Let him pound from the rooftops, because here's what he does. He plays his worst possible card first. He drops his nuke first. After you survive the nuke, you look around and you go, oh, you have nothing else left to threaten me with.
It's the Batman thing.
Yeah. You have nothing left to threaten me with. That's it.
You can't start with the head. Your victim gets all fuzzy.
Right.
They can't feel the next. See?
So Kevin, Bob, Shuley, Joe, all of you guys who have now been bitten by the mud shark, the guy who sleeps exclusively with black men. That's what mud shark means.
Hey, man, it's all good to have your type.
It's 2023. This is all fun.
I love Asian women.
So
They call me a rice patty.
He now has turned around and bitten you. You're going to have to adjust. What are you going to do? He was on yesterday. He invited Gino on, and he thought he was going to destroy Gino and own Gino.
How dumb is that?
Gino came on, told him the truth right to his face, and said, you're a liar. You're not doing this right. You have to be happier. You have to expose Bob and Kevin's lies. That's not do any of this petty horse shit. And Chad just sat there and took it.
He did a weird, credit to Gino. He did a weird thing where he'd be like propping him up, and then he would cut him down at the end of it. So he's like, look, man, you're doing great. You're happier. Things are going better for you. I'm happy for you, man. But by the way, what you did was really a piece of shit. And
you're a liar, and you need to expose those guys. So, yeah, Gino, no offense to Gino, I didn't think he had it in him to be like Machiavelli, to like play that game. And Chad's only going to hear the compliment.
Oh, yeah.
So he got to sneak that in there.
As some of the clips from, again, if I could drop that name, who are these podcasts as they were airing, it's been proven that Chad can apparently be on air while unconscious.
Yeah,
so,
I can't.
So, I mean, apparently it might be in one ear, out the other, because he's not even here right now.
Pretty good. Somebody said that this woman makes more money than all of it. Yeah. Oh, Gina's daughter? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. A lot of people on OnlyFans make more money than we do. They have better tits than us, too. It's weird.
Yeah, Riles says she makes more than all of you put together. Yes, 100%.
And none of us have a problem with it.
Citizen M says, Aaron, you subtly threatened Bob. No, I said I hope this doesn't come back to haunt him. And then never clarified, despite repeatedly promising everyone, ask me in a month. And look what happened in just a little over a month. Citizen M, you could have set your fucking watch to it. Thank you. One for me. There you go.
I'm running out of room for tallies on this side of the board.
I really am running out of room for tallies. Pragmatic Baxter says, Chad showed old... Yeah, he did all the dirty shit. He did all of it. But, that's your nuke. You dropped the nuke, and now you've got nothing. So,
It's a really weird first move because, again, you can't do anything after that. It has to work.
Yeah. So, I wish those guys the best. Oh, and then he decided to pick a fight with Mersh, which I can tell you this about Mersh. Mersh is never going to leave you alone. This is going to be an obsession now.
And you're not going to win that fight, by the way.
I mean, ROTC and Nightwave.
So you know.
Yeah, ROTC and Nightwave are, we're way bigger than you, and ROTC and Nightwave are way bigger than us. So, this is a level that you've never ventured into before. In fact, Chad should thank Mersh, because Mersh is the one who Revenge of the Sis going to Rumble is the only reason MLC has viewers, is because the people on YouTube who were listening to Revenge of the Sis and didn't jump to Rumble
They need something
They
new.
needed something 3 to 5 Central to listen to, and it was MLC.
There's a show called Just Kidding. It's called the Game Over Podcast at Just Kidding LLC on YouTube. It's 2 to 5:30. It's the perfect time slot. Just go ahead and join it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Here's the clip. This is Bob and Mersh getting it from Chad. Like, again, you guys, he wears an Army helmet with Mud Shark written on it, and you guys think you're going to talk sense into this guy? You think that you're going to reason with this guy? And like Bob said, I got it under control. You can't control a guy who thinks wearing an Army helmet with Mud Shark written on it is cool. This is a very damaged boy.
Well, I mean, he just really wants to relive his glory days in the Army, so he thought he'd wear his helmet.
Yes.
That's where he got the name. He was crawling through the dirt, and they're like, oh, you're just swimming around there like a natural mud shark, aren't you, Zumak?
That's exactly what it meant. So here's him talking about Bob and also talking about Mersh. And this one kind of almost borders on a subtle gun threat. Check it out. Although son of Billy Wagner posted this clip, and he said, good thing Chad is lying.
Let Bob know his fucking plan backfired.
True.
I wrote my address. I said, you gonna kill me, Levy? Bring it, bitch. I can't stand you, dude. Tell your cunt wife to keep my mom's name out of her cunt mouth.
I don't think that paints you as the good guy hero you were looking to be in that scenario.
You know, his cunt wife has your name in her cunt, or his mom, whoever, because you started talking about her fucking daughter, asshole. This is the same as Crowder.
Hey, just remember this parable about the scorpion. It is his nature.
I know, but I'm just saying.
Don't try to talk sense into this.
Again, it's like the Crowder thing. It's like, this wasn't a thing until you started. Hey, you keep my fucking name out your mouth. Well, then shut the fuck up, dude, because you started the conversation.
Well, here comes the gun part. Now, with Chad's record, I don't know if a gun is a legal possibility for him, but I guess we'll see.
I'm not hard to find, Mersh. I plug all my dates.
Right. He'll be in his living room through the weekend.
You go on dates?
You know exactly where I'm going to be at all times. You want to come down here? I'm buying a gun on Tuesday.
And we will look back on this moment and go, and if we had known now what we knew then, it was a cry for help.
I don't think a guy like him should have a gun in all seriousness, because I think that, like, who's going to get hurt if he gets a gun? I think him.
Yeah.
Like,
honestly.
This is a guy, I mean, we saw that stream where he was completely shit-faced.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not joking.
know.
I always tell people I shouldn't have a gun because I kind of want one. I want to protect myself. I think I shoot guns every once in a while. I enjoy it. But I'm also very well aware there's some days where it gets really, really dark, and maybe that shouldn't be sitting on the nightstand.
Right.
Just maybe.
Right.
I ain't fucking around. I'm buying a fucking gun on Tuesday.
For what? The fake people who don't attack you?
Those oil cans are going to mean business now.
If he had a sense of humor, he would shoot oil cans at target practice. That would make me think that he's got a sense of humor.
Yeah, we're gonna buy a gun. That's happening.
You know what's good? When an individual says we're going to buy a gun, that doesn't denote any kind of break from normal psychiatric
Can you stop
patterns.
pointing out all the things I do? We hate it. I'm going to buy a gun. This is
I ain't
funny.
fucking around.
I'm getting a Glock. I ain't fucking around. Nobody, like, this is the problem. Like, this has all been podcast shit. Nobody has been saying that you're, like, that you need to get a gun to protect yourself. Nobody's saying that but you. Oh, our buddy win by 2 with $5. He's already shown way worse. Again, once you drop the nuke, you got nothing left. But win by 2, we know you're a big fan of the show, so I do appreciate you being here. I don't understand why you had to turn into a kind of like a phony, like felt you needed to attack us. I would welcome you back into my embrace with open arms, my son, if you would just admit, I got it wrong. Steel Toe's pretty good. I'm still a fan. You can't commit the amount of time. Like, you notice you're here and I'm not there. Back into my arms, liberate yourself, be honest, apologize, and I'm a forgiving God, and I will welcome you back into my embrace as long as you prostrate yourself in front of the court.
I got to go start my car. It's going to take a minute.
Oh, boy. Guys, that felt good. That felt really good, I got to say. I love a good I told you so. I love a good Aaron was right, especially when you go through the dog shit and the lies and the horse shit that I had to go through and April had to go through to be proven right. You're goddamn right that I'm going to enjoy it. So we can put this thing back to bed. We can let it die again. And holy shit, does it feel good to just go, nailed it. It feels nice. Silverwolf says, Aaron is a forgiving God. All hail Aaron. Aaron is a forgiving God. See? Fuck you, dude says, those meltdowns will be used for future psychology classes. You know, they probably would be... they would be pretty useful for sure. We got a couple stories left. Oh, the Michael J. Fox thing is very sad, but kind of expected. Michael J. Fox says that his Parkinson's is getting harder, which sounds really shitty because his Parkinson's is already terrible. Like he did an interview with somebody, I don't know, 3-4 months ago, somewhere around the beginning of the year. I think it was some kind of Back to the Future fan thing. And he could barely speak, and his motion was not good, to say the very least. So for him to say that it's getting even harder, that really sucks. He says he can't imagine living until he's 80. He's 61 now. I mean, 80's kind of a good run, though, isn't it? Like, he's 61 with Parkinson's. He was diagnosed at 29. Look, I'm sure the guy's not ready to go, and he's like, oh, I'm not making it to 80. What do you do? I had a good run.
Cry me a river.
I don't know. Like, is Parkinson's supposed to, does it kill you at some point, or is the worst part about it that it doesn't kill you?
Idea. It might just shut down a lot of you. All I'm going to say is, oh, boo-hoo, I'm not going to make it to 80. Dude, I'm 40. I'm hoping 60. And even then, I'm like, we might be overestimating. So,
You hope you can maybe get to 60?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. People love Michael J. Fox. Back to the Future was awesome.
Yeah.
I love my childhood. But, I was just like, oh, this is so shitty. It's so bad. Oh, boo-hoo, cry me a river, motherfucker.
A preview clip shows the frankness with which Fox faces his situation, admitting that things are getting worse, saying, quote, it's banging on the door. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's getting hard. It's getting harder. It's getting tougher. Let's just play this clip. This is going to be, I think this aired yesterday on CBS.
My life is set up so I can pack Parkinson's wrong with me if I have to.
You've not squandered any of your capacity. But at some point, Parkinson's going to make the call for you, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, be an asshole.
What a bitch!
Fuck.
I mean, I don't want to, shut out any possibility. But at some point, you're just fucked and you're going to die, right? Like, fucking.
God. No, you know what? I'm glad she asked that question because I bet he didn't know that.
Nobody's told him.
His
doctors are like, shh, we've been keeping that in the fucking bag, bitch.
We weren't letting him know yet.
It's banging on the door. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. It's getting harder. It's getting harder. It's getting tougher. Every day gets tougher. But that's the way it is. I mean, who do I see about that?
Like it's at the point now where I'm almost like, why are you guys having him on TV?
Yeah, why don't you I don't know how he feels about it, but I feel like if you have any respect for the guy, you'd be like, how about we just let it go? All right.
Yeah.
I mean, or even just fucking write out the interview just to watch him, like, how he has to. I can't imagine. I don't know what Parkinson's is exactly like, but I can't imagine having to go through that much to talk.
Yeah.
Like, I have to fucking work to move. But the idea that if someone asks me a question, I'm wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man all of a sudden because I can't get words out with your whole body is so fucked up that you can't speak without you bobbling back and forth.
Right. I mean,
that's got to be fucking shitty.
And they did it for ratings. That's the worst part. Like, he did it because he's like, I want people to know that things are getting tough, and he's struggling. So, like, it's taking everything he has to do this interview to let his fans and everyone else know he's okay.
But at the same rate, things are going bad.
Yeah, and the TV's just like, oh, man, look at how shitty shape he's in. A lot of people are going to watch this. Maybe we could even market it as potentially his last interview ever. Pieces of shit.
Mr. Fox, is there any chance we could have you, get out the guitar and play like in that scene from...
Zen Rhino says, Aaron, you missed a super chat from Shouting at Clouds. Oh, thank you, Shouting at Clouds. That was the $20. I thought I read it. I did count it towards tomorrow, though, or tonight, though. Thank you. We're $20 into tomorrow's goal. Oh, no, $25 because of our biggest fan, Win by 2, throwing in $5 to the program. We appreciate that, buddy.
Oh, it's something I forgot to mention. I had to go to the bathroom, and it sucks. The best part for me about the whole Chad thing is when he got confronted about the aftermath of what he had done. When Joe told him, "Hey, I'm not going to work with you anymore."
Yeah.
He even says, "He goes, Joe told me about all this," and I'm like, "Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember a damn thing." And I'm like, "That's kind of the problem, homie.
That's sad.
I remember saying a fucking thing," and I'm like, that's a sign." Anyways.
Yeah, that's for sure. Someone said about where is it? Oh, Hobo Chili Recipe says, why couldn't they give him the Magic Johnson shot? That only works for AIDS.
God, if only I had AIDS. That's what I say every night, every morning now. I get up like, fuck, if only I had AIDS.
If only I had AIDS. They have so much more medicine for it now.
God, why couldn't I have been gay?
Someone get that man a time machine, says Shaft. Yeah, but the time machine doesn't make you better. It just brings you back to a time where you can see better.
Look,
you.
I'm willing to do it if we shove a flux capacitor up his ass.
Loaded Wrench says side effects from time travel are hard on a feller.
Oh. That was the worst part when they had him and, God damn it. I'm going to say Doc Brown because I'm losing his name now all of a sudden. The actor that played Doc Brown.
Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd. Thank you. Him and Christopher Lloyd standing next to each other and you went, wow, Christopher Lloyd's looking good.
Yeah, right. I wish I hadn't watched that clip.
It's sad.
It's tough because I knew he looked like that. But instead of me reading his quotes, I'm like, well, why don't I just play them?
Yeah.
And him saying, I'm not going to make it to 80. Like, well, I mean, there are worse fates.
Yeah, but
I mean, it sucks being him, but like a lot of us aren't going to make it to 80. 80's like the mid, like the average point, right?
I'm not going to make it to 80, and I wasn't in Back to the Future.
Right, that's true. Yeah, there's a lot of people with Parkinson's like, yeah, a lot of us aren't going to make it to 60, Michael, and we didn't get to star in the trilogy of the greatest movies of all time. So thank you for being our champion, but, take it easy on the bragging. I might only make it to 80. It's great. I can't pick up a broom.
I'm just jealous on the MS side of the fence. All we have is Richard Pryor, and he's gone. And now, what is it, Christina Applegate? I mean, ooh, yay.
Alcada, I can't miss Alcada's $1 over on Rumble. He says, apparently Aaron is a tallywhacker. I won't stand for that kind of talk on this platform. I want to let you know right now that tallywhacker is not a term that we take lightly.
That's why we're going to ban it.
That's right. We're going
None
to
of you are allowed to say
we're
tallywhacker.
banning the term tallywhacker. Shouting at Cloud says, I don't super chat a lot, but when I do, usually do $200 and $400 typically. Well, you only did 20 for us, you jerk. I think he meant $20 and $40. Sorry. Thank you guys very much. Okay, so we've got a minute and a half left in today's show, so we don't have time. I do want to point this out. First Republic Bank in San Francisco has gone under, and the U.S. government is going to step in to bail them out. So the banking system is still fine.
We're great, everybody.
We're doing great. First Republic is bankrupt. They can't cover their deposits, and the government is going to step in and bail them out. So money means nothing. It doesn't exist, and this is all a facade.
I'm really, really glad that every time these banks go under, the government steps in to bail them out, and it solves the problem, and we don't have this issue continually happening.
And it never happens again. Perfect. Guys, let's all hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button and get that up to 300 before we leave today. Oops, I shouldn't leave this thing up top here. We knocked out our goal and went over for this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you guys very much for that. Everybody hit like, hit that thumbs up, hit the share button. April says, I'm at the post office mailing the prizes. Do you want me to bring you anything? Oh, my goodness, honey. A Diet Mountain Dew would be lovely, and then we'll have eggs and blueberries for breakfast.
And I do still need a ride home. Am I calling the cab? I thought I talked with her. She said she'd do it, but I'll call a cab.
She's probably picking you up.
All right.
Did she say she was going to?
I hope so. I'm heavy. Can she lift?
There you go.
Has she been doing her squats?
Oh, you should see her back. She looks fucking
squats.
Looks good. I only fuck her from behind now. So like,
yeah, but that's just because it makes you feel more like, with your friends.
April says, I'll give you some eggs. That's good. I'll give you some fertilizer. Let's get together sometime.
God, I wish my car worked.
All right, everybody. That's going to do it for this morning. I hope you had a good time. How did now, I'm glad you were here because I don't want to involve April in the I told you so's because she doesn't like it. Did you enjoy the I told you so?
I fucking loved it. That's why I said I was so amped to do this show
not even knowing it was happening, but assuming we were talking about it,
Yeah.
that I got up and I'm like, I think my fucking legs are working.
Here's when I woke up, the two things I thought. I was like, small goal today. I told you so.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm fucking excited. I didn't even think Crowder and Owen Benjamin. I was so excited about the other stuff. A toe to so. I fucking a toe to so. It was awesome. And to the people in the chat who are going, yeah, but what about reprisals? These guys all talk endless amounts of shit about us and say terrible things about our families and terrible things about us all the time. It doesn't make a difference.
They might have been stream sniping us while we talked about it. Who fucking cares?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, they may have been watching it while we did it. So, guys, I'm not worried about that. They do that all the time already. The great victory that we've won is learning that if you just ignore them and go, yeah, fuck it, I don't care.
They lose their shit.
They lose their shit. So that's the nice part.
And then if you wait even longer, they do everything that everyone called you an asshole for saying they would do.
It's perfect. See, we took their names out of our mouth, except when it was newsworthy. And I do feel it's newsworthy in this case. And we didn't do any of that shit. And then they just melted down and turned on each other. It's just like I said they would do. Perfect. Guys, thank you very much. Great show. Thank you very much for all your support. We will be back tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time.
Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble, starting at 2 p.m., going from 2 to 5:30.
Delco Lou says you successfully depleted the oxygen. That's exactly what we did. And now we puffed a little in there, so they're going to get excited. And now the oxygen
I don't
gets
even feel like
removed
we
again.
puffed in some oxygen. I feel like we crop dusted them, and they're going to suck our farts.
That's true. We kind of just fart on everybody. All right, guys, take it easy. We'll see you tonight. Watch Johnny today at 2 o'clock on Just Kidding LLC on every goddamn platform there is, and we'll see you soon.